What's up, everybody? We definitely going to have a good one today. This came across my desk. I found out about it. I had no idea that this was a thing. But apparently Jason Black exposed just Pearly Things, white supremacist agenda, and a number of things. So we definitely going to be getting into that. The banner that you see scrolling on the screen, right there. Yeah. Okay, anyway, don't worry about that. Shout out to all my Patreons: Cedric M, Rada God, Sir Tice, Tyrone H. Shout out to all of you: Kenneth J, Independent Black Man, J Live. Appreciate each and every one of the Patreons. Like I said, Patreon content will be coming up regularly. Kevin C, Brendan Muema, RM, Paul G. Shout out to all of you. Appreciate each and every one of you. We're about to be getting into this thing. Perfect Blackness, car designer Chris. I can't even. Maurice November, CC Sound, Solo Traveler. Shout out to all of the wonderful Patreons. Appreciate each and every one of you. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's strap on in. Let's get ready to go. Where's my intro? Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Shout out to the early bird squad, those of you that make it in bright and early before we get things started. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to Donnie Darko. That was allegedly a good movie. They said it was good. I thought I was gonna like it. I didn't like it. Did that actually say Donnie Darko? Yeah, that does. That movie's supposed to be good. SKC says this should be funny when the panels open up. May be a fire topic. Absolutely, 100%. I do think so. Free Zone Lou says this will be one for the ages. Yeah, see, I'm hoping somebody who disagrees comes up. I love disagreements. I love debate. That's part of the thing over here. I do like to debate. I am curious what a lot of people are going to have to say about this one. But we're definitely about to be digging on into it. Read a few more comments before we even get going. Blue Exodus, Mr. Bobby Wright says Jason Black was mad that Pearly was, hold on, let me make that bigger so I can actually see it. Yeah, no, I can't see. Here we go. All right, where is that one that I had clicked on? Let me bring it up. All right, he said Jason Black was mad that Pearly on them said black people are late. He called that racist. Yeah, we're going to be getting into that. Going to be getting into a number of things. Jason Wolf, he says, I want to know why they keep tagging this chick to the black man. That's my point. That's my point. That's the biggest reason why I said, yeah, I'm gonna go in and react to this, because I just think it's nonsense. It's absolute utter nonsense that they do that, when I'm pretty sure most of us didn't know about her until she had 300 to 5. I finally clicked on her channel for the first time when she had 500,000 subs, and I'm knee deep, neck deep in this shit stuff, all the way in it, all the way in it. I didn't know who she was since she had 500,000 subs. Like, I probably seen her around, seen a short pop up on my feed, but before I actually truly clicked on her name, like knowingly typed in her name or clicked to find her channel, she already had 400,000 to 500,000 subs. But they want to try to pretend as if we exalted her, like we needed white mama to come in and make us feel good, just give us a hug we've been looking for. And I'm like, nah, that's the pro-blacks that they cry about racism all day, every day. Those are the need a hug people. The people more on my side of the aisle, we don't do hugs no more. We don't do hugs. But anyway, Walt Quill in the building says, dude needs to compete versus complain about Pearly. Like KS says, she did the work. Content strategies are amazing. And I'm going to be getting into that, because a lot of what he does is content strategy. It's content strategy. But we're going to be getting into that. We're going to be breaking it down. And I'm always reluctant to criticize, because I think a lot of what Jason Black does, a lot of his content, I mean, really, I'd say probably a good bulk of his content is just really like no different than just a run-of-the-mill Black Manosphere channel. He does it probably more entertaining. He probably does it better in some ways. He's extremely good. He's extremely good, but he does go on that whole white supremacy thing, and he gets in on that, and he goes heavy on that. And that's one area where I part ways with him, because I don't think it's beneficial to be talking about, the business and the Black authority and what Black people need to do and this or that. But then at the same time, there's an oppressive system that's stopping you, that if you follow all the arguments to their logical conclusion, in many ways, it's practically, they make arguments that come off to me like they're saying it's nothing we can do to be above that. No matter how much power you get, you're less powerful than the average white man. So it's like you're nothing, you're downtrodden. And shout out to SKC. I did hear him. Well, I mean, I'm shouting SKC out. I did listen to a little bit of what he had to say on this morning. I've always argued, when you follow their arguments to the logical conclusion, one would have to overthrow the country in order to satisfy the criteria of defeating white supremacy. As I always used to say, it's like if the argument is locate the XY coordinates of white supremacy on a map and storm it like the beaches of Normandy, and take it over, plant the flag, and build African America from the ground up. I saw a meme where some white girl was with a confused face looking at a map saying, where is African America? It's like, that's what we got to build. Or can we just call it Wakanda? Can we call it Wakanda? How about that? We'll just call it Wakanda. But anyway, let's go ahead and get on into this. As stated before, shout out to all of my wonderful patrons. I do appreciate each and every one of you. So let me go ahead and get to it. And pull up this pull up the beautiful bean footage. Or not so beautiful bean footage. We shall see. And YouTube is doing that weird thing that it does when I share a video. Where I don't know why it's looking like that. I don't know why it's looking like that, but while we figure that one out, let me put my headsets on so I can hear. Let me see if I play that some more. Will that problem subside?
Hold up.
Okay, there it is. It's looking normal now. It's looking normal now, so we can work with that. All right. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Let's go ahead and get into it. I remember when somebody super chat, you will have to click on it and star it for your own knowledge. I can't see it when you star it. I figured out what we got to do to fix that, so that'd be ready for the next show. So yeah, just click on it and put it on the screen so I don't miss it. Click on it, put it on the screen so I don't miss it. But shout out to UCBX with the $10 super chat. Says, I've always wondered why the Black Manosphere have never had an interview or conversation with Jason Black. I assume that he will only engage in a conversation with somebody in the Black Manosphere if they call into his show and he can control the conversation, mute you. Like, for example, Fantastic called into his show. Mr. Fantastic called into Jason Black's show and asked made I forgot exactly the conversation, but I know Fantastic made a fairly good starter point, and Jason Black just kicked him off. Like, nope, we're not doing that. And it was, hold on. Yeah, the Fantastic made a point about Jason Black, because Jason Black is pretty much anti-passport bros. And so Fantastic made a point about why can every other man go and travel and do what they want to do and live like an adult male. You make the money, you get, you're successful. You should be able to travel the world and live your life how you want to live it. And Jason Black's response was, because we live in a system of white supremacy. And it's like, so on one hand, it's accomplishment, be all you could be a producer. On the other hand, you can't do nothing because we live in a white system of white supremacy. It's like it's hamster wheel talk to me. It's hamster wheel talk, and I've been reluctant. I've been reluctant to even go. Well, I've went there in like the middle of live streams that was about something else. I've never put his name or face in the title, and I didn't want to do it because I don't like to. If I assess what you do and I think you do far more good than harm, I don't want to go at you or sully your name in any way or say anything bad about you. But yeah, so I was very reluctant and thought long and hard because I don't like to put people name in titles and stuff unless I put it like this. If I got your name and your face in the title, I probably think you do more harm than good. So that's why I didn't want to do this. that's why I didn't want to do this. But no, I'm saying all that to say that I don't believe he will do that. I think he has the approach of he's above everybody in the space, but if somebody in the space gets bigger than him, then he views them as competition, and then he becomes a harsh critic of them. Like he was a harsh critic of Kevin Samuels. He's a harsh critic of Fresh and Fit. I think he agrees with Kwame Brown on almost everything, but when Kwame Brown got big, he sat there and waited for Kwame Brown to say one thing he disagreed with, and I saw him do a reaction to that. And I'm like, so basically, he calls the Black Manosphere the whinosphere. We're just whining. He does the same content where he's doing a reaction to Russell Wilson and Sierra wearing a dress and all kind of stuff like that, and it's entertaining. But he's like, these guys over there just whining. They're trying to entertain you. They're not teaching you nothing. But then he turned around and do the same content. Now, truth be told, Tommy Sotomayor did that same thing to me. He came on my show and said, y'all need to not worry about women. Y'all need to worry about the men and worry about yourself and give the men the information that they need. And don't even be worrying, build up the men, how the men need to be, and then the women will fall in line behind it. Don't be worrying about the women. And then right when he got off my show, he went and did a stream going in on them women. It's like everybody go through this repetitive process of criticizing people for doing the same shit that they're doing. And it gets weird to me. But it's content strategy. But it says if you invited him on your platform, he could address these issues directly. Dude, he's not coming. He's not coming.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
Shout out to you for shout out to you, UCBX. He's not coming. One, I'm not big enough. I'm not on his radar. See, in the stream that I'm about to play, he called names, but he only calls out the names of people that got bigger platforms than him. He called out Lead Attorney, called out MTR, he called out Melanie King. He's not going to call out somebody, but he said something where I believe he was he said something where he was because he was talking about people bootlicking and wanting to kiss the butthole of Pearly Things. He said something to where I believe he was referencing Obsidian, but he said, I'm not going to say your name. You're not coming up off of me. You see, he only mentioned people's name if they're bigger than him. I'm smaller than him. So there's no way he would come on my show. There's no way he would come on my show. Now, if I called into his show, then that'd be another thing. But he only mentions the name and addresses, it acknowledges the existence of those that are small, are bigger than him. Everybody else who's smaller than him, he calls that the winosphere. Like, I've been listening to his strategy, and it's a content strategy. It's a content strategy. So yeah, it's a content strategy. It's a content strategy. But all right, I'm about to get into this. But this is its reaction to Pearly Things interviewing Nick Fuentes, who's I suppose a card carrying white supremacist. I didn't know nothing about this. Why? Because much like a lot of you, I don't really watch Pearly Things. I watch Pearly Things from the perspective that you can't help but not watch her because YouTube has anointed her. And not the Black Manosphere, YouTube. If you have 1.3 million subscribers on YouTube, that literally means that every breathing human being with a cell phone and the YouTube app downloaded and it have seen her thumbnails at least once. I guarantee that. If you understand how the analytics work, if somebody has 1.3 million subscribers, no, the small fishbowl pocket of the Black Manosphere cannot anoint somebody to be that big. We can't. We would anoint ourselves to be that big. If you have 1.3 million subs, that means YouTube has shown your thumbnails to practically the entire universe. That means YouTube has chosen and anointed this person. Now, that person can do the work, can produce good content with good titles and good thumbnails and know how to work the search engine and spam the algorithm with 18 uploads a day, and then eventually, you'll win. That's how YouTube works. And now everybody who does that doesn't win, but that's the formula. That's the formula. She did it, she won. It is nonsense to try to make it seem as if people just want to just suck this woman's toes. And that's why she blew up and got big. Because we saw an average at best white chick talking manosphere points. Like, no. That's not how it happened. That's how people want to portray it. That was a BS argument that came out of pro-black sectors that just wanted to criticize and take a crap on the Black Manosphere. And so, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. But all right, I did enough pre-rambling. We got 300 people in here. I can tell this is going to be a lively show. RM, start putting the link in the chat room for disagreements. I will stop the show for a disagreement. I will stop the show if you got a disagreement. You can come up now. No, wait, take that back. I take that back. Don't put it in there. Don't put it in there yet. Because I already know people just gonna see the link and just gonna take it without. let me talk. Let me review this a little bit, and then we're gonna put it in there for disagreements at first, then for any damn body that want to come up. But all right, let's go ahead and get into this.
she got ran over by a car, and that was who ran her over.
No, she got a lot.
So it's making things up.
Let me go back to the beginning.
When it come to Adam in this, you fell for you sycophantic interloper.
All right, let's go.
So where am I going to start with this here? Well, first and foremost, I'm going to start with everyone's favorite new sycophantic interloper, Just Pearly Things here. And some of you are fans, unthinking individuals in your own right. That's okay, because we're here to hurt your feelings in that regard, because you fell for it. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Just Pearly Things, she basically is a little white girl who made...
All right, now see somebody in the chat says Jason is probably going to roast Bernard for this stream. Jason will not roast me for this stream. Why? Because my channel is smaller than his. He only mentions the name of people who's bigger than him, as he should. Good strategy. Good strategy. Only take shots at those are higher and try to get people who listen to them to distrust them so they can watch you. Like, that's the strategy. So no, he will not respond directly to anything I have to say. Like, that's just a wrap. That's a done deal wrap. I'm not remotely concerned about that. that's not an issue. This is just me riffing. Don't worry. This is just me riffing about something.
Very few bones about the fact that she just saw this as something she can make money off of, and she has been an interloper into it ever since. She has no connection to black people of the black street whatsoever. I warned people about this from day one, and a bunch of folks tried to ignore that.
Now, okay. The partial truth in what he said right there, the partial truth in what he said right there is that yes, she did legitimately see this as something that she could make money off of. But what is this that she can make money off of? The spin move is to try to say that she's some white woman making money off black culture. When I listen to her content, and keep in mind, I listen to it for research purposes. I don't just pull up a chair, sit Indian style, and watch Pearly Things. Like, I don't give a damn what she got to say. But as a YouTuber, yeah, I see somebody blow up on YouTube that fast, I'm going to study their content. So I study content strategy. but just like listen to, I'm going to want to learn at the feet of Pearly Things. Like, no. That's not what's happening. Where he's accurate is that, yes, she saw that red pill and manosphere and all of that was blowing up in 2020. And she latched on and hopped on it and did her research. She a quick study. She learned all the stuff, the odds and ends, read every book, and got the information ingrained in her head. And now she spit it back out. She spit it back out, and sometimes she's pretty good at spitting it back out. But either way it go, she basically has all but said she learned this stuff and then spit it back out. All right, cool. That part is true. But the part where the nonsense came in is when he's trying to make it seem like the thing that she's using for money is black culture. She's not using black culture for money. Now, what she's doing, what she's latching onto, what she's hopping onto is the red pill manosphere momentum that Kevin Samuels created, that Fresh and Fit created. That's what she's latching on. Refuting female bullshit arguments is the new wave. Speaking up, finally challenging the narrative that's put out there from women, from feminism, from wokeism, or whatever. Challenging that is the new thing. She hopped on that and took it to the moon. That's what she did. It's not a thing. It's when you watch her channel, you see black people on her channel, but when you listen to them talk, they sound like they from Liverpool or some stuff. They sound like they got the weird accents. Like, weird. That's not Black American culture. You don't see that on her show. You hear people with their funny accent over there having those discussions about relationships. You see people with funny accents having and forgive me for talking about them like that, but anyway, people with funny accents having their discussions about relationships. That's what you see over there. That's what her show is. That's what her show is. And I think it is deliberate that she, has a lot of racial diversity on her show. I think that part is deliberate, but I don't see her trying to, be like some orbiter or person who overseeing Black culture in some kind of way. I don't see that. I see a white girl running a YouTube channel talking about relationships, and she get a bunch of Black or Blackish or white British chicks to come in and talk about it, and you got dudes with you know got dudes with dreadlocks and stuff sounding like they're from Liverpool or whatever, and it's like, how is that how is that her invading the cookout in Black America? It's like when you get to the point where your channel is that big, where you got 1.3 million subscribers, that's not it's not even a Black channel. It's not a Black manosphere channel. That is just a general YouTube channel. Her stuff is like YouTube broad. YouTube broad. That's it. That's like she's in the YouTube algorithm. All right. That's what she's taken over. That's what she's taken over, the YouTube algorithm. She's not she's not managing Black culture or Black people. She don't even talk generally about, I don't even hear her talk about Black people. I just hear a chick who basically saw a business model that was being executed by men and put her own little spin on it, reinvested the money she made. Plus, she got a rich dad, so invested some of daddy's money, hired a team, a staff. She got people that edit her, slice up her content, put out 18 videos per day, editing her live streams and all of that. She basically just used her daddy's money and the money that she made from it and invested it all back in. She got a staff. She basically made a vertical business out of Black YouTube. I mean, she made a vertical business out of a YouTube channel, and Black YouTube noticed it after she had like 500,000 subs. To try to spin that as if as if Black people are looking up at her as a white mama is like, that's goofy. That's goofy. All right. Put that super chat that SKC sent back up there. And forgive my ignorance when it comes to other cultures and other accents. And I don't even know where she lives. I don't even know where she's at overseas doing the stuff she's talking about. But okay, SKC said with the $5 super chat, do appreciate that. Thank you for putting 5 on it. Says, unpopular opinion. Many people just don't want to accept that the chick outworked a lot of other people. Giving props to the white girl is a carnal sin to them. Thank you for putting 5 on it, but I think you're right, but that's not really the biggest thing. It's not that they don't want to acknowledge that she outworked them. I don't think that's it. I think what it more so is that maybe it's connected. But I think more so what it is that they want to use her as a way to take shots at other people. They want to use her as a way to take shots at other people, to play on the idea that Black people want a white savior complex. That plays well to a pro-Black audience, to try to say that these non-pro-Black people want a white savior. So they're using that. They're using that. But we got to get into it, because it's a lot of meat on the bones here. But his argument. Okay, as he says, I can prove what I said using Jason Black own words. Okay. All right. I think you're not tripping. And RM is telling me she's from London. Okay. Yeah, I really don't care where she's from. I don't care where she's from. Like I said, I didn't know about her, and most of you didn't know about her until she blew up. But anyway, let's roll it.
Going to come to Adam in just a few moments. So for those of you who came here for Adam No Jumper, I'm going to get to know Jumper here in just a little bit. But I haven't heard nearly as many people say as much about just Pearly things recently. Because while everyone is talking about how Adam and No Jumper were sitting there talking to Richard Spencer, I didn't hear too many people here talking about how just Pearly things did an interview a couple of weeks ago with Nick Fuentes.
Okay, now the reason that I didn't talk about Pearly things doing an interview with Nick Fuentes is because I didn't know. A lot of people didn't know. The black that's proven right there in his own words that the black sector, rather we talking black manosphere or black YouTube, don't really fuck with her that much. They don't. 1.3 million subs. If every black person, or especially everybody connected to the black manosphere, stopped watching her completely, her channel wouldn't miss a beat. This is a white woman entertaining white people entertaining mostly white people with red pill manosphere talking points. Like, that's what's happening. It is fake news to pretend like black people have anointed her as the leader. The only people that probably look at her as a leader is the black people in London who we don't identify with, don't relate to, are culturally completely different and separated from, that she invites on her show to sit in her studio and do the show with her. Those are the only black people that look up to her as a leader. Some black people from London who we know nothing about or who we're not even associated or connected to. Those are the only black people that have anointed her or looked up to her as anything important like that. Successful YouTuber, but people have basically, he's going to argue that she's like the face. She's leading the black manosphere. That's what's going to be the argument. But let's go.
Now, for those of you who are not familiar with the alt-right, or if you're so brain numbed that you don't remember the alt-right riot in Charlottesville, Virginia, then you don't know that Nick Fuentes is one of the notorious right-wing white supremacist personalities who was there. And just Pearly things felt like, well, this would be a wonderful person for her after all this time and all these years. All of a sudden, she wants to hold an interview with him. Not a debate, an interview. So I decided to go ahead and do the work of the media here, and I checked it out for myself. And let me tell you, yeah, they did exactly what you all are afraid of, what you'd be thinking about. What I want to do here is I want to start with Charlottesville, by the way. Let's go ahead and just start there because maybe Jason's making things.
He said she did what you all were afraid of. I don't know what one would be afraid of.
But she asked him about his credentials and why he is so controversial. And listen to what they say about Charlottesville.
Well, you know, the rest.
No, I don't even remember. So what happened? Someone died, didn't it?
Yeah, this woman died. And there's a lot. It's very contentious what exactly happened there because
there was a shooting. Is that what happened?
No, she got ran over by a car.
Oh, okay, it's a Charlottesville shooting, but
yeah,
on here. But okay, she got ran over by a car, and that was who ran her over.
This guy who was with this group called Vanguard America.
His name was James Alex Fields, and her name was Heather Heyer. I know, I did a documentary about it. Did you see how dismissive that was? And by the way, this sets the tone for just Pearly things. She spends this entire time acting like a dumb ditzy blonde. She's going to pretend that she doesn't know anything about any of this. But throughout the interview, she's going to keep snitching on herself and making it clear how much she knows. So she's going to spend the whole time pretending that she doesn't know anything about Nick Fuentes, even though you asked him to be on your program. She's going to pretend she doesn't know anything about the alt-right, anything about anti-Semitism, anything about white supremacy. And then periodically she's going to switch up when she forgets herself or he says something that she can't resist commenting on. And then all of a sudden she going to start letting the real thing come out.
Now, the early teaser trailer for what he was setting up right there And this is the part that my guy SKC had a lot of fun with, is that his central argument is that she used black people, which she didn't. She used the YouTube algorithm. Black people found out about her after she had 400,000 subs. But that's the argument. She used black people to grow up and build her channel. Now that she's become successful and got millions of subs, she's about to switch up or go back to, her roots. And what she's really doing all of this for is to push a white supremacist agenda. That's what she's doing. She's doing a full content switch where she's going to use her platform built by black people to facilitate white supremacy. That's that's the argument. The most logical, reasonable person would say that, okay, granted, she probably truly don't care about all this red pill manosphere stuff. A random white girl from the Midwest. Thank you, RM, for telling me that in the background. I knew she was from the States. I knew she was living in London. I knew she was a transplant over there. I'm talking about the people on her show are from London. But either way it go, I generally accept that this, white girl from the Midwest don't care that much about men's rights activism or men's issues that much. Okay, I can accept that. Like that's an easy conclusion. But she used it to get big and grow and make a huge platform. Make a huge platform. More than likely, what she's going to do is not join the alt-right. She's going to use that giant platform to basically start competing with, the Vlad TV or Adam 22 or the media takeout or whatever those major media platforms that interview people. That's just like that big thing that when you want to get views, you want to get hit, no matter where you're at, what you're in, and no matter what you got going on, whether you're a celebrity with a book that came out, or you're somebody who got some controversy, or she's going to move in that realm where she's just going to be interviewing everybody. She's dominated the whole manosphere talking points thing. Like she's right there eye to eye with Fresh and Fit and all of that. Yeah, she's not going to stay there forever because I don't think she's personally passionate about that. But yeah, she's going to transition to something. She's going to transition to being, this person who just covers broad content and brings people in from all views and walks and interview them and all of that. That's what she's going to be. However, the idea that, oh no, it's about to be full blown. I made it to the top. Now I'm about to push white supremacy. Like that's a reach. That's a reach that's founded on nothing, and you're gonna hear that a lot. You're gonna hear that a lot in this thing. Yeah, Jason Black comment section is funny. Hey, all right, now we can get that link in the chat for somebody who wants to come up and disagree with me. Damn shame how hard y'all go for Waddy. I don't give a damn about Pearly things. Put the link in the chat for the individual I just clicked on. I don't give a damn about Pearly things. Like I said, I didn't know about her that she had 500,000 subs. I was just shocked when I found out that the Black Manosphere somehow made her that big, and I never heard of her. That's all I was shocked about. That was the thing that puzzled me. That's what puzzled the hell out of me. But link is in the chat. If you got disagreement and you want to come up to speak your mind, by all means do it. But I think it's fake news pretending as if black people made her support her and keep her afloat. The only black people around her are those that she hired to be on her show. That's that's pretty much it. Now, there are some people in the Black Manosphere after she blew up and got anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million subscribers. There are some that decided to become, opportunists, which from a content strategy standpoint, you can't knock somebody. If somebody covers similar content that Pearl covers, and they got, 300,000 subscribers and she got 1 million subscribers, that is a collaboration that he should use to try to siphon off as much as he basically. I don't knock MTR for using her. Now, if MTR would have had her on when he had, let's just say MTR had 400,000 subs and she had 50,000 subs and he had her on, then you could say that he was bootlicking and just wanted to be next to a white woman. You could say that then. But when she brings the value of 1.3 million subs and MTR could come on there and talk his shit and drop his bombs and spit fire and whatever he do, and get active and all of that on her show, and people say, hey, I like this guy, and they subscribe to him, and now his channel is bigger. Why would you knock a black man? But I mean, you say they use us. Why would you knock a black man for using her? If they try to come up off of her, what's wrong with a black man saying, okay, she grew, she got big, I'm about to come up off of her, I'm about to steal her audience, I'm about to steal her shit. What's wrong with that? So some people that's connected to the black manosphere that did that, but didn't nobody kiss her ass when she was on the come up. But people did connect with her after she blew up for their own benefit and gain. Some people did that. Some people definitely did that. Shout out to Woke Quill. He says, racism is like ketchup. It can be put on practically anything, and demanding evidence of it makes you racist. Thomas Sowell. Shout out to Thomas Sowell. I found out in this stream when I was watching it that he has an issue with Thomas Sowell. He has an issue with Thomas Sowell, and that's when you leave the room. That's when you pretty much leave the room. Anybody who got a major issue, understand, put it like this. If you have a legitimate disagreement with Thomas Sowell, I respect it and I want to hear it, but that's one of the biggest problems that we do is when we outright dismiss people like Thomas Sowell. Now, I do see somebody in the back trying to make their way up. It says device is not connected. Get your device connected. Get your device connected so you can come on up. I'll roll a little bit more of it while I wait for you to get your device connected.
So I want you all to understand that going forward, she starts letting the real thing come out. And
somebody said that what I'm doing. What is that thing that you're asking me, am I doing? Is this content strategy? Yes. I've talked about this before, but I never put it in the title. I put it in the title, it blew up. Those are the 400 people in here already. I mean, I used to regularly get that, but lately, I've been getting this. So yeah. This is a spike in the numbers. This is a spike in the numbers. So yes. This is a content strategy. This is a content strategy. Not gonna deny that. But yeah, shout out to Woke Quill. Do appreciate you putting 5 on it. All right. I do got somebody here. Now, the link was there for disagreements. If you have a disagreement, I am all ears. If you have a disagreement with anything that I've said thus far, what have I said that you disagree with?
Oh, my bad. I thought you said this was general. My fault. I don't have a disagreement that much.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, the link is in there for disagreements. You come back up later in the show. I'll just open it up for just anybody who wants to talk, just wants to give their 2 cents on this topic. But it's somebody in the back who I do believe got disagreement, but he got Plantation Wireless over there or something. It's saying device not connected. Saying device not connected. I really wanted to hear from disagreements on this one. The main thing that black people, yes, we do try to find racism under every rock, every rock, every mattress or desert cactus to try to find, racism. We do that. I don't like that. I think that holds us back. Also, this notion that black people somehow elevated, lifted up, and made this woman great. The only people you could say that elevated, lifted her up is those people over in London. The people over in London that that be on her show, that she basically, many of them hired as employees. Those are the only black people that's truly connected her to, that you could really say, exalts her in any kind of way. Other than that, the YouTube algorithm anointed her, not black people, not the black manosphere. That is fake news. Only thing that happened is that some people did business and hopped on and collabed with her after she got big. And like, that's really how you do it. And that's sort of, to some degree, when it comes to female content creators, I reach out to them for one-on-ones when their platform is bigger than mine, when it's more benefit. It's only one that I reached out to for a one-on-one that was trying to platform. And that was Shay Sade. She had a smaller channel than me, and I reached out to her. Everybody else, if it was like a one-on-one discussion where, we're collaborating, normally they're going to be bigger than me. Normally I like, okay, they got some momentum. They got some momentum. Let me, as they're raising up, let me take a little bit of that with me too. You can't knock somebody for doing that. That's YouTube. They tell you YouTube 101. Collaborations is the best way to go. But all right.
They're talking about Charlottesville, and she's acting like she doesn't know what happened there. She's not sure what occurred. Now, when it goes on here, he's talking to her about Israel and Palestine, and she goes on the Ditzy Blonde routine again. It's really kind of embarrassing, but she does it and then starts telling on herself.
Issue.
He does do that Ditzy Blonde thing. If I didn't make that very clear, he is right. She does do the Ditzy Blonde thing. She does, she has a lot to say, and she knows a lot in some situations. And then sometimes when she gets stumped with a good question, then she does play the just a little woman, I don't know. She does play that game. She does play that game.
Mm-hmm. And so they blacklist.
Normally it manifests in her saying things like, well, I don't give advice. That's when somebody asks her a tough question. She says, I don't give advice. So I mean, there's some truth in that. Like, if you're good at studying people, you can pick up that the areas you could pick up that this is a business for her, and she studied it and learned it, and she figured out how to mass produce it. Like, that part is true. That part is true. If you understand business and you understand YouTube, she's a businesswoman first, and as far as her individual passion for it, I don't know.
Me, they cut me off. Then they went out everywhere to Media Matters, which is this left-wing hit piece mill, and they started sending clips from my show and saying, this guy's a Nazi, do hit pieces on him, call my boss, try to get me fired. So
tell me the Israel issue, because just for the average person isn't going to know what you're talking about.
Sure.
And I sure don't. So
yeah.
Well, now, did you hear that? So she tells on herself there. Tell them about the Israel issue, because the average person isn't going to know. Oh, and I certainly don't know. Heh.
Yeah, she plays that act. But either way it goes, we are joined by someone who has disagreement. We're joined by someone who has disagreement with me. So, welcome to the show. Your name is BB. What's going on? What you got? What have I said that you disagree with?
I disagree with the whole premise. I enjoy your show, but with a lot of these shows, whether it be about hardware, cars, or whatever, is you guys are good when you stick to your lane. But when you dove off into other things, just to give you an example, because I have no problem.
Wait a minute. How was this not my lane?
Okay. I just want to clarify, because I don't want no beef with you, because I enjoy your show. But
no beef.
Okay, because it's like with cars. Like I watch a lot of car videos. There's a car guy. If I say him, you'll probably know him. And everything is cool when he's talking about cars. But one time, he's a European, and he started talking about how they took over South Africa and things like that. And it's like, whoa. He was cool when he was talking about Ferraris and stuff, and then his true self came in there, and it's like, okay, it's like it was just a bad taste. This Pearly things, everything this guy Jason Black, and I don't agree with everything he does, because it's entertainment. All this stuff is entertainment, but the clips that he did, the stuff that she says, that's unacceptable, And the thing about it is, had she not said that, I mean, it was always questionable what she's doing, because even when she didn't have these numbers, I mean, she's hiring all these black people where she is, and to me, I always saw her as like Eminem and any other white person who's trying to profit off of what black people are
Okay,
successful in.
so when
That's
when
what
you
she
go
is.
to her channel, do you hear discussions about blackness, black culture type of topics? Do you hear any of that?
It's what I see. She got black people. I mean, she got more black people on her show than most of the black manosphere. I mean, and I'm not with
Well,
this whole
now
black
she don't got more black people on there, but it is a lot of black
on the
people on her
panel.
shows. Okay, all right, okay. So do you think black people from London, her seeking out black people from London to be in her studio to discuss relationship topics with her, you're looking at black people from London in a completely different culture than black Americans, speak a completely different accent, completely different background, a completely different, socialization, all of that, and they're just talking about man-woman dynamics in relationships. Do you seriously see that as her trying to like come to the cookout over in America? That's the connection
No,
that I'm not seeing. Like, y'all's
no,
basically, like, they're basically saying that that's the argument. When you follow it all the way to its logical conclusion, they're saying that black America anointed and exalted her as their leader, and that is bullshit.
no. What you're saying is like when Eminem came out, he only wanted to be king of Detroit. No. This YouTube, this is a worldwide thing. When
Mm-hmm.
if let's keep everything confidential. But I am on the West Coast. Your whole analysis, how you believe the algorithm helped her, that was all wrong. There are people
Whoa.
who wait. Let me finish. Let me
Go
explain.
ahead. Go ahead.
There are people out there that got like 10 million, 20 million people subscribers that I never heard of. In fact, these biggest people, I never heard of them until you guys, not you, but people in the manosphere, black people have brought them up. I didn't know. I never heard this Pootie Pie thing and this beastie, whatever that garbage is. That's never came across my stream. I've been on YouTube since.
It don't really come across mine, but hold on, I'm hearing some background noise. I'll mute you real quick. That's not how it works. Okay. Just because you had never heard of PewDiePie and Mr. Beast, like, those are literally the two biggest YouTubers in the universe. One of them got like 131 million, other one I think over 100, but I think both of them got like over 100 million subscribers. Like, I think they joined YouTube right when YouTube first became YouTube, and have accumulated a metric fuck ton of subscribers. I didn't know who they were until somebody started mentioning them, but then once I finally took the time to go click on their stuff, I'm like, yeah, these thumbnails look familiar. I've seen these thumbnails before. I just didn't find it interesting, so I didn't click on it. So yes, YouTube did YouTube did present them. So when you're saying that I was wrong in my analysis when I say that YouTube, the algorithm sent her stuff out to everybody. Like, okay, how did she get 1.3 million subs if YouTube didn't send her thumbnails out to the whole damn universe? Because let me preface that by saying this: the black manosphere is relatively small. It's really a fishbowl. Your channel was going to struggle if it's just. Oh wait, no, I got you muted for too long. Hold on, I asked a question. You did. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I had you muted.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, we're almost saying the same thing. So let me clarify. Okay, it's pretty much what Kevin Samuels did. Kevin Samuels, he like crossed over, and I saw, when Kevin Samuels first, like, not when he first came up, but when he got his image where it was successful, I started watching him, and through him I discovered this whole thing, and also because he had other races, I'm sure that's how people discovered her. But in terms of, even when he said, "Oh, she works hard," I have no doubt that you work hard. Everybody works hard. I'm tired of black people always crediting white success. Oh, because they work so hard. We work harder than anybody else. And so I don't want to get
and when people,
over that.
Hold on. But when black people like Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit, when they work hard, they tend to succeed. But then there's also black people like Jason Black who's succeeding and he's working hard, but his hard work, just for whatever reason, hasn't yielded him 1 million subs. But he's still working hard and he's still successful. Like working hard means that you will do well. It don't mean you will be at the top of the top. But I mean, we've seen examples of this white chick working hard and getting at the top of the top. We've seen Kevin Samuels work hard and get at the top of the top. We've seen Fresh and Fit do that. So yeah, so I don't see what your problem is.
No. I'm gonna say it right now. What the difference is, and that's the thing. I like what you guys do, but when it comes to black issues, it'd be better just not to touch that. The fact that you said that so calmly. Wait, let me finish. The fact that you said that so calmly.
My channel was about black people. My channel was about blackness. What you talking about?
Wait.
Not about blackness, but I mean, I cover black culture, but mostly as it pertains to the social dynamics between black men and black women. So, like my channel, pretty much every topic is de facto related to something associated with being black. So to say that we shouldn't cover black issues, that's weird.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm trying to be careful about, because I'm saying I like your stuff. I don't want to.
No, it's cool. We good.
All right. Because what I didn't want to say, now you forced my hand is and from Tony Sotomayor all the way down, I'm going way back until now, is the hot button issues when it comes to blackness in America. We can talk about all kinds of stuff, but if you don't touch on, here it goes, white supremacy, racism, slavery, black historical black issues that affect us to this day, and connect that into it, I mean, that's where the problem arises. And when I watched Kevin Samuels, and I remember the day.
But let me back up before you keep going forward. I think the problem where a lot of people bump heads, and it's a lot of people in the black manosphere that I got nothing but respect for, and we bump heads on this. Shout out to Edward Anderson, shout out to Keep It 100. There's a lot of them that we bump. We still cool. They're my guys, but we bump heads on this because I think when it comes to talking about slavery, Jim Crow, white racism, and oppression, I think our overemphasis on that is a big part of what's holding us back. It's hard to have that. We're in a system, we're oppressed in a system of white supremacy, and because what's baked into the cake of that discussion is there will always be this ruling power over you, and there's nothing that you can really truly do about it. That does not breed a type of mindset or a type of people that's going to be go-getters and go out there and climb that mountain or fucking run through it. It's a downtrodden, woe is me type of mindset. And so when you say that we can't have these black discussions unless we include our oppression and what them did to us back then and how that's still affecting us to this day. If you're saying that we can't even talk about blackness, you're basically saying black men can't be men. We can't stand up on our own 2 feet, beat our chest, and accomplish and build something in this world because we gotta talk about how what they did to us. Sir. Okay, sorry. That's what it comes off like to me.
No, because we're almost.
Hey, patriarchy strike. Hold on, real quick. Patriarchy strikes back. I see you in the back. You coming up next. We're about to wrap this up. You coming up next.
Sir, I just want to clarify because we're almost on the same page. What you said, I'm saying just the opposite. I'm saying don't talk about it. Keep because everything you guys do, because just like the car guy, the European car guy, when he's talking about cars, then he slipped into talking about colonialism. He shouldn't have never went there. Just stick to your thing. I remember where I was in my house when I heard Kevin Samuels mention Thomas Sowell, and I was almost done with him then. Because anybody who, I ain't talking about internet education, I'm talking about anyone who actually wrote reports and did research and actually studied African American history and see where this guy falls into. That's a button you don't want to touch, because that man is if you studied him, you wouldn't ever mention him with stuff that you're doing. The point of it is I'm saying the opposite. Don't include oppression, all those things that you guys don't like to talk about anyway. Cool, just don't talk about it. But when you drop parts of it in there, that makes normal people like turn off. One of the reasons why that attracted me to what you do is you specifically is because your image is totally different. You say a lot of the same things. I've been in corporate America for years. I know that the white people, they don't want people like you in corporate America. You have the key skills that makes white people successful. You appear like you have leadership qualities. You seem like you're tall. You got the voice. White people have your qualities. Are CEOs at multinational corporations. Now, let's not be silly that no, you don't have those same opportunities, even though you get the same skills. That's a fact. But we don't need to put that in the topic that you guys are talking about, because a lot of people aren't educated who they don't know. But in terms of relationship issues, y'all are good. But you just can't tip your foot into what's this last thing, the Jason Black thing. When you lumped him in with Pearly things like that, he can work 24 hours. He will never be successful because the topic he talks about is never going to take off in Mountain View, California, in YouTube. That's never going to fly.
All right, bro. All right. You're bouncing all over the place, but I did want to be respectful and give you the last word. You did engage. Honestly, we do got some disagreements, but so I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna get Patriarchy Strikes back up here. You took it. Yeah, you took it sort of down a rabbit hole that I didn't want to go to, but
of course not. I understand.
Either way, but well, it wasn't that I didn't want to go to. I'm moving on.
No, that's the thing. You shouldn't go down there. That's my point. Don't go down there.
You should. No. You're not going to put a cap on who can talk about black.
No, you can do it, but it's better for you not to.
No. Okay. No.
Let's just be honest.
What you want is, if you don't want people addressing the issues of black problems without including that all of these problems exist because of white people having their foot on their neck.
I'm saying do one of the other.
If a black man removes the white foot from his neck and stands up as a man and starts speaking on how nothing is holding me back, it's on me to roll up my sleeves and run through this mountain.
You have a problem with that.
You have a problem. No, I actually think black people should do for each other. I long for the day where there's so much black nepotism to where white people are filing lawsuits because black people hiring too many black people. I actually long for that day. I want to see that happen.
But that's not going to happen with that attitude, though.
How is it not going to happen?
Because if you have an attitude that everything is fine, well, then you're not going to do that.
I don't have an attitude of everything. I don't have an attitude. Yeah, look at Barack Obama, who became president, voted in by majority white people.
How many brothers did he bring up? Thank you.
Because he didn't activate enough nepotism. I'm pro nepotism. I'm pro black people busting their ass, building their shit, building their companies, and hire. Hold on. I know that he fucked up.
Okay.
I'm pro black people. I am pro black people being industrious, creating their shit, building it up, hiring black people, and building our own shit. And I think some people just want to stay down in the mud and fight the old war of Jim Crow. And if we build it, they gonna firebomb. They gonna do what they did in Tulsa. That's to me that is the worst mentality for black people to have. But I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna I'm bring up Patriarchy Strikes Back. No, you can't say I'm right, because when I said we shouldn't be having that mentality, you say shut up, stop talking about it, and only talk about it if you're going to say, yeah, that's what they did to us, and that's why we can't get ahead. But all right,
we don't need to hear that. If you believe people think that, let them think that. Let them go on Jason Black show. What you guys do is too important.
Okay.
Well,
all right. We going round and round. Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming on up. Patriarchy Strikes Back in the building. Patriarchy Strikes Back in the building. What's going on, man? What's going on? What you got on this? Have I said something you disagree with?
No, but hold on a second. Let me turn my mic down. I
think you agree with me with what I was saying about him, but you probably disagree with some aspects of what I was saying when I was talking about Pearly or whatever. But go ahead, take it from wherever you want to take it.
I came up because he said some stuff that was not true. Okay, I mean, and these are things. And first, his first point was that the people on YouTube don't want to hear people like Jason Black. That's incorrect. People on YouTube don't want to hear people like Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is the guy that's banned on every platform. People with your "we was kangs" and "we shall overcomes" and the white mans did this to us and colonialism is bad. That stuff is literally being shouted from all corporations right now. Like all corporations have to bend the knee with ESG scores. So I don't understand what he's talking about. Like this stuff is not what you're saying is not actually correct. So
right,
okay,
I brought him back up
Yeah.
because you addressed him, so only fair I bring him back up. I promise y'all I'm getting back into the video and shoot. All right, RM, make
Yes.
sure that you're getting. I mean, I know you're keeping track of all the super chats. I just can't see them. But it's almost 500 people in here. Make sure y'all support the stream. Make sure you support the stream. Appreciate each and every one of you. Hit the like button, support the stream, all that good stuff. We about to have an instant classic today. But all right, go ahead, Patriarch. Finish what you're saying. I'm gonna let them respond to it.
Yeah, just all of his like points are just incorrect. I mean, most of your points about your situation currently in the United States, your issues with Thomas Sowell, your issues with colonialism, these are all incorrect things. These are all like your views on this is incorrect. And that's why nobody wants to hear it, because it's old, right? Like you say that the things that the pro-black stuff nobody wants to hear. Yeah, you had your day in 2020. Like when 2020, when George Floyd was going on, that was your time. That's when everybody wanted to listen to how much of a victim you were. Companies were literally pouring millions and millions of dollars to hear about how you struggle and things like that. So the thing is, you had your time and that time is done, and nobody wants to hear this crap anymore.
All right, BB, you got it?
Yeah. You know, see, and that is why again, sir, we're not that guy, but we're bursting on it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, we're kind of on the same page, and because he's proved my point. What he said was almost childlike. It doesn't. It's you know there's no basis in reality for that. You know, I'm on the West Coast. You know, looking at the beach right now. I've worked my way through corporate America, being in many rooms where I'm the only black person there. So someone to say, well, hey, talk about Black Lives Matter.
Those of you who've been following this and been following me all this time.
Can I finish?
I know you can finish, but real quick, one quick.
Yeah. So all I'm saying
you said before, but you started it with the premise that if a black man works hard or has certain attributes or blah 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 blah, he's not going to be in this place or whatever. But here you are, you're in that place that you said black men can't get to. So I think it would be more effective for you to talk about what you did, what attributes you had, what skills did you acquire?
No. Wait, sir. Okay. Okay, that's a fair question, but just give me just 5 seconds to clarify.
Okay.
When I said that is you mentioned again Jason Black in the same sense where all these other people like you know with Kevin Samuels and all. I'm saying if he worked double as hard as they did, his content, his subject matter is not going to hit off the way those.
Nobody wants to hear that stuff anymore. It's all been debunked.
I mean, hey, can I finish? Can I finish
Yeah,
what I was saying?
Okay,
I'm going to answer you directly of what I did. Okay, so in terms of what I did in the real world, not on internet, is I just went to school, I got degrees, universal levels, kept applying for jobs. And it took about 20 years to finally get some attention and to finally get to some positions, finally make some investments. You know, it's nothing that I did that I can tell a black child, say, hey, do what I did, because it was random. And that's usually like whether you want to consider Barack Obama black or whatever, usually most black success, it's random. It's not like, hey, this is the path. Hey, all y'all follow me here. No, it wasn't like that. Hey, guess what? You know what, sir? It took some lawsuits too. It took me actually suing folks to get them to do what I want them to do. So I'm sorry, I don't have the magic wand. No, there's no magic wand. But I'm just saying it was a lot of random events that got me where I am today. So I wish I could say, hey, because if I could do that, your whole prototype, you could be way more successful than me.
But the thing is this, right? But the thing is this: you talked about corporate America, right?
Yeah, which is where I'm from. Yes.
Let me finish. You're from corporate America. I got you, right? So I don't know where that is, but you talk about corporate America. You talk about you went to colleges. You talk about what positions you achieved. Or where were the idea of corporations created? Who came up with the idea of incorporating for different tax liability? Who came up with the idea of things going public? Who came up with all of these things that you're using? Because
Do I get the answer? Or
you said black people work harder than everybody else. That's what you said earlier. So the corporations that you're in, because number one, you're in California, a state that was, that's bending over to just give black people everything with the reparations and all that kind of stuff, and all the laws that they have where they have to have so many women on their board. So we know California is not a meritocracy at all. But tell me all of the companies that you felt you could just walk into, and just because you were black, you should be jetted to the top. Who built those companies?
okay, so I guess I can speak now. All right. To answer your question about the corporate form of business, had you studied that, have you took the basic law courses, you'll find that when you have that white professor teaching that, what he's dancing around, the first corporations were trade. And what were they trading? They were trading you and me, slave ships. So
that's wrong.
If
that's
you
wrong.
take the time,
that is
wait,
wrong.
no, I didn't interrupt that, brother. I didn't interrupt him. I didn't. Let me finish. You can go to forget the internet. You can go to any library and look at the oldest worldwide corporations, going from India to all of that, and that's what they were trading. So that's the history of the corporate form of doing business. There's nothing special about the corporate form of doing business. You can have a partnership, it doesn't matter. The point of it is it's dominated by white people, and to say that we don't work hard enough, that's you're not going to get anywhere with that. I had to literally sue folks to get to where I am now. I sued.
Oh, poor baby.
So and when you talk about California, let me answer your question. When you talk about California is definitely anti-black heterosexual male. Sure, if you're a woman, sure, if you have 3 legs, I'm going to get into details. I don't want to affect this brother's stream, but if you have some of those, I'll call them deviant characteristics, California is a place for you. But if you're heterosexual, family, black male, no, there's no preference for you. You're going to get discriminated against unless you sue. That's the fact.
There's a lot of things in society.
You don't know that.
Man, come on, Barnard. Don't try to divert. First off, the first thing that you said, the idea of corporate America was created by slavery. That's wrong.
That's what they traded in. If you don't know that, what do you need to know?
That's what he said.
If you don't know that, then you don't need to know.
No, you're wrong. What you're saying is
then you don't know. You just
you're
don't know.
wrong.
You just don't know.
Hold on. Hey, wait, bro. BB. He let you talk. All right. He was quiet.
He interrupted me. He said one time, but go ahead.
That's fair enough. But you did end up getting it all out. Let's try to let him get it all out.
Okay.
All right.
So we all know that he's wrong, right? I asked you where the idea of incorporation came from. Right? You told me that it came from the slave trade. You attributed it to the slave trade. That's wrong. Okay? Like this is what I'm talking about, this pseudo history. You have a massive entitlement complex. And I didn't say black people didn't work hard. You said black people work harder than everybody else. I said that that's incorrect. Okay? I said that that's incorrect. So the ideas of incorporation, number one, came from like British common law and then derived to the United States government. So the idea that what you're saying is wrong. So like, this is what I'm talking about. You're coming up here with pseudoscience, but going back to California, then what you're trying to do is you're trying to divert it to like some feminist or some LGBT thing. No, California, these tech companies are all about being inclusive. Most of the companies in California, they pride themselves on inclusivity. And that usually means not judging people by their work, but judging them by the color of their skin. And so what I'm telling you is the very things that you think you are entitled to, you did not create those things. So let's be honest here. The civilization.
Hold on, wait. I can push back on that, but put it like this. Yeah, you could say that he didn't create it. What difference does that make if some random white guy who born in the trailer but went to school and got some education and then he tried to go and get a job at one of those corporations? He didn't create it, but he's an American citizen. This man is an American citizen.
White people?
That's what I was going to say.
There we go. That's
no. Wait, hold on. Wait, real quick. You can make that point that he's basically bashing the people that he hate for treating him how he essentially, based off his ideology, says they should treat him. So even if he does think that, I think his stance and his position should be not so much that they got to give me a job, even though they will give him a job. He did give him a job. He said he had to sue somebody or something. I don't know what the deal with that is. But it seemed like the position would be more of a build your own type of thing versus that.
The point that I'm making is in life, there are winners and there are losers. There are cultures who won and there are cultures who lost. And the cultures that won created a lot of good things. So I just don't understand how people whose culture really didn't create the things that they're trying to operate in think that they have entitlement to things that they did not create. Like, I just don't understand. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to be very, very clear.
We're all Americans. See, this is where I have my disagreements with you, patriarchy.
Let's go.
We're Americans, and I know you accept that. All right,
I do.
I don't take it back to slavery, but yes, our ancestors helped build this country. Our men fought in every war for this country. All right, we're citizens of this country. We pay taxes to this country and fund the government of this country. So I don't think you can make that argument. You're basically saying. You're making we're second class citizen and white supremacy. That. Okay, yeah, never but that's that argument. So I'm thinking you and him.
That's not my argument.
All right, because it sounded like you and him got more agreement than what you think when you make that argument.
No, my argument is this, right? Is that people only knew slavery was wrong until a certain group of people declared it as wrong. Slavery was the status quo of the world. Like, it's not something.
Why does that matter in this conversation?
It matters because now everybody wants to milk, and it matters now because people like this want to milk how wrong it was.
Good. Okay.
So for example, let me give you an example, Bernard. If 200 years from now, somebody said, I cannot believe those people used gasoline in their cars. I cannot believe those people used iPhones that came from coltan mines where little kids were dying in. People would look at that as barbaric. Things change with the world. Back then, because everybody wants to milk what happened back then. It's all about milking what happened back then. But when you look at the rules back then, this technically wasn't against the rules.
And that's where I'm with that. That's where me and you rejoin again, because I'm with you that yes, that's what was going on back then. Yes, that was fucked up. We should not be trying to live in it's still happening to this day.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still oppressing us and holding
People
us
should
back.
be focused on right now. And if you want to focus
on
right now
and the future,
I will have the conversation with you on right now. But if you want to focus on back then, then I'm going to have the conversation with you about back then. Because the fact of the matter is this: if Western Africa had a competent military, a system of law and order, a system of healthcare, it would have been them enslaving people and not vice versa. There's nothing genetic about white people for this to happen. One group of people had the advantage and they used their advantage to go out and pillage other people. That's just the way of the world. Now that we're living in a civil society, those rules have been done away with. It's the same rules that were present everywhere else. So for people to say, well, white people did something like this, like that, if Shambuku wasn't sitting around in a hut sewing straw together and actually had a brain, he would have done the exact same thing that the British East India Company did.
Oh, he looked it up. See, that's what I'm talking about. Now, see, he finally slipped up because he knows the British Indian. See, I was just about to hit that. That's where education comes in. That's what a corporate form of doing business was
wasn't the
really
first
created.
company.
No. Now, I didn't interrupt you one time because you finally said something that was correct. Because if you study you go, Bernard, anyone who's listening to this, go to your library, look. Not I'm saying you don't know that, but I'm saying anyone who wants to really know, you look at any law book, the first year contract law, whatever you're going to pick. Those are the corporations that they will use as an example of the corporate form of doing business. There was no America then. This is international stuff. That's where it started. And their main cargo of trade that made them they were trading in like perfumes and like herbs and things like that. But what made them blow up was trading humans. Okay, so that's just a fact. We shouldn't even be arguing.
Yes,
but
yes,
wait,
that's
Bernard,
Those are all good.
I'm gonna let
Those
that
are
go.
all good historical fun facts. Those are all good historical
But
fun
the thing
facts.
is this.
And in the name
no.
of
Hold on a second, Bernard.
scholarship
Bernard. He just proved my point.
Wait,
Bernard.
Bernard.
He just
Let me finish my thought. Let me
Hold on a
finish my
second.
thought.
Stuttering man.
No, you're interrupting. You're
Who
interrupting.
created
Bernard,
that company?
Come on, man.
Who created that company? Who created that company?
Come on.
Was it black
I'm
people
going to
that
answer all your
created the
questions.
company?
Let me, Bernard, can I talk? Oh, all right.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
go ahead.
So, all right. This is the reason why I support the topics that you do. But when you get into a whole nother topic, which is cool, this is deep. I'm not saying that you need to believe one or the other, but I'm just saying to have a guy like here to start throwing bombs to make it seem like, oh, whoa, that's all the past. What he's saying is, and I'm looking at you, Bernard. I'm sure you must have played some sports. What he's saying is, it's like, well, we didn't play four quarters or whatever sport. This been.
Damn, he just
I'm glad he's going to the sports point.
Everything fair. Bernard, I can take you into Google right now. I'm assuming you're about 6'4", you big guy, you know, and I'm not education. Let's say you have education. They will be terrified of you, just your presence. So that whole thing he's talking about that's changed, that hasn't changed. They are still terrified of the black man, you know, because ain't nothing about you that comes off soft or weak. But again, get someone who looks like you, come out soft and weak. Yeah, they will give you that job, in human resources. But you're not going to be CEO. You're not going to be vice president. Google has so few black people working for it that when they report how many black people that work for it, they don't say black people. They say minorities. So they lump in Hispanics, and they hire way more Hispanics than do black people. These are statistics that go through the whole Silicon Valley. I know that because.
Okay.
I think he's about to say that. Okay, well, go ahead.
The point I'm making is this, right?
We veered far off. I do want to land the plane back. Hold on, wait, real quick.
That's that Barack Obama stuff. That's all he's talking about.
Okay.
It's not like that.
Let me. I can't even.
I do want to land the plane back on the somewhere near in the vicinity of the subject.
So
let's wrap this up.
You didn't create anything. You didn't build anything. You got beat.
He was talking reckless. He was talking.
You got beat.
Yeah.
You said that.
Who is you? Is this guy white? Is he white?
Are weak. You are weak. You are a weak man. You are weak. You're like on here. No, Bernard. Let me finish. You're on here in somebody else's company that you didn't build. You're in somebody else's company. You're weak. No, why is it? Hold on a second. No, but hold on, Bernard.
Everybody that works there, other than the person that built.
But look at the one. Okay. Look at the one who's complaining. Look at the one who's complaining.
He shouldn't be complaining.
Exactly.
He shouldn't be complaining.
Yeah, but the courts agreed with him.
You got beat.
Real quick.
Go get it back in blood.
Real quick.
Go get it back in blood.
You're saying.
Go ahead, Bernard.
But this is what I don't understand.
Hold on.
This is what I don't.
You're saying that he's in a company that he didn't build. So is the white guy working next to him.
Is the white guy on your show complaining?
No, so you
got
grounds to tell him.
My point exactly.
I'm trying to help you.
No, you're not. You've only gotten what you've got. The thing about
you have nothing.
You know what makes you so. Hold on a second. You know what makes you so weak, right? Like
I'm trying to show you a way out. But you're too arrogant to hear it.
A way out by what? By begging
you're
white
totally
people for
trapped.
stuff? By begging for white people for stuff? By complaining to white people for giving you stuff?
Or boyfriend.
Like, what are you talking about? You're complaining to white people to give you stuff instead of taking it.
I sued them and I got it. Okay.
No, you didn't.
The legal system. What do you use?
Hold on. I do want to explore that. Hold on. Patriarchy strikes back.
Hold on, wait, real quick. Sue them? No, they got it back in blood. You're weak.
Real quick, dude.
You're begging them to give you stuff.
You sued. We live in a system of white supremacy that's holding us back. Yet when they get caught being white supremacists, you could sue them. Like, that's weird. Like, that sort of debunks the whole. Like, I mean, it's okay. All right, we gonna move on. I do want to. I don't know how we got this far away from the topic. We was discussing the whole Jason Black Pearly things issue. I suppose this was interesting, but the way that we veered off, and I don't even know how we got here. Arian, put super chats on the screen. Put the super chats on the screen. Let me acknowledge the super chats real quick before we move back on. Before we move back on. Any super chats that I haven't read, I know I haven't read, at least I don't think I've read all of them. At least I don't think I've read all of them. Shout out to everybody who support the stream. Shout out to Charles Merchant, says Jason Black is just RBR. Okay, I don't go that far. No. He's not RBR. He went really far left. With a lot of this stuff. but no, I cannot call him RBR. He has a slight hatred for Smecky. I don't know who's that Becky with an S. I don't know why you. Oh, yeah, okay. That's a new one on me. That's a new one on me. Thank you for that super chat. Do appreciate everybody supporting the stream. I will get them all up here. I will read all of them. He said, "What's the bounty to get this dude off the show?" $50. setting the $50 bounty. Setting the $50.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Appreciate your hoop jargon. Putting your last $2 on it. Appreciate it. All right. We're gonna roll some more of the tape. We're gonna roll some more of the tape, and I guess I'll go through it. I'll go through it with Yah here. I may go through it solo, then just bring more people back up as some disagreements come in. But all right.
You recognize hardcore white supremacist strategy when you see it.
Oh yeah, this is a good part. This is a good part right here. Okay, and this sort of speaks to what BB is getting at, and there's this thing that happens and takes place where we get obsessed with this whole thing about what they like. We think that they wake up every morning thinking of how they're going to oppress us. We wake up not thinking about what we're going to do, but no, how they're going to oppress us. That's what it turns into. And he's basically he's saying that this is where he does get on some RBR sounding stuff, where it's basically everything is their plot plan, white supremacist strategy. That's what Pearl.
You know why that is?
I have my theories, but go ahead. What's yours?
So if somebody was beating you, right? Like if somebody was physically beating you, if white people were as bad as you said that they were, right? You would not be publicly talking about it. Like if the only reason people publicly talk about this is so that they can cry to the referee and get other people to feel sorry for them. And they know by white guilt, which is this other guy right here, you know that the only way you can survive is by white people feeling sorry for you. Racism doesn't work. You're pointing at white people and calling them racist because you know that calling them racist will get you something. It doesn't work on Hispanics. It doesn't work on Asians. It doesn't work on Indians. It doesn't work on any of those other groups of people. You only can get, so for example, you can sue other people by calling them racist. That's the reason why people do it.
That was one of the things that she said that people thought was the most egregious, where she said, she made this statement, and I know you agree with that. And his Patriarchy Strikes Back race was questioned. He's a Patriarchy Strikes Back.
No,
is
you don't have to explain it.
No. I know I don't have to, but I do. I want to. He's a African American. All right, he's half black, half white. But yeah. Anyway, for those people that was curious, that's what it is. But
I'm Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, I respect.
Oh
that.
no. Who else do they love to run behind? Oh, I'm Colin Kaepernick.
yeah. But
you know, y'all love running behind.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal, and this was viewed as one of the most egregious things that she said that I'm think you're probably going to agree with. She said some aspects of slavery was, I don't know if she used the word embellish. She said it was bad, but she did say something like aspects of it was exaggerated. Now, I don't know if that's true, but because I mean, slavery is slavery, and it's bad. Even if it was normal at the time, it was bad. If a person don't have freedom, that's bad. It's an end of. Nothing to debate there. But what she did say, and not that she's the first one to say it, because we say stuff like this all the time. And like I always say, I know where she gets her talking points from. I know she parrots talking points that she hear men say, white men, black men, whether it's Rollo, whether it's Kevin Samuels' Ghost. She's constantly quoting stuff that men say. Well, one of the things that we point out when we get deep into these conversations is that black people, that we get on some stuff where we're like, we're on some if let's just take, for example, when the movie Roots came out. When the movie Roots came out, and and all that racism or the brutality of slavery was just put on the big screen. And that's sort of the example that she used. When all that racism and brutality was put on the big screen, Black people was able to use that as like a card, a chip. You know, it was basically like it's a form of control. And I say that we don't have the type of top down type of power that we talk about that white people have, but like we've advertised, and I guess Jews do it too, but we've advertised the victimhood aspect of our history enough to the point to where basically if they say anything bad about us on TV, we can get their ass fired. You know, so that aspect of it, promoting the victimhood, does garner some control. It does. And I think that's part of where I think that's part of the narrative, and I think that's part of what you was getting at. But I'll roll some more unless you want to comment on that, what I say right there. But Jamar81 says, I can't stand it when folks use pro-Black, paranoid, every white person is racist talking points, then call others. I was in the middle of reading that one. Yeah, okay, there you go. Pro-Black talking points, then call others names if they disagree with them. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. I see some people got a problem with what I just said. If you got a problem with what I just said, the link is in the chat. You can come up and argue your point if you have a problem with what I just said.
So she tells on herself there. Tell about the Israel issue, because the average person isn't going to know. Oh, and I certainly don't know. Now, for those of you who've been following this and been following me all this time, you recognize hardcore white supremacist strategy when you see it. You recognize hardcore white supremacist strategy when you see this. So she's barely being subtle anymore because she knows the points that she wants to make. So she's trying to tiptoe around it and tiptoe through it, but she keeps telling on herself.
That I was like, yeah, okay. But then I started to
break it down a little. Israel versus Palestine. You're saying that there's like a war there going on?
Yeah.
God, she's
now she doesn't know about the conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and yet she's engaging in a conversation specifically asking about the Israelis and the Palestinians. This is insulting to people's intelligence.
Now, this is where I agree with him, where she does play the dumb. She plays the dumb ditzy blonde act a lot when it's convenient. Like when it's convenient, she knows a lot. When it's not convenient, she don't know nothing. So she plays that act.
I got to go here in a minute, but the thing is this, right? I don't believe in all the begging people to feel sorry for you so you can get equality stuff, but I'm not a big fan of squirrely things at all. I'm not a big fan. Yeah. So like, I may not agree with everything this guy has to say in terms of his political ideologies, but I'm not a fan of her. Like, and just it seems to be very interesting. And I want to make this point before I leave. But this is her second interview with somebody that's been banned all across social media, and yet she's still up. And so, like, this is what I'm saying, when these women can come in and they can say the same things or play these roles and never get banned off social media. So with that, I'll go ahead and end.
All right, cool. Thanks for coming on through. All right, BB, I'm gonna drop you down. We are joined by Psychopatheus. Welcome back. Always love when you come up and stop on through. But go ahead. I know you got serious disagreement with me. But before we get to you, Freeman's Journal in the building. We're putting 5 on it. It says Hoop Jargon Media, Bernard Riley. No bounty. I want a piece. Be there in a few. Well, unfortunately, the gentleman is gone. The bounty system normally works when I just got an open panel with like 6, 7, 8 people on it. So we probably will get to that later in the show. But Psychopatheus in the building. What's on your mind? What have I said that you have a disagreement with?
Peace. Oh, you got bounties out. I already know they about to get me up out of here. What's good though?
What's up? What's up? What's on your mind?
Not much. I didn't catch the beginning part of your show, so I'm not exactly sure fully where your position is. I only caught about the last 15, 20 minutes, maybe.
And hold on, real quick.
She wants
hold on.
him
Oh, damn,
to
I
do
didn't
all
even
that.
play that. I didn't even play that. RM, put Psychopathia's links in the chat. Put Psychopathia's links in the chat. I know it's some Jason Black people in the audience that probably would like Psychopathias. I know my audience can't stand them, but I got a lot of Jason Black people over here that probably rock with Psychopathias we talking about. But go ahead, you got it.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering, like, what is it that he said that's the point of contention? What got everybody up in his feelings? The fact that they put a mirror up in everybody's face? Because I'm a little bit confused.
Well, okay, my biggest point of contention. I mean, I think it's goofy. This is the secondary point of contention. I do think it's goofy that he's trying to argue that her interviewing Nick Fuentes is her growing her channel, getting it that big, and now she's about to roll out her white supremacist strategy. Dun, dun, dun. I think that's ridiculous. But my main thing,
you really think that?
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. But the main thing that I'm on is it's bogus and it's nonsense to try to make it seem like she got this big due to Black people, or particularly the Black manosphere elevating her, promoting her, and sucking her toes, or whatever the hell he said. He said they want to put their lips around her asshole or whatever. Like it's like that's nonsense. We didn't know who this chick was until she got like 300, 400, 500,000 subs. She was already going to the moon by the time she was even on our radar. So I think it's a lot of bullshit arguments that's coming out of that, like Black people exalted and elevated her. And I'm like, she got a 1.3 million subs. That's a wide YouTube audience that don't got shit to do with this fishbowl of an algorithm called the Black manosphere. But he's trying to argue that like we're the dummies who she grew off of our backs and we exalted her. And then now look, she's heel turning or going white supremacist. Now she's rolling out some white supremacist strategy. I just think that overall is that's overall nonsense. So you could respond to that, or you could just pick up something that you
well, to my knowledge, right now, I'm not an expert on this chick. I know a little bit about her or whatever, but I don't watch her content, so I'm not going to pretend like I got all the in and outs. But to my knowledge, before she started rocking with Kevin Samuels, she was still getting attention from Black men. Now, it might not have been for the manosphere because she was messing with a Black dude, if I ain't mistaken, right? Like before she even started messing with Kevin Samuels, she was messing with a Black dude. And
I think some Black dude that make TikTok or Instagram.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
she was messing with him. They had shit.
Yeah, and that's kind of where she but she did get like 1 million followers after she started messing with the manosphere, right? Like because you said she had like 300,000, now she got 1.3. That's 1 million extra followers. That's a large growth in a short amount of time, because she's only around the manosphere about a year, maybe 2 years.
Prove as Black men. Prove as Black men.
She was more she was more connected with the white manosphere, but I'm like, if you get that big, you've ascended beyond manosphere red pill isms and schisms, where they're sending
I agree, it's the white manosphere as well. I agree. It was also the white manosphere, because that's where Nick Fuentes is from. He represents that white manosphere type crowd and everything else.
Do he really?
But all those white supremacists run that red pill space over there. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought that's okay. Maybe he will be merging different spheres and sectors together. But I thought
it's a lot of crossover. It's a lot of crossover.
It's probably is more crossover than what I realized, because I don't pay that much attention to what they got going on over there. I do my own thing over here and associate with the brothers. But I thought that it was a whole separate, alt-right, super. I don't even know what to call them. But it was a whole separate movement where they was doing their own separate thing. Then it was like the white manosphere, where it was, red pill stuff.
Now if you're in the white manosphere, you're not automatically a white supremacist, but white supremacists are all up in it, is what I'm saying. Like, it's a lot of crossover.
I agree. Some of them, okay. I mean, you're saying some white men that's racist in the white manosphere. Yeah, I'm not gonna fight you on that one.
Yeah. Now, my thing is this: why is it out the realm of possibility to believe that a woman would use men to grow their platform, and then once their platform gets big, all of a sudden they reveal who they really was all along? I mean, we see this all the time. I could mention Cynthia G for one. She grew up back. She grew off the backs of black men and everything else, acting like she was the advocate for black men and black people as a whole. And then as soon as she got big enough, boom, she flipped the script. So I don't understand why it's out the realm of possibility that Just Pearly Things would be doing the exact same thing.
Well, I think she is doing that, but I tend to not believe. I have a hard time believing that the end goal is to basically join the alt-right. Like, that's his argument. Like, she set out from the start with the end goal of becoming some alt-right blogger. Like, I don't buy that. Like, I mean, that if you follow the logic of his argument, that's where he's going with it. And so I think that's goofy. And he's blaming the black manosphere for it, or the winosphere as he calls it. Like, that's out there.
What's your opinion? What's your opinion about what she said about how black American men? She don't really fuck with black American men. She kind of want replace us with black men from Africa. What's your opinion about that? No. Basically, for the most part, yeah, for the most part, yeah.
She didn't. Basically,
she did. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what she was saying. Yes.
Yeah, I think you're changing the context.
I don't think I'm changing the context. She said it multiple times.
She said she hires Africans. She didn't say she was trying to replace you.
She said, well, put it like this. She said immigrants come and work harder than people that are from America. So it's beneficial to America to have immigrants. What Jason Black read into that is she mean black immigrants, African immigrants work harder than you niggas. So those are the ones that I want to hire, basically. And so that's essentially the argument.
What is she basing that off of? And what is she basing that off of?
I guess she's basing it off the ones that she's hired.
Oh, so y'all agree? So y'all agree with that? Y'all think Africans work harder than black American men?
No. I don't. And I when I made it to that point of the video, I was going to make it clear. Was good, fantastic. I'm gonna go to you in a second. But what I was going to say to that is that no, I don't think that they work that damn hard. I think because if they did, Africa wouldn't be in the condition that it's in. I mean, some people can say whatever they want to say about, the history, colonialism, blah, 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 blah. I think what it is those Africans who happen to have a go-getter spirit, they look around and they see what's going on in Africa and they get the hell out of Dodge and they come over here and they thrive. I think the Africans that make it over here are the exceptional Africans. And so, yes, the exceptional African is doing better than the average white person over here, just like the exceptional African American ADOS FBA is doing better than the average white person over here. So we get their exceptional, hard-working, industrious types. It take a lot to be born in a mud hut in Kenya, save up 200 Kenyan shillings that converts to 2,000 American dollars to come over
that's
here.
That's usually not how they get over here, though. That's kind of a myth too. Most of the people that come over here from other countries, they was pretty okay in the other country.
It's not true. It's a lottery system.
Wait, hold on.
It's a lottery system.
It's a lottery system, and it's people who over there who got money, who come over here doing good and got a family backing them, and it's those that actually. I mean, I dated a chick from Kenya. She was basically explaining the game that those who can manage to save up 200 Kenyan shillings can basically they get over here and they come over here and roll their sleeves up. My argument is if you just went and picked a random African from some mud hut in Kenya and just threw him over here, give him 6 months to a year, he'd be on the welfare system over here. So no, I don't think they just naturally just work harder. I think those that come over here work harder because they made it over here largely in part because they had work ethic.
So you don't believe they have opportunities that black Americans don't have?
What?
I don't.
That's impossible. No, they don't.
Okay, go ahead, Fantastic. Because I could be ignorant on that one.
Yeah. Hold on. First off, man. Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you, man. Yes, it's true, Bernard. Y'all may disagree, bro, but I've seen this for over I don't know how long, man. The fact of the matter that Americans period are lazy. We don't understand and realize what we have in comparison to the rest of the world.
I agree with that.
So we take it for granted. All these it's a reason why all these other countries, not just Africans, Indians, Chinese and Asians and everybody else especially from a very, very poor place. And a lot of these countries may not be considered third world, but they are compared to America, right? So they work extremely hard because at their standard, like I say, it's people that have certain degrees and certain things in Africa and or China especially, but they don't transfer over. And I know this because of the military, of course,
Man,
right? And
my thing is, if Africans work that damn hard, they would be busting their ass, digging them resources out of the ground,
but they
building
don't
their
have
own shit. It's
they
like,
don't have
what
the
the hell?
no, Bernard, it's not that simple. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the investment from big companies. They don't have it's not the same. Listen, Bernard, it's like let's say you got two basketball players, right? You got two basketball players, and this one kid is coming from a family that's a middle class to upper middle class family, so he can afford the AUs, he can afford the this, he can afford the that, or whatever. Both of them can play the same. Me and my son was just having this conversation, but it was about football, and he was saying one dude was better than the other guy, not leaps and bounds, but he was better than the other guy. So the other dude was able to go to camps. He was able to get in front of scouts. He was able to do all these different things because his family was able to afford for him to do it, and the other cat couldn't. So the better dude, the better dude didn't get the better what's name. One dude went D2, one dude went D1. So the dude that was the best out of all of them didn't get a D1 just because of the fact matter he didn't have the exposure and the chance and opportunity to get in front of all the schools and get the scouts and all the stuff that the other one did. You know what I'm saying? It's not just about, grit and grind. Your resources and the actual, the platform and where you're working from matters, bro. It's like small
I
market team.
agree.
Small market teams in the NBA, right? Like, say you can be like Kevin Love. Kevin Love was the shit, and he was killing in Minnesota, but he was never gonna get nowhere in Minnesota, and nobody really gonna know about him until what? He played with LeBron. He was the hands down best power forward ever, but because he was such a small market like Minnesota, which had no type of no type of household name and no type of viewership, nobody knew about him. But as soon as he gets with LeBron in Cleveland, now everybody knows who Kevin Love is and household name. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, and me and you, we've kind of had this discussion before, and I think we agreed more than what you realize, because I recognize that Black people have opportunity here, and we say that every area where we're behind, it's because of racism, white supremacy, oppression, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not with that. I'm not with that. I don't accept that. However, it is the case that when you're comparing immigrants that come over from third world countries, even what you explained, I'm still not hearing that they picked a random person out of living in a mud hut. What'd you say?
Well, but they did, and you can see about the people that remember when Black women were claiming they had the most degrees or whatever. Those were Nigerian women. Those were African women.
I know, but did they pick a random Nigerian woman?
Yeah,
woman
brother.
living in a mud hut?
The talented 10th shit is a myth. The talented 10th is a myth, bro. You don't get selected.
So I guess what I'm asking is prove to me that they picked a random one.
Let me explain it to you, Bernard.
It's always
the immigration lottery. You have to sign up for it, right? The State Department does not look at the census of, let's say, Nigeria and pick a random person, right? That is a self.
You got to have money. Do you got to have money to make it over here, though?
Let me finish. It is a self-selected group, right? So the people who are part of the pool to even come here have already separated themselves, right?
That's my point.
I know, but let me explain. The people within that pool are then randomized. Right. So the random thing that you're looking for, right? The separator is the fact that it is a self-selected group. Same with school vouchers in America, right? Part of the reason why charter schools do so well is it is a self-selected group. You already have a group of people that want a better education, right?
And
so they make themselves part of that group. So psychopathy is your point. Your point doesn't stand because it's not a bunch of doctors. Right.
Yeah,
it's just people that want to be better. That's how they become part of that self-selected group.
Right. But the argument, hold on. One of the arguments is that they all want that. No, when I say an exceptional Kenyan or an exceptional Nigerian, what I mean by exceptional is somebody who has the spirit to want to do better, grew up, looked around, said, ain't shit here for me. I can't live like this. I'm getting out of here, and took whatever steps he had to take to get in the lottery, to make sure that he had $2,000 American dollars to where if he got picked from that lottery, I'm on the next flight out. Like
Right.
I'm saying, that's an exceptional person. Just that attitude
Right.
alone is somebody who's going to come over here and perform better than the average black person, the average white person, the average Mexican person. So what I'm saying, that's what I mean when I say their exceptional is being compared to our average. I'm not saying that their people, that their PhDs are being compared to our average.
Yeah, but that's not exceptional, Bernard. That's just a.
Let me explain
My bad.
that
Go ahead,
again. Let me explain that
But
again.
then it will be 90% of them in that lottery. Like,
hold on. Let me explain that again. Immigrants, look, white immigrants to Canada do better than white people that live there, right? White immigrants to America do better, have a higher income than white people in America, right? There's something about
said something like there's a immigrant mentality, there's an immigrant spirit, there's an immigrant, there's something to that. Yeah,
that is what you're dealing with. So again, it's kind of sorry, but it's kind of like a false question. Are you saying African immigrants work better than or harder than your average black person? Yes.
Yeah,
why? But the question is why? Because they already are part of that group. That's it. It's not a racist thing. It's just data. That's all.
Hard work to them. Hard work to them is.
Have you ever worked with an African before?
Who?
Any of y'all? Have y'all ever worked with an African before?
Yes.
They worked harder than you?
It's
that African worked harder than you?
Well, I'm exceptional, so I don't know.
Ain't no African ever work harder than me, and I work with a bunch of them. Ain't none of them ever work harder than me.
And what? So hold on.
Maybe we don't know the same Africans.
Yeah. Well, and wait. So how are you measuring they're not working harder than you?
They didn't put in more hours. They didn't get higher positions. They didn't work harder than me.
So hold on. You mean to tell me there's not one African ever to put in more hours than you, or
at my job? No.
Well, I don't know what job it is, brother, but hey, I guess they give you all the sorry Africans. Listen, bro.
Why they gotta be sorry Africans? Because I work harder than them. They sorry.
That's what you're saying.
I'm saying they didn't work harder than me. That's all I said. I didn't say they were sorry Africans. I didn't say they was exceptional or nothing. All I said was I work with Africans and they didn't work harder than me. That's all I said.
Okay, well, brother. Well, maybe you just the hardest working man. I don't know. Maybe you're an exceptional person yourself, a exceptional worker. What I'm telling you is this: like Freeman's is saying, brother. There's data to support this. When it comes to degrees, when it comes to earnings, when it comes to all these things, immigrants. Again, what race is the highest earning race in the country?
I believe it's Asians.
Exactly, Asians by a mile. Again, it's because
we're talking about black people though. But
we're talking about immigrants. We're talking about immigrants. Period. And that's the and Tycho is respect, fam. But you on the pro black tip, so you want to just know, brother. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than black and white. And the biggest problem we have is we keep focusing on white folks. Hold on. Hold on. The biggest problem we have, we keep focusing on white folks when white folks ain't focusing on us. Listen, what she said was, and again, we're talking about Jason Black here, bro. A race hustler that's been on YouTube for I don't know how many years. He's got a cult over there because it's black people, white people, black people, white supremacy, and he done got passed up by this white. Hold on. He got passed up by this white girl. He leaps and bounds. All those people he was hating on, what are they better? They better than Jason Black. Bigger than Jason Black.
Everybody that he got criticism for are people that got bigger channels than him.
Yes.
If your channel smaller than him, he will not mention. Like somebody was saying, Jason Black gonna clap back to this. I'm like, no, he not. My channel's smaller.
He's not.
Than him.
Yeah, exactly. Shorter time, Bernard. That's what make it even worse.
A lot of YouTubers move like that. They don't want to punch down. But I get that. You want to say his motives is
right now for a reason, and I got views for it. So I understand the game, but I don't know if his your arguments still have to stand on their merit. Like his argument against Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit, or everybody else that he ever had some criticism for. I remember I saw him go at Kwame Brown. I saw him go at.
the argument is actually valid though. That's what I'm getting at. We can get on the motives. That's a different argument, but
the argument isn't valid. And hold on, let me make the most important point. Brother, she's in fucking London, so of course she's going to choose Africans because there are more Africans there than Americans. She spends more time in London, so this is a moot point. It's stupid. If you fall for the BS, if you fall for the BS black and white and and master slave and all this other whatever, it sounds real good. But that's if you're dumb enough to not understand it. This woman does most of her work from London. Most
got
of her
all
work
that.
from the UK. So of course she's
Right.
going to work with more Africans than Americans because she has a live show that she does currently, and her
All right.
base is in the UK.
Okay, now you asked me how come this is making this about black and white and everything else. They made it about black and white, right? Like I'm responding to what they said. Like they had a whole show with a white supremacist, a known white supremacist, and the whole conversation was about black, white, this version of black people, this version of black people, how black people in America, and the whole conversation was about black people. So I'm just addressing what that's what I heard. Like you listen to Jason Black. I always heard the Jason Black clips, and what I heard him playing was they was strictly talking about black people.
Yeah, of course. And again, and you're listening to Jason Black.
But he was playing what they said though. But he was playing their words. Like
with extreme bias rhetoric behind it, and that stupid ass voice he got.
Real quick. Lim Hendricks. One, thank you for the Cash App. Two, I got to time you out because I scanned what you read. It looked like you were saying something about images of Jason Black. We don't do that doxing bullshit over here. We're having an intellectual conversation. We're judging what somebody is saying on their merits. I attack ideas and not people. Do not bring anything in here that got anything to do with anybody personal information or personal image that they haven't volunteered to show. We don't do that here. This ain't that kind of show. But all right, carry on, fellas. But thank you for the $15 Cash App. Thank you for the $15 Cash App. I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody supporting the stream. All right, let's go.
Yeah, and I mentioned somebody. I heard somebody mention. My apologies. I heard somebody mention earlier before I came up here about how he's trying to tap into the soul of white people with white guilt. Bullshit. He don't even he don't even cater to white people at all. That's the first thing. Second thing is he's actually tapping into the soul of the black people with black guilt. That's the funny thing. Like people act like black guilt don't exist. Wow. Like people out here don't exude black guilt all the time. That's what she was comparing to.
Hold on. Explain
right.
black guilt.
Hey, Bernard, I'm gonna swap over to my computer, bro, real quick. I'm gonna come back.
Cool. All right. Explain black guilt. How does that work from your perspective? Black
guilt is when black people feel guilty when they're around white people when it comes to the travesties that black people went into in this country, and they try to downplay it around others to make them feel comfortable, like they didn't do anything, like it's okay. I'm not blaming you or whatever the case may be. Kind of a way to make white people feel comfortable because they feel uncomfortable that these white people are uncomfortable. So they go out their way to let them, pat them on the back, let them know it's okay. I don't blame y'all for nothing. We got to pick ourselves up by the bootstraps. Slavery ain't real. Or they'll just come, that's them engines and everything. And they'll start, and you mentioned the whole roots thing, Bernard. I got to get on you about that. That's engine talk, Bernard. Saying black people bringing up roots, saying, because that's where she got that from. She got that from black people that obviously was around her talking that engine stuff about roots, because there's a perception out here in these spaces all on YouTube that somehow or another roots did a whole bunch of damage to black people. Like black people knew nothing about Africa until Roots came out in 1978. And
I've heard people have said that on my panel. I don't know if that's true, but
that's not true. Yes.
I didn't think it was true, but I have heard that.
Yeah, so that's what she must have heard it too, because that's what she was leaning towards when she was saying all that nonsense. And that's
our biggest tool. Well, probably our biggest tool that we use to influence white people is their white guilt and them not wanting to be called racist, or if they do say anything that's slightly racist, we pull whatever levers we got. We get them canceled, get them shut down, get them banned on platforms and stuff like that. So I think that's where it comes from, to where if we trump up and sell our oppression and victimhood, we can manipulate the world around us with it.
To be honest with you, that's more white liberals that do that shit. Black people don't really be getting motherfuckers canceled. That'd be white liberals be doing that shit.
Liberals use that to get
white liberals.
White liberals do that to get black votes. Like, I'm on your side, little black person, and pat on the head and all of that. Like, I'm with you on that. But that's why I didn't think it was that horrendous when she said what she said. even though that was probably the thing that most people thought was the most egregious. I didn't think it was that bad. I do understand the whole concept of shut the hell up, shut the hell up, white girl, because like she, contrary to popular belief, she didn't grow her channel talking about black issues. She didn't. She was just white girl having a relationship conversations with a rainbow coalition of people from London. Like she didn't. They weren't talking about black issues. So yeah, I personally don't care to hear.
So it doesn't bother you that she pretty much was agreeing with this whole white supremacist over here who wouldn't like nothing better to do but to see all of us demise. I mean, we talking about stone cold white supremacy. This ain't a debate. It's funny. Our demise is funny.
Our demise is funny. Who's our?
Oh, I don't know. You're black. Yeah, you're a black person. You got two black parents.
I'm killing it in life. Who's our?
Do you have two black parents?
Well, he did ask the question. Are you okay? Okay. Well, let's one assume that you're a supporter of Pearly things, and do you have an issue with her talking with somebody? And I think it was exaggerated how much they were agreeing. I mean, she gave him an interview. She asked him interview questions, and with some things that she did have some, subtle agreement or some agreement on. But do you got a major issue with that? And just go ahead, Freeman Jones. Do you got any issue with that? Assuming that you're a supporter of her. I'm not a supporter of her. Like I said, I ain't hear about her until she was already on the moon somewhere.
Right? So they freaked out. They freaked out. So do I have a problem with it? No. Just like I don't have a problem with Daryl Davis sitting down with the KKK. Don't have a problem with it. So
I mean, Jason Black himself, I think in one of his documentaries.
But you got a problem with Jason Black. You ain't got a problem with them.
I don't recall.
Jason Black himself interviewed Jared Taylor. I mean,
right.
So conversations are going to happen, and that's really what I think.
He wasn't in agreement with Jared Taylor, though. He wasn't in agreement with him.
Fair enough.
Like I've had conversations and debates with white supremacists myself, but again, we was debating. I didn't agree with him.
Yeah, and I think Jason Black did exaggerate her agreement. I think that much was true. I think he did exaggerate her agreement, but it was something.
I don't know. She was asking a lot of leading questions, Bernard. I mean,
fair enough. I'll give you that.
I don't think he exaggerated it because she was doing a lot of laughing, and on several occasions she said, "I'm gonna get in trouble."
Yeah.
She said it. So
she
admitted that she was gonna get in trouble for answering questions a certain way. What's up, fellas? First of all, I'm sorry.
What's up? Big Mike drop in the building. Shout out to you. Oh shit, we got an official panel. We got an official panel right now. All right.
Hey, let me go real quick, man. Before this
Big Dyke Cock is up here. What's going on, Tar baby?
Really?
Hey, what up with you, white boy?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, darkness.
Hey man,
begging the white man for your civil rights again?
Holy
nah, bro.
Yeah, I know. Please give me my civil rights.
Actually, look. I can't be on if you're gonna keep interrupting.
You're just saying things that are incorrect. She was laughing. You're trying to police somebody else because you're weak. You're trying to police another woman laughing. So people don't have the right to laugh?
Well, why you just said she wasn't laughing?
People don't have the right to laugh. Y'all so weak. We know that y'all weak. I know that
you're weak. Stop simping. Stop simping.
You literally.
Stop simping. Yeah. Yo, this simping got to stop. This simping got to stop.
Mr. White man, please.
You Becky Simpson to the worst.
Please, Mr. White man, don't laugh at me.
Look how he came up here.
Laugh at me, Mr. White man, please.
This is sad.
He's sitting down with a white supremacist.
This is disgusting. How you gonna be sitting up here sipping for a whole fucking cave bitch? This is disgusting. I thought this was the manosphere.
You don't want sipping.
No, you're sipping.
You don't want sipping, New York nigga. Shut your ass up. She's laughing. She's laughing at us. She's laughing at us. She's laughing at us. Go put your subway train, bitch ass New York nigga. Shut your bitch ass up.
I ain't from New York, bitch ass nigga. I ain't from New York, bitch ass nigga. Now what's going on? What's going on? You pick me? You pick me ass nigga. The fuck up out of here begging her for her fucking attention. What you hoping she give you a shout out? What the hell is going on over here, man?
All
right. This whole simps.
Look, the reason I came up, Bernard, was because he had left. Please don't have me in the room with this dude.
I dropped him down. He came. No, I rock with patriarchy.
Is he even black? How many people on this channel is black? I need to know who's black up on here.
I've seen patriarchy strike back. He actually looked like.
You sure he black? He got two black parents.
I've seen him.
He got a white parent. He ain't black.
Patriarchy strikes back. He's a light-skinned, biracial, African American.
Like I said, biracial. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, a whole agent. A whole fucking half a cracker. A whole half a cracker. Get that little half a cracker the fuck up out here. Don't talk to me, half a coon. What the fuck is you talking about, man? Clown ass motherfuckers.
He got an afro that blows in the wind. His
Talk to me
afro
about no
leans
black
inside.
issues. I don't talk to black issues with half a cracker. I talk to black people about black issues.
Come on,
So,
man.
hold on.
That's what I do.
For the if you have two black
He's
parents,
a whole
crowd,
Colin Kaepernick.
for the
So
two black parents crowd, one question for the two black parents crowd.
Thank you.
At what point do you get your blackness back? Because ain't none of us pure blood.
When you take
No,
a
no,
when
no,
you
no.
take a when you take a
I'm
knee,
not a purist.
hold on. The
Yeah, I'm
answer
not
to
a
that
purist.
question, you get your blackness back when you take a knee at the national anthem during a football game.
No, that's not me. Not at least with me. No, with me, I'm not a purist. You give me 3 black grandparents, you black. You got 3 black grandparents? If you got 3 black grandparents, you good.
You know what? It was a lot of mixing. And
Wait,
like
but what if those
This is
grandparents are
called
mixed?
mathing.
How many are they allowed? Are any of those
Wait a minute.
grandparents allowed to be mixed? How does that work? What's the percentage?
Yeah, they can be mixed. What's your situation?
Oh, dude, I'm not answering that question.
All right, well, I'm just telling you that's my rule of thumb. That's my rule of thumb. We could do DNA. We could do DNA. If we doing DNA, you can give me 70%.
This is pro-black DNA studies.
Would you like to see my
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. I don't count y'all kids with them Beckys as black. I'm sorry. Y'all can't make black babies with white women. And ain't no black women make no kids with no white men.
White women!
Ain't happening.
Hey, man.
I'm not accepting no kids.
Can we go historical?
Relax.
Can we go historical? If your grandparents were alive, hold on. If your grandparents were mixed, they were still considered black during their time.
I don't care what they was considered.
I mean,
they can be considered a lot of things, but they don't make them black.
And I'm not trying to argue with you, brother. I really want to have a conversation, but I'm going to tell you one thing before I drop, because it's going sideways. Pearly,
I dropped patriarchy down, even though that's my guy. I'm gonna bring him back later, but he came in too hot. So and somebody did a 15-minute bounty on him.
I will immediately make room for him.
Hold on. Big Mike Drop was talking. I'm gonna let him get it off because he wanted to say something, and then go ahead and we'll go from there.
I'm gonna say this. This is not pro-black, because the very existence of Pearly things in this space shows the ineptness of black men to lead.
Bruh, Pearly things is not
black men to lead.
Pearly things is not in this space. She is in a larger YouTube algorithm. And
she
we found out about her.
She running in this space. That's why you're doing the show about her, because she's popular in the space.
I know.
All black people own black people.
Wait.
She got black people on her show.
Wait. She killed the YouTube algorithm. And yes, Jason Black is deep in the algorithm, Pearly deep in the algorithm, and I put both of their names in the shit so I can get deep in the algorithm. # content strategy. Now, far as her being in this space, the manosphere is a very small fishbowl. The black manosphere is a very small fishbowl. All right, very small. You don't get 1.3 million subscribers. If you got 1.3 million subscribers, that means YouTube sent your thumbnails to every breathing person on earth with a phone. All right, that's not this space. That's you. She dunked on the YouTube algorithm. All right. Later on, we found out about her because she's using the same hashtags and talking points and isms and schisms. So yeah, you could say she stole, some stuff from Rollo Tomasi, some stuff from Kevin Samuels, Jack Fresh and Fitz format, and blasted out 18 uploads a day and dunked on the algorithm. But far as her being somebody in this space, who the fuck is she? I didn't hear about her.
I've seen her on Lapeef show.
I've seen it after she had like 600,000.
Lapeef is the leader of the space, right?
Whoa, I don't know how you.
Time
out. I'm not manosphere. So
time out. One, I don't know who told you Lapeef was the leader of the space. Two, when she was on Lapeef, I think Lapeef had like 50,000 subs and she had like 600,000. So again, that's not her coming up through the space. That's the space seeing her blow up and like, yeah, I'm about to use you you using a lot of talking points you probably heard in this space. I'm about to use you and steal some of your subscribers. Like that's business after she blew up. She only could say she was in this space if she was in it deep before she blew up. She blew up on her own, doing her own thing, and now people like MTR, who else was it? I think Lead Attorney did some. No, I don't think Lead Attorney did some collabs with her. People basically using her after she blew up.
That's okay. That's fair. That's fair. Do you think the main sphere should support her now, though? Like that's fair that you're saying that they didn't blow her up, but do you think they should still support her?
I don't support her now. I think the manosphere should be fairly neutral to her and look at her and look no different how they would look at if some white dude had a big manosphere channel and was talking manosphere shit. And oh well, okay. If it merged with our shit, then use it for the algo. But overall, I don't. It's like hell. I don't give a damn.
What does psychopathia mean by support?
Support, like, you know, giving her viewership, sharing her streams, cash.
Okay. Hold on. How do you give her viewership? How does this space give her viewership?
Thank you. I'm saying I'm watching, clicking on his stuff. I'm not saying.
No, I'm just saying if a person has 1.3 million subs, how can a place that doesn't even have 100,000 give her views?
Who don't got 100,000? What are you talking about? It's all kinds of people in the manosphere got 100,000. What do you mean?
No.
There's no one that is on the same level, psychopathia. So I'm trying to understand, what do you mean by support?
What do you mean support? Same thing I just said. Watching, viewership, paying her. I mean,
so basically, what you're saying is that you're saying that black men over here should never watch your content ever.
I asked you, what do y'all think? My opinion is irrelevant.
The question is why is that okay? Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that, psychopathia. Why is that even a question? Why would you question other black men what they should and shouldn't watch?
Why
are you their daddy?
Why you listen? Calm down, Becky Lover. Calm down. I know y'all motherfuckers is triggered because I'm clapping on this.
I know you have to come with the epithets, but your logic doesn't make sense.
I know you pick me ass niggas be getting triggered over here because I'm clapping on this cave, bitch. I know it. I know where I'm at, and I know what y'all worship. I'm not.
Here's the deal. Let me say this. I think it's a bunch of fake news and dogma that black men in this space are heavy just watching and supporting and sharing her stuff, and
it's mathematically impossible.
And like you go scroll anybody's community tab, you're not going to see a bunch of, ooh, look what Pearly thing said. She's so smart. No, nobody is kissing her ass like that. She's on the YouTube algorithm, and we found out about her after the fact. So that's fake news that we exalted and lifted her up and support her like that. Just go watch the chat room in her live stream. You're not gonna see no recognizable names in there.
And Bernard, just real quick, Bernard, Jason Black did way more for her algorithm than anybody in the black manosphere could because of the size of his platform and him using her to you know what I'm saying, to talk about and try to beef with. So Jason Black is going to give her way more shine than anybody in the black manosphere could ever give her, just by covering her content. And then people that may not know nothing about just Pearly to go see who she is and what she's about, bro. She wasn't a thing before I left, bro. All of in 2021, even I guess early parts of 2022, I never even heard of her. Never heard of her, not one time. I didn't
blew up overnight. I didn't hear about her until last year.
So Psycho, that's what you're trying to tell you, right? So from a mathematical standpoint, fam, what you're saying, it don't have no weight because there's not enough people here in this space to be
but it's about, I'm just talking about integrity. I'm not even talking about damaging her. See, y'all think I'm talking about damaging her numbers or whatever. No, y'all not going to damage her numbers, but I'm talking about integrity right now. I'm saying, do you, as black men with I'm assuming y'all should have some self-respect. Would do y'all not feel like y'all should like pull y'all support? I mean, even though
so again, the self-respect means don't watch, don't do anything, and it's like, what are you talking about?
Same way I wouldn't watch any of these stupid ass divestors who be talking in this coon ass shit. I got self-respect. What the fuck I'm gonna be watching that crap for?
Let me say this real quick. Psycho,
I don't support her because I didn't ever watched her. I didn't even know she had some discussion with Nick Fuentes.
You're calling support, brother. You're calling support, and you as a content creator, bro, you an OG. You should know this, brother. It's content strategy. If she blows up, if she does something or whatever, you have to watch her just for the sake of making content. You're clapping. What kills your argument is your own side. Jason Black's on your side. He's a pro-black. Whether it be something he liked or didn't like, he used her content, brother, for helping himself out in YouTube. That's how the game go. The game is the game. You're not going to tell a whole, hold on, wait. You're not going to be able to tell a whole bunch of content creators that make content to not watch another bigger content creator that's going to, you know, go viral or blow up or say something or whatever it may be. And then lo and behold, of course, if you're a content creator watching it, then your viewership is going to watch it also.
Well,
so, brother,
that depends on what lane you in, actually, because I have no purpose to watch her. I have no reason.
Jason Black watches her.
Now, no, actually,
Jason Black watches her.
Actually, he got that. Actually, he had got that clip sent to him. That shit was like 2 weeks old.
Even all throughout, he said he'd been following the chick for a long time and been telling the receipts and all this other stuff. So he watches her on a regular basis.
That's him. I can't speak on him. I can't speak on him. I know I don't need to watch him.
No, that's what he said, Psychopathist. He said he's been ringing the alarm about this chick for years, and that he doesn't understand why nobody else has been doing it. So that means in order for him to do that, logic dictates that he had to been watching.
That's not true. That's not true. You can call people out that you never watch. That's not true.
Hold on, real quick. Real quick. In fairness to Psychopathia, it's a difference between watching somebody who you got disagreement or who you view as a detractor or competition. You watching this, you can do a reaction video versus people who watch it and support it and seal clap and give praise, or as Jason Black said, that monkey dance and seal clap to Pearly things. My argument is people in the core of the Black manosphere did not really fuck with her like that. But when she got big, there are some people who were opportunists and went on and collabed with her because, you know, up until very recently, there was nothing that she was saying that was wrong that anybody Black could have a really disagreement with. It was just that, you know, my personal thing is I think that she just, you know, read a bunch of books and watched a lot of content and booked a consultation, paid Kevin Samuels money to get a consultation and did all kind of stuff and went to YouTube school and studied YouTube and used her rich daddy's money and made a badass channel. And so from an integrity standpoint, I'm like, she don't really probably care about the shit that she's saying, but overall, it's not that big of a deal to me. It's like, just
Bernard,
whatever.
Most importantly, nobody knew her, Bernard. Like you said,
No.
that's why no one knew her. You Psycho, you keep saying it yourself. She literally in less than a year's time, the girl went from however many to over 1 million subs, bro. Again, and then you can start answering questions. Is that even organic, or if she had help or whatever? Who knows? I don't know.
That's a good question.
But even in that, fantastic. The whole point of all of this that I think a lot of people not getting is this whole thing with Jason Black and the whole Pearl thing. Even Psycho, you know, I've talked to you. We cool, but this is an emotional argument. You guys are talking about stuff like who you shouldn't watch and how does make you feel, and as a self-respecting Black man. It's like, come on, these aren't this isn't any logical reasons on why somebody should do something.
And but me, I say the same. Like I said, I say the same thing when I asked y'all why y'all watch Cynthia G. I asked y'all why y'all would watch it. I asked those same women why they would watch y'all. Wait, I asked those same women why would they watch y'all. I mean, if they hate y'all so much and they hate y'all talking points, they despise everything y'all about. They all this like I'm sick of hearing about the passport, bro. Oh yeah, they got issues with all this little silly ass shit. Why are they even watching? Why are they even watching? I say the same thing to them.
You have to watch the enemy. You have to watch the other side when you're engaged in warfare, bro.
Who's engaged in warfare, man? Who's engaged in war?
Hey, man, look, he just asked a question. I was answering him.
Well, I know, but who's engaged in war?
SKC, that's kind of, hold on, wait.
War against us.
SKC, that's kind of disingenuous. You understand the concept of rhetorical warfare. You're at war against Blackness. Like, cut it out. You know.
I have an argument. I got a question before I go.
I have a question for Psycho.
Can I ask a question before I go?
Oh wait, well, okay. Whoever said that can go ahead and ask the question before you go.
If y'all are talking about the same things, why is there a Black and a white manosphere? And with that, I'll drop.
Oh, we're not talking about the same things.
Why is there a differentiation between Black and white manosphere?
Totally different because the people, the players involved, the Black experience and the white experience, two different things, bro. Now we're not gonna act like that's not. Do white people have a 70% obesity rate and you know,
in the South,
by two kids by two different dudes
in the South,
No, they don't, brother. No, they don't. No, they do not.
Well, I have another answer for the guy before he leaves out. The same reason there's an ESPN and a Fox News network.
Yeah, bro. Like the fuck.
No,
same
there's
reason.
A black ESPN and a white ESPN. I just want to know
It's
why the
called
separation.
BET Sports.
Yeah,
I
bro.
just want to know why the separation,
brother. Because there is a separation in everything.
Because there's demand among black people for it. That's why you have BET.
So, brother. So hey, shout out to Freeman's Journal, brother. Why aren't you over on Rollo Tomasi's channel or on some other white man's
I haven't met them. I met Bernard. I know Bernard.
Why don't you go meet him then? Why are you over here?
I'm not a manosphere dude. I'm married.
Yeah, but you showed you all the things. Hold on, wait. Yeah, thank you. Hold on. Thank you for reminding me that we met. Yeah, you asked that question, but you did show up at the first black manosphere meetup. So
no, I showed up because of Nate and Rich, because of people I knew, and it was right up the street in Atlanta. I didn't book a flight and go nowhere. I met Freeman and left too. So it was something to do to get out and actually meet people that had been supporting me. So that's really why.
All right, that's what's up. I respect that.
I'll holler at y'all later, man.
If you don't mind, Bernard, can I get my question off?
Yes. Whoever said that, I think that was Pablo.
So, Psychopathia made mention of black guilt, right? This idea that when black people are around white people, that they don't, quote unquote, go at them about, quote unquote, white supremacy. They just want to agree. Is that your premise on that, Psychopathia?
Well, they will overly agree with them about anything they say about black people. They don't disagree with none of their opinions about black people, and they do this to make them feel comfortable around them. Yes.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. To that, I pose this question: why do you feel as though all black people should feel aggrieved towards white people?
No, they don't have to feel. They can feel whatever they want to feel, but going out your way to downplay,
goes counter
going
to
out their way. No, because it's going out your way. Okay, well, let me explain.
You're saying that we need to feel aggrieved that Pearly Things did this interview with this white supremacist, and according to you guys, somehow agreed with his talking points or sided with him in some way. You're saying that we should feel aggrieved like you do.
I'm saying y'all should have some self-respect and not cater to a woman. I was quiet when you was talking. What I'm saying is, I was quiet when you was talking. What I'm saying is, people should have some self-respect and not cater to somebody who is obviously disrespectful and playing you out in your face, in front of her own group, laughing and kikiing it up with a whole white supremacist who was marching in Charlottesville and sitting up here fighting a whole bunch of black people. I know y'all don't give a fuck. It was liberals. I know it was Antifers and all this other little shit. This America, I get it. All that little nonsense. These are black motherfuckers. If y'all was out there, they would have motherfuckers out there and beat y'all motherfuckers asses too.
He's a whole white supremacist. I thought he was 7/8 white supremacist.
All right.
I have a question.
7 days is still a white supremacist.
So that goes back to what I'm saying, though. You're saying if we don't agree with you, then is something wrong with us?
Yeah, I think it's some self-loathing there. Yeah. Yes. I
think it's some feel like I feel.
Have some self-respect. Yes, have self-respect. Yes.
See, there it goes. Feel like I feel.
Yes, be a self-respecting black man.
Feel like me.
This is the black manosphere. This is the black manosphere, and I would like to see black men have some self-respect. Excuse me for motherfucking having that expectation for y'all.
But here's the thing, though. The Psycho do got a point. And here is the point. Even though me and him I don't agree with pro-blacks, but Psycho does have a point, because if Pearl can Me Too a black man, why y'all are part of Black Manosphere, and the Black Manosphere 2.0 was created based upon the Me Too movement back in 2014. Go.
Brother,
question that I would have to that,
like, she Me Too the black man. Hold on. Prove that she Me Too the black man. Prove that what she said was a lie.
Mr. Fantastic. When she was on O'Sedian's channel, I proposed that question to her. Why did
Daffy
she
Duck.
put that video? The video was
Daffy
called "I Hate All Men." Why did she put
Daffy
that
Duck.
video down? Why
Daffy
did she
Duck.
put that
I'm gonna
video
say it
down?
again. Probably
Hey,
legal
fam,
reasons. Legal
fam,
reasons.
shut the
legal
fam,
reasons.
fam. I'm
Legal
All right,
reasons.
I'm
let
talking.
me
You're not built for
And
this.
what do you? Oh, I'll tell you what,
I'd
fam,
like the
fam.
chance to talk.
What
You're not
are
built for this.
you
Go-
scared
but-
about
but-
them
but-
talking about,
but-
fam? Hey,
Porky
fam,
Pig.
I'd like the
fam,
chance
fam.
to talk.
I got
Fentanyl.
you,
What are
Patriarchy. Hold
you
on.
scared about? What are you
Porky
scared
Pig.
of? Me asking
right.
these
Nobody's
questions.
afraid of anything,
What?
brother.
No,
You're
no.
nobody.
Then why are you
manosphere
talking
hater.
as I'm
You are-
talking then?
You are a
Why are you
manosphere
talking
hater who could never get
see,
on.
a lot
who
of
spent your
y'all
whole
want
miserable
to
life
sit there and
hating
kiss
on the
ass.
manosphere.
I'm not
Nobody
here to
watches
kiss
you.
nobody's
Nobody
ass.
cares about
Because
you.
I'm better
The
than you.
most views you gonna ever
Fantastic.
get in your
I'm
life.
better than you
Brother,
and
stop.
any other niggas on
Stop
here.
it.
So I
Stop it,
suggest
fam.
you
right.
shut
Fam,
the hell
stop
up
lying. Stop lying
and
to
sit
yourself.
your black ass
You're
down. You
nobody.
big
All right,
lip
all right. Here's the
looking
deal.
ass
Here's the
nigga.
deal. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Hold on. This is a question that I want. This is a question that I want answered, and I don't know what happened to. Okay, no, Fantastic still. Oh wait, no, he getting covered up by the super chat, I think.
No,
But this is
I'm
the
third in
question.
line.
Oh damn. Okay,
That's patriotic.
somebody missing. Somebody
Pat-
missing. Okay, all right, cool. Okay, I thought I dropped somebody by accident. This is a question that I want somebody to answer. How and in what way is this woman being catered to?
She isn't.
That's what I want somebody to spell out.
And Bernard, let me
Because
say this.
I looked up on my phone and saw a chick with 500,000 subs, and I'm like, oh damn, okay.
Because white women trigger pro-blacks.
The reason why I said that, I'll explain why I said that because all throughout the course of this stream, all I've heard was a bunch of people attacking me and Jason Black and anybody who said that what she's doing is exactly what the fuck she's doing, which is catering to these white supremacists. And all I'm hearing is a bunch of black men attacking me for it.
Yeah. Psycho.
All I hear is a bunch of black men attacking me for it. So, what do you mean? What does that mean? She's catering to she was catering to a white supremacist.
Can I speak?
She gave an interview. That's the most you can say. She gave
he still has some substantial.
She was pandering to him. She didn't give no pushback. She didn't give no pushback.
She still wasn't.
Here is the thing, though. I don't know why though people are scared of not answering these questions though. That I got.
What question?
Why is she? Why y'all backing a woman who me too?
I don't back her. I don't know.
Bro, and why do you keep
no. Hold on. In the second question I got, here's the second question.
Let's answer the first one. Let's answer the first one first.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go ahead.
As far as that situation, as I understand it, now let me just make it very clear. I'm not a supporter of her. I don't back her. I looked up. I saw she had 500,000 subs. I blinked and she had 1 million. That's my whole understanding of her. So backing her, okay. No. Now, as far as what I understood about that whole situation from the Me Too situation is that the damn volleyball coach that when she went to high school, he basically coached the chicks up until the point to where they graduated, coached them from 9th grade to 12th grade, and when they turned 18, he tried to get a piece of their ass. And I think she is a woman, so she did like the attention, and she allegedly turned down giving him a piece of their ass.
Are we sure she's a woman?
But then let's go with it. Okay, so and then when she realized, damn, my sister is in the 9th grade and playing volleyball, and she realized that, oh shit, his other girls that she played with that he did the same thing to. It's like, okay, that does qualify as grooming the 9th grade girls to give you some pussy the day that they turn 18. So that is kind of a situation where I can't knock it. I can't knock it.
And furthermore, if he thought she was lying, he would have sued her to oblivion.
But actually, according to Todd City, hold on.
No, nigga, you hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on, nigga. No,
we're not finna do this, bro.
Bro, we're not finna do this, bro. Listen,
we still haven't substantiated the claims about Nick Fuentes yet.
Yeah, and then on top,
still haven't.
Listen, dog, no, we're not gonna do this, bro. We're not gonna do this.
Then on top of that,
what point do you want to make?
The brother that was me too. The brother that was me too contacted and said. Hold on, the brother who me too, the brother that was me too contacted Thai City and told him he might seek legal action against Pearl.
It's the manosphere's
fault. He's gonna seek legal action against Pearl.
Hold on, wait, hold on. The Big J Triple S. If that's true, and he seek that legal action and he win, and then that shit and the shit is proven to be false and some bullshit, I support him 100% and do content on it. Absolutely 100%. If it was
okay, now
absolutely 100%. I will be doing content on that shit, just like I do content on all bullshit that comes towards men.
Bro,
can we substantiate the claims about Nick Fuentes and her?
No, fuck him. I don't really care about him right now.
But that's the whole point. That's where the whole point is.
I get it. Yeah, and like what homeboy said.
The most fucking talking time.
And like what homeboy said too.
Nigga, shut the fuck up. Shut up, nigga.
Do y'all believe?
Take over the show. You nobody.
Big J Triple X. He date white women.
Nigga. Stay in your place, nigga. You're nobody. Stop trying. Do you
believe though the manosphere is a gateway to fascism?
This is
all right. I'm gonna send him on his way. The people who are like just, I don't mind disagreements, but if somebody whole spiel is they hate the manosphere because probably because their manosphere content didn't take off, so they're just going to make content hating on the manosphere out of spite, I tend to not fuck with them or let them on the panel, but I let him up today.
Bernard, let me say this. This Bernard, and Psycho is love, because Psycho, you at least give pushback. You have actual debates and shit or whatever.
Yeah,
bro.
he engaged.
Not really.
Well, no,
he engaged the points, but
no, he did not.
Hold on, wait.
He said a bunch of claims about Nick Fuentes that are unfounded.
We're not just talking about now, Patriarchy. We're talking about way longer than you, Patriarchy. We're talking about long haul, fam. You knew
he normally engaged the points in the topics, but if it get personal, he'll get personal and call you a half-breed mongoloid monkey.
When did he? Well, he got enslaved by the cave people, but anyway, so the Neanderthals enslaved him. But let me just say this, right? He's still what makes. So if you're viewing something, this is just policing. You want to police what people can watch, and you want to police the ghetto. That's what all these fake pro-black people do. Like they've never been leaders in their life, but somehow they find their way to the bottom to try to police who's at the bottom. Well, oh, you're not this, or you're not that, or you're doing this, or you're doing that. You still haven't substantiated your claims about what it is Nick Fuentes said that was incorrect on the interview. What made her enable him, as you would say, right? And what it is that people should do going forward. You're just trying to tell people you're creating a club that you are trying to tell people they can be in or can't be in. And that's the little pro-black club, which hasn't accomplished anything outside of complaining. You people are on it, and I'm gonna be honest with you. You're honestly nothing. All you're going to do is complain about how you've been oppressed. You're not the Taliban. You're not the people in Afghanistan. You're not going to get it back in blood. You're going to beg another group of people to feel sorry for you because that's the only way you've gotten anything in life. You haven't conquered anything. You haven't won anything.
Right. I'm not on a white platform asking nobody for shit. I'm on a black platform right now talking to a half a cracker.
Well, you on YouTube. You on YouTube. You on YouTube. You on YouTube. Them crackers enslaved you, though. Give us our accomplishments back. Give us our accomplishments back.
Can we get this emotional, undisciplined motherfucking half a cracker who should have had his white daddy beat some motherfucking respect up in his motherfucking ass? I don't know what the fuck's going on up in here. I ain't got time for these half a crackers. For real. For real, seriously.
Bernard, let me say this. Listen.
Why take patriarchy down? I don't get it.
He come up just to derail and make it into a back and forth pissing match.
Female, he got too much estrogen in his system. Nah, man. Got too much estrogen in his system.
I would like to hear the answer to the first part of the question.
It's a Neanderthal in him. We can't help him.
I would like to hear the first part of the question when he asked about substantiate about substantiating the claim about
Cocoa butter baby. Hey, cocoa butter baby. Hey, cocoa butter baby. Get the hot comb.
Suntan lotion. Shut the fuck up, suntan lotion. Get your ass the fuck up out of here. What the hell's wrong with you?
Okay, but what about substantiating the claim about what Fuentes stated?
No, wait, real quick. Thank you, SKC, for trying to just focus it on a question, and let's try to get an answer to the question, and let's not just make it about Psycho and patriarchy going back and forth with each other, cussing each other out on some personal shit. All right. Let's be cool. All right, I'm bring you back up, patriarchy. Be cool at first, easy way back into it. But because Psycho, SKC is about to ask the question that you asked, and we could have a a serious conversation.
Why is it he can throw shots, but I can't throw nothing back? Because I love darkness.
Yeah. You a dark skinned white person? Are you shitting me, darky? You dark skinned whitey?
Psycho. Chill. All right, chill. Psycho ain't been on here in a while, and I do like pushback, so I don't want to kick the pushback off the show. But if the person is just keep flipping over the table on the pushback, you're being a problem, patriarchy. All right, just chill. All right, I don't want to lose the detractor. All right, so chill. Let SKC ask him the question that he asking, and then we can then we can have a conversation. If you want to have a conversation, All right. Go ahead, SKC. Ask him that question.
Yeah, patriarch. See, you made a great point at the very beginning. How do you substantiate the claim about Fuentes? I'm curious about how you felt that Pearl was catering to Fuentes. Please help me with that.
Jason Black did an excellent breakdown showing how she was pandering, showing how she was full of shit, pretending like she knew nothing about him when she clearly knew everything about him. She knew exactly what to ask him, knew exactly what all his positions was before he gave them. She was asking all kinds of leading questions. I mean, why are we playing dumb here? I mean, we saw the same shit I saw. So I don't understand what's going like. What's this obtuse thing that everybody's doing? That's why I said y'all catering.
All right, cool. All right. Thank you for laying that out. SKC, you actually watched the stream and you did content on it. Is Psychopathia's assessment accurate? That's what she was doing?
No, I think what he's missing is that when you interview people on a large scale and your audience does not really know a lot about the person, you're going to ask a lot of leading questions so that your audience could be much more informed on what the person believes. I don't think it had anything about I don't understand. I have no background on what this person's saying. You ask questions so that the audience can understand the person's point of view.
I got you. Now you're in my lane. Because some people know, some people don't know. My claim to fame up on here is actually he's a white supremacist.
What does that even mean?
That was a huge part of the Charlottesville incident that happened now in North Carolina.
Wrong.
Yes.
It didn't happen in North Carolina. First off, I know people who look like you don't know how to read maps, but
excuse me. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking. Half a cracker. I told you don't talk to me. All right. I'm talking to SKC.
All right, SKC asked you a good question. Go ahead. What was your answer to that? Because he's basically
what was the question?
So he gets to attack me, but I don't get to say nothing back to him, right? I know. I got some Murray's pomade for you. Hey, do-rag, baby. I got some Murray's pomade for you. Pomade, cocoa butter, shea butter wearing ashy ass nigga. Fuck out of here, bro. You can't even get out. You can't non-swimming ass. Fuck out of here. Bro, tell me what the problem is. He's been protecting your black ass the whole time, crusty ass nigga.
Y'all motherfuckers don't even discipline these motherfuckers.
All right, dude, patriarchy, you came.
Why am I being muted?
You threw the
this dude is screaming over me.
I know. I dropped him down and I muted you. That's more advantage to you. Now, listen, patriarchy. We was having a good conversation where your question was being answered, and then you threw a shot, and then he threw a shot back, and then you say why, and then you complain because I penalized you in a fight that you started. Like, come on, man.
He's a troll. He mad at me because I'm not confused. He's mad at me because I had two black parents and I'm motherfucking. And I ain't have to grow up. I ain't have to grow up all motherfucking fucked up and shit. Eating soul food. One motherfucking Thanksgiving, next Thanksgiving I'm eating motherfucking tofu. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, Psycho, let's have the discussion then. Let's have the discussion because we was having it, and I'll just pick up from where he left off.
And real quick, RM, if you still in the back, I'm not gonna be able to read any super chats to probably the end, but definitely routinely click on all of them so I could see them. If it's real good, I may interrupt the show and read it. But just start clicking on all the ones that I haven't read yet. Just start leaving them up on the screen at least. But I do want to get to them. But all right. Psycho and Psychopatheist and SKC is almost about to pin down the point. Go ahead.
Let's leave that troll in the back and we can finish the conversation.
Right.
So the original question, Psychopatheist, was you were saying you were saying that Jason Black laid out the idea that she was catering to him. My counter to you is that no, as a content creator, when you're running a big show,
right? It was the
that
interview
you
thing.
have
I
to
got you.
ask certain
I
questions
remember.
in order to get
I
your
remember.
audience informed about a person that they don't know.
Right, I got you. I remember what it was. That's what I was getting at. I was saying now some people know, some people don't know. My claim of fame up on here is actually doing interviews, right? Doing a whole bunch of interviews, interviewing a whole bunch of people, actors, athletes, rappers, singers, everything, right? You name it, I've done it. So I understand how to conduct the interview, and I understand you want to lay out timelines, everything else, get people a chance to know who the person is, because a lot of people, it's their first time experiencing them, or even if they ain't their first time experiencing them, they might not know their backstory. You probably just know them from singing or just know them from acting. So they want to know intimate details about the person. I understand how to conduct an interview, right? I get it, but what I have never done is set up there and pretend like I didn't know something about a motherfucker and then start asking them all kinds of leading questions to get to exactly where I know they want to go. No, first of all, I studied everybody I motherfucking interviewed. I never went into an interview blind. I never went into an interview not researching the person, not knowing anything about them whatsoever. Most of the time, I already knew who they was, but even if I already knew who they was, I still did my research, because that's what a proper interviewer does. So I have a hard time.
So here's the counter to that.
She didn't say she didn't know anything about him. She said she didn't know that much about the Israel and Palestine situation. And then Jason Black took that and kind of ran with it and saying now she's pretending like she don't know something. But look at all this other stuff she knows. She knows about Ben Shapiro. She knows about this. She knows about that. But so it was some wordplay on his part too. I mean,
here's the counter to that, Psychopatheist. And I'm not just picking on you. I'm just saying in general, because I see it a lot in the space. The use of I as standard, the way that you go about things and how you described everything. You stated, you've done this, you've done this, you've done this. You're not the standard of interviewing. So if you have a person another person who is doing an interview differently from you and they have better numbers, why are you referring back to how you do things?
I put in numbers
as some sort of standard.
I put in numbers on YouTube. What are you talking about? Don't sleep on me.
No. I said better numbers.
Better numbers? No, I don't got a channel with 1 million subscribers. No.
Right. So that's why I'm asking.
I got verified accounts though.
Right. That's fine. Right. But then I'm asking you, since that's the case, why are you using your example, yourself, as the standard?
I'm not using myself as a standard. I'm using everybody as a standard. This is how you conduct a proper interview, not just me. That's most interviews would not disagree with nothing I just said. Most interviewers would not disagree with nothing I say and say that's the way you're supposed to do an interview.
Yeah,
there's a proper way of doing interviews and there's an improper way of doing interviews. Now, if she's sitting up here doing interviews in an improper format, but she's still getting numbers, that don't mean she's still conducting proper interviews. I mean, I can show you these motherfuckers up on here whose content production wise is shit, right? But they get more numbers than motherfuckers who production is way better. But that's irrelevant. Like, what are we even talking about right now? It's a proper way of doing things.
It's still your perception, Psycho. Again, that's why we're having a debate right now. Of course, you can say, if you're the one person that's the point of reference saying, oh, well, you shouldn't do an interview like this, you shouldn't do an interview like that. I'm pretty sure if you talk to fucking Dan Rather and Barbara Walters, they still have different things. So they would agree with me. They would agree with me. You don't know that.
If you go to school for this stuff, they would tell you the proper way of doing the timeline. It's a methodology to it.
But this is what I'm saying though, Psycho. Being that you're on the other side of the initial premise, black and white supremacy, whatnot, what have you, the way you're even even describing the situation, bro, the words you're using telling that you have a bias in the situation. So you're talking about leading questions and this and that. Like you said, bro, I still don't know who Nick Fuentes is, and that's on my kids. I have no idea who he is. So anything she does isn't a leading question. It's just giving background and actual substance to who he is and what his ideology is. But to you or whatever, you're of course going to say that, oh, it's all leading. Oh, it's this white supremacy. And that's why we're having this debate, bro. At the end of the day, Psycho, the original premise is this. Jason Black is talking about Pearl when he's saying no black man at all should be talking about Pearl. The overarching shit of all of this is, of course, the black manosphere gets blamed when the black manosphere makes up the smallest contribution, collaboration, anything to fucking deal with just Pearly Things. MTR is not Black Manosphere. He said that. But MTR is just Manosphere, or at this point, a thing of himself. Okay.
Technically,
but because we have Black Man in it, this is constant. This is fucking classic. Blame Black men. Bro, do you know anytime anything happens, the Black Manosphere?
Well, I don't do that.
For the shit.
I don't do that. I don't say I don't blame Black men.
I'm not saying you, but I'm saying that that's true premise. It's been motherfuckers blow up some Black Manosphere. Like, bro, what?
I agree. Y'all get sometimes y'all get too much smoke. I'll give you that. I'll give y'all smoke sometimes, but I don't give y'all too much smoke.
He got shout out to Fantastic. I think he the one coined the phrase. He got that nigga-lander syndrome real strong to where basically there can only be him. The entire Black Manosphere is invalid. He called it the winosphere. They just whining about women, and they're not doing content that's helping Black men. Then you look at his content, he's doing the same, Russell Wilson, Sierra wearing the dress, and he's showing booty models twerking and shit, all kind of entertaining stuff mixed with a little information that Black men can use. He makes the same content while shits on everybody else. That content.
He makes similar content on that business channel. On his business channel, he does.
But anybody get bigger than him, now they're invalid, and he got to go out his way to figure out a way to try to invalidate them for essentially doing the same shit and saying the same shit that he's saying. It's content.
That's fair. Strategy. I mean, if y'all want to call him out for his motives, that's fair, and everything else. I just kind of want to address what. But can we be fair to him though? Like the video was actually not even just about Pearly Things, right? The video itself was about culture vultures, right? Because he also talked about that Adam dude from No Jumper, right? He got on them about interviewing Richard Spencer, right? So it was kind of it's kind of like a dual thing there. Everything wasn't all about the manosphere. That part, but just Pearly Things, that part was about the manosphere mainly. But the other part, he was talking about the hip hop side of things. These motherfuckers who be, these motherfuckers on the hip hop side of things that be buddying up with these white motherfuckers and everything else, allowing them to be culture vultures within the industry and shit. So it wasn't all about the manosphere. It was about culture vultures and motherfuckers not just the manosphere, but just Black people in general, sitting here giving these motherfuckers a cosign and allowing them to become bigger than them.
So I have a question about that, Psychopath, and I'm just curious. So the white people who talk about I would say more Black cultural things, they're culture vultures and so forth. Okay, so when we had our conversation, you were talking about, me and you were talking about the whole rap thing, and you told me that the majority of people who consume and purchase rap are white people. Are they culture vultures when they are purchasing those that music? And Asians.
Yeah, they are culture vultures, absolutely.
So the rappers would not want them to purchase their music and go to their shows.
Yeah, they can go to their shows and purchase their music, but them partaking in the culture in that fashion, they at that point, yes. And then
but as soon as they purchase it, then they're vultures, then, right?
Yeah, you're taking parts of culture.
No, because we purchase all types of stuff that we ain't a part of. We ain't being culture vultures when we do that.
Like what?
So you're not being so people are not being culture vultures when they're buying like Versace and Louis Vuitton and all that.
No, that's not being culture vulture. Being a culture vulture is sitting there trying to be Versace.
Okay.
Trying to be Versace. Okay. That's being the culture vulture, not buying it.
Is Pearl trying to be a Black woman?
Is she trying to be a Black woman? No, she tried to come up on Black women.
Is the people that watch Pearl? Is people that watch Pearl trying to be white women?
Are they trying to be white women? No, you got motherfuckers who want to fuck white women who watch it. You got motherfuckers like a whole white supremacists who don't like Black people. They watch it because she's talking down on Black people.
The point is that how does the culture vulture thing relate to Pearl? I'm curious.
Well, he was talking about how she invaded y'all space. Now, this is Jason Black's claim. He was claiming that she invaded y'all space and took all y'all talking points. And it was allowed to get over 1 million something subscribers just for her to turn around and cater to white supremacy.
And by the way, I just want to say, hold on, real quick. Oh, damn, she definitely would have, because according to Jason Black, Kevin Samuels took all the Jason Black talking points, and Pearly Things literally took a lot of Kevin Samuels talking points. So yeah, she took some of his talking points. But the main thing that I even did this video for is just to respond to the bullshit.
Right, I got you.
That she came into this space and somehow took over and was elevated and lifted up, and niggas still clapping and monkey dancing.
She was already a million strong.
Yeah, I got you.
That was the part that was bullshit that prompted me. Yeah.
I understand why you're responding.
Anyway, hold on real quick. Don Gordito in the building. He said, speaking of accommodation, Jason Black interviewed Jared Taylor at his house and paid him for it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was for a documentary. Yeah, that was for a documentary.
So he was doing business.
Documentary
with the white supremacists. With the white supremacists.
Yeah, I believe, but it wasn't. He wasn't in agreement with them. It was.
But as long as you can do business with the white supremacists, that's good.
Wait a minute.
Listen, bro. We ain't talking about doing business with each other. I ain't even talking about that.
I know he wasn't in agreement with him, but I think the most staunch down hardcore pro-black could listen to that interview and say he was being too damn nice and generous and charitable. I mean, come on, you bring somebody into your house, you're going to y'all going to have a respectful conversation. Like there was they had the parts of it that I seen. I didn't see the whole thing. They had a very respectful conversation.
But they don't disagree on everything.
Two men who respected each other. So
when you talk to naturalists, don't disagree on everything. They disagree on.
I got a question.
Right. Hold on. Wait, Don, you made a real good point. I haven't seen the full interview, but I'm 95% sure that Jared Taylor and Jason Black found a lot of common ground because they're both nationalists and probably okay with white people separating from black people. So I guarantee they high-fived a couple times during that conversation. And the most staunch down pro-black could do the same thing to him that he did to Pearly.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey met with the Klan for that reason. So did the NOI met with the Klan for that same reason. Yeah.
So because they bosom buddies.
So let me ask you this, psychopathist, because I genuinely don't know.
Me, dog. I'm trying to fucking answer the fucking quick question, bro. I don't know who the fuck Jared Taylor is. Okay, first and foremost. Secondly, again, like I said, so it's something that he's done already, and now he's mad at a white girl for dealing with a white man doing the same thing. It don't make sense.
No, what I'm saying is
that's part of the question. So was this a physical face-to-face interview, or
he was in his house?
Wow.
Yeah. But my thing is this: he didn't go there to be agreeing with them outside the fact that we shouldn't be living around each other. But he didn't go there. He went there. Yeah. Well, it was a documentary about separatists, right? About the race war. And so he went to Jared Taylor to get his perspective, to get the other side of the story. And everything else because he was doing documentary.
So he profited from the white man. He had no problems working with the white man. That
vulture.
Working with
that's not a culture vulture.
Hold on. Working with a white man that clearly dislikes black people, from what you guys are saying, right? Mm-hmm. And making money from a collaboration with a white man that hates black people. You don't see a problem with that? Doesn't that have a fundamental that's
because it's a documentary. It's a documentary. When you do a documentary, okay.
Some people, wait. Some people make YouTube videos. Some people make podcasts. People make actual movies, and some people make documentaries. If the only tool you have to do that is your really large YouTube platform, then you're going to do it. Like some people write books, and I remember shout out to the late great ARC. He was. But I need to bring him into this. But hold on, some people will have criticized people on YouTube voicing their opinions and doing this or doing that. But I'm like, yeah, but some people you voice it and put it in a book. There's a lot of the same shit that we saying. So it's like you can't.
The part that people are forgetting though is the fact again she was agreeing with him about the shit that he was saying. Like
Jason Black agreed with him. Jason Black agreed with Taylor
about separation. Yeah,
it's still an agreement.
You're still in agreement.
Yeah, about separation. What was they agreeing about?
What were they agreeing about?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this because I genuinely don't know. Do Jason Black work with any other black men?
No.
Yeah.
Who?
He's worked with Tariq Nasheed. I know that.
When? How long ago was that? It's like 10 years, brother.
I don't know how long ago that was. But I don't pay attention to everything Jason Black do, so I can't speak on every single thing he do.
Rightly speaking, we can say that he works more with white supremacists than he does with black men. Is that what I'm
No,
hearing?
because it wasn't just Jared Taylor on the documentary. If it was just Jared Taylor on the documentary, the whole documentary is about Jared Taylor, you could say that. No, it was Jared Taylor was a part of a documentary.
Okay, so there were other black men on there that he was working with.
So, hold on. So even more importantly, wait. So I'm gonna ask this again. This was a face-to-face interview?
Yes. It was
So you mean to tell me, hold on.
It wasn't even really an interview. Well, yeah, kind of, sort of. It was for the documentary.
Well, so I gotta say this. So hold on. So Jason Black is cool with a white supremacist knowing who he is and what he looked like, but he's not cool with all the black folks that he telling to be scared of white folks to know what he looked like.
Yeah, he was willing to go to his house and break bread and stuff.
Black people have seen Jason Black before.
I ain't never seen him. He done been on YouTube
he ain't never came up on YouTube. But even when they promoted the documentary, he was there. He was there promoting the documentary.
Oh, they showed him in the documentary.
The white supremacists know who he looked like.
No, my understanding of it is he hasn't been on camera even in the documentary, but he does. I didn't say that. He does.
During the promotion, he was.
He does do things in person. So
right, that's what I was saying.
There's people that know what he looked like. So
right,
say that.
That's my point.
I don't know what it looked like.
Yeah, he don't put it out there for the masses, but yeah, people have seen him though.
It don't matter to me. That's all.
Psychopathist. Come on, bro. You don't see the irony in a guy who says he's pro-black and he goes to a white supremacist house and then sits and have long form conversation with him with no issues. You don't see the irony in it.
Again, he's making a documentary, dog. He's making a No, I don't have a problem with him making a documentary and going to hear what the white supremacist guys say, so black people can hear how white people really feel.
I didn't say if you have a problem with it. I'm saying, do you see the irony in that?
No, he's getting a perspective. No, he needs to talk to an honest white dude. Jerry Taylor was honest about how he feels about black people, how most white people feel about black people. He didn't want to go get a white person that's going to sit up here and be politically correct and this, that, and third. No, he's going to go get somebody who's going to keep it real.
But what I'm saying, Psychopath, is other. Oh, go ahead, GC.
Was Pearl being dishonest about how she felt about slavery?
She said something that was some that a lot of people would view as controversial.
Stupid.
But I mean, the take that we have on slavery.
No, but Jared Taylor says controversial things too, right?
No, well, I don't know what connection you're making there.
Well, I'm saying, like, how is somebody interviewing or talking about Jared Taylor better than somebody interviewing or talking about Pearl? I mean, unless you call it a documentary, I don't see much.
I mean, if she was doing a documentary and she just wanted to get his perspective, nobody would be tripping. But this was, and I wouldn't even trip if she did an interview and she was giving them pushback throughout the interview. But I didn't hear no pushback there. I heard a whole lot of kikiing, chuckling, agreeance. Making jokes, clowning black people in the studio, and they say, "Oh, well, we ain't really mean nothing about it. I hope you ain't get mad and everything else." Obviously, it was offensive enough to feel when he had to feel like in the middle of the interview they had to sit up here and apologize. I mean, what the fuck?
No, what I'm saying is I'm not talking about Pearl's relationship to Jared Taylor. I'm talking about black people's relationship to Pearl, because you seem to want to beat black people or black men, even the ones who never interviewed Pearl or anything.
No, like black women too. If black women support it, they get it too.
Okay, yeah, okay. So you're saying you want to condemn black people for associating with Pearl whatsoever. What I'm saying is, how is that different than Jason Black associating with Jared Taylor, other than the fact that you're calling it a documentary? Like, I mean, we and I haven't even interviewed her.
Let me ask you a question, Game Changer. If you sit up there and you're having a conversation, right? Let's say you having a week marathon, right? About let's see, what's best for the black community, the pro-black perspective or the manosphere perspective, right? And you're having a week marathon, and you wait, let me finish. And then all of a sudden one day you invite me to come up, so we and you can do a show and you can interview me so you can get the pro-black perspective, because obviously you're gonna have a whole assload of manosphere perspectives up on there, but you need the other side. And you all of a sudden you have me come up and we do a whole show where you interview me and everything else. Afterwards, does that mean that you agree with me? Does that mean like, what are we saying right now? Like, you was just bringing me on just so we could have the other perspective. And that's all he did with Jared Taylor. He brought him on so he brought him on the documentary so he can have a different perspective. So people can hear what white people are saying.
So you're saying that the difference is that people are identifying Jared Taylor as a different perspective, and you feel that people are identifying Pearl as the same perspective, right?
Yes.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me ask you
and
this.
and that's the part of it. When you watch the interview and just watch it full unedited, it's kind of a reach on Jason Black part. It is like she was being charitable in the interview, as I've done. Hell, FD Signifier took a whole shit on the Black Manosphere, but that time when he came on my show, I talked to him for an hour. It was very respectful. I gave him pushback on some when he said some outright bullshit, but I did seek to find common ground on as much possible stuff we could agree on. So I mean, that's what you do when you're interviewing somebody. If you think it's a collaboration that that matters to your YouTube channel, book, or documentary. So that's why I wasn't tripping so much on that. That's where I'm at with that. That's where I'm at with that. But go ahead, Game Changer. I think he's about to say something else.
Oh no, I wasn't about to say anything. But I mean, I do find this this whole thing like interesting. Jason Black's attack on the Black Manosphere and Black men, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, for their relationship with Pearl, for their relationship.
For their non-relationship.
White people, period. White people, period.
For the relationship with white people, period. Even though he has a relationship with a white person, period. In the form of Jared Taylor, but we
I wouldn't call that a relationship.
We find
the interview is not a relationship.
Well, Pearl's never been to my house. So, he definitely has a greater relationship.
Jared Taylor did also speak to or interview, I think, Nick Fuentes. I mean, he said that during the actual show, during the stream.
Yeah, but was he in agreement with him? Was he up there agreeing with everything he said?
I think.
Can you show me where he was agreeing with everything he said?
No, I didn't see the interview. But I think it's kind of baked into the cake that there was some common ground that was found, but because we're talking about nationalists.
Yeah, now if I'm interviewing somebody,
have you ever been to a white supremacist house, Psychopathies?
House? Not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Not to my
I'm
knowledge.
just wondering. All right.
Yes, but not an open white supremacist. No. But I just made me lose my train of thought. SKC. I was about to say, God damn, I forgot it. It'll come back.
Now, I was just wondering because back in the day, our conversation about Round Rock, and you were telling me how you was living in Round Rock, which is a lot of for people that don't know, here in Texas, Round Rock is a affluent white area, and I don't know, it just reminded me of that time when you said it was just too quiet. I had to get out of there.
I didn't say I had to. I didn't. Wait, you misquoted me. I did say it was too quiet. I said it was too quiet and it drove me nuts. That's what I said. Yeah, it drove me nuts. It was too quiet. I'm used to. I'm a city dude. I'm used to a little bit of noise in the background. And it was like crickets. Like I heard every cricket, every little thing, and
it was just too. It was just too calm. The white people were just too calm.
No, the area in general, it was just calm. Like even if it was a black area, it's just too. I just don't like when it's too quiet. I said again, I'm a city dude. I'm just used to noise in the background.
Hey, Psychopathics, let me ask you something. Do you think Jason Black ever listened to R. Kelly?
Holy shit. Where are you going?
Maybe possible. I don't know what his music taste is. Don't get me the line.
Okay. You think that he ever watched Bill Cosby or O.J. Simpson or something like that?
Don't get me in line. I don't know. I know he don't speak too highly about him right now. I don't know what he used to do.
Yeah. So my point is that these people, allegedly fucked up. Shout out to Michael Jackson. These people allegedly fucked up. Should he be condemned for once having some type of association or supporting or buying a CD or watching a football series or something like that, or buying orange juice? Like, should he be condemned for supporting them at one point for something that they did later?
No, I don't feel like you should be condemned for supporting something that you didn't know a person, like supporting somebody not knowing they were doing fucked up shit because you didn't know. Right. Let me finish. That's why my whole point of contention was, are y'all going to continue to support? Like, I wasn't even getting on y'all for, I don't know if y'all supporting them before this or not. I was just talking about as far as like the future, like where y'all going to go after this is where I was.
I'm just saying that Jason Black, he's actually supporting white supremacists by being on YouTube.
Okay. All right.
You can go on somewhere else with that one.
I don't know where you're going with that one.
What
you mean? Okay, see, what do you mean with that? Are you serious?
I mean, in a roundabout way, yeah. I mean, because a lot of the people that they talk about, I mean, YouTube is it's built by a white business, and so I'm pretty sure that those white people don't have the best interest of black people at heart. So by being on this platform and not being about the business and building one's own, then yeah, you are supporting white supremacists.
I don't agree with that, but okay. If you say
I mean, he was good enough to build his own a documentary. It's like, okay, well, why can't you just build your own network of pro-black everything?
Because the same reason why the manosphere couldn't do it. It's not an easy
task. No. But the pro-blacks are better than the manosphere.
It's not.
All right, let's not turn.
They're more organized.
You're playing games right now. It's really hard to draw internet traffic to any new website, especially an obscure, all black owned grassroots website. It is extremely hard to get. It's hard to get as content creators. Then y'all could co-sign me this as content creators. If you got 50,000 subs on your channel and you start a new channel today and drop the link all in the chat, post your links everywhere. It's that third new channel, y'all all go subscribe. You'll be lucky to get 5% of your subscribers to go sub. You'll be lucky to get 5% to go sub. It's hard to get traffic.
But each one teach one, and the black pro-black movement is supposed to be grassroots.
It is grassroots.
All right, there's a serious element of what SKC is talking about, and I understand it. And I was involved in a project that was going to be, creating some off-site platform and the whole works and everything. So yeah, a lot of people do it. A lot of people try it. Some people fail at it. Some people succeed at it. I do think that is the ultimate end goal. So I'm not going to criticize another man because he haven't, pulled that off yet. But you are technically right. But I don't like to get into, well, why haven't you done it yet? Why do you do this?
I'm not on the whole why haven't you done it yet thing. I'm just saying that as long as he's
goofy, but definitely for when you average the totality of the pro-black talking points into the equation, that yes, they should have even bigger motivation to do it.
Right. My argument is this I'm not saying that why haven't he done it or what you shouldn't, all this. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying just as a person should have that same what's the AAVE energy or spirit towards, any self-respecting black man wouldn't do such and such. Well, wouldn't any self-respecting black man be like, man, I want to get off of this YouTube thing as fast as possible because this is ultimately the money's going to white supremacists.
Because that is I got you. Hold on, I got you. It is a fair point that based off, if he can make a roundabout argument and make Just Pearly Things an agent of white supremacy and new member of the alt-right, he believed whoever owned YouTube is a white supremacist. So if you follow the logic all the way home, he shouldn't want to be on the platform per his argument. So if SDC is saying that, then I'm with him.
Right, and there is black platforms and everything else. Y'all had one called the Black Avenger. I actually had I had an account over there and everything else. I make accounts when I see people make these alternative platforms according to YouTube. The problem is there's no traffic over there. These be dead zones.
Are you saying that the 44 million black people in America really just don't have a hankering for pro-black content?
What I'm saying is black people gonna go where people are. If the people are on YouTube, that's where black people gonna go.
Even Roland Martin is trying to build his own 24-hour. Even Roland Martin is trying to build his own little 24-hour news network on YouTube. So yeah, the people that are staunch down into blackness and blackity black and getting out the black, thought, perspective, agenda, political, blah 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 blah.
How do you get your agenda out there if you're on a dead platform?
I disagree. I disagree, and I have a point of contention with that. World Star Hip Hop.
World Star Hip Hop.
It's not on YouTube.
It was ran by a goddamn coon who said,
okay, but still, it's not on YouTube, and black people flock there.
Yeah, and it's not
because they have a desire to be there.
Actually, they get more white motherfucking followers than anything. White people beat that shit to death. What are you talking about? Especially most of their motherfucking views come from people not even in this country. The
majority of the content is who? And who was it built by?
It was built by a foreigner. That's what it was built by. One of those hardworking Africans y'all bragging about. That's who built that shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Do you see the dodge here? Do you see the dodge here? As soon as I put forth a platform that is about black people flock there. You can go to all sorts of social media with people. Well, other black people are reposting stuff from World Star. They even have the chant that they stayed out to each other. Right. World Star, and they did it away from YouTube.
Right.
So are we not saying that pro blacks cannot do the same? Or is it that black people just don't want that content?
Black people want messy content. Yes, like gender banging. They like all this nonsense. Like this is what gets the numbers.
Yeah,
I don't really have a problem with what Psychopathia says, as long as he's talking about, because what a lot of people are doing is they try to condemn somebody for ever being associated with somebody once a scandal happens. And I thought that was what Jason Black did. I didn't really watch what he did. Like. They say, "Oh, you were associated with this person," and then later, it turned out you was eating Subway, and then later it turned out that Jared was on some chomo shit. Like I can't stand people that do shit.
Nah. Like I've been associated with people that I didn't know they was doing some messed up shit. Yeah, I've been associated in the past. Right, because I've been associated with people in the past that did some fucked up shit in the past that I didn't know about. Found out about it, and I cut them off. And that's
there it is. Yeah. And I think that's where part of the debate is, like, to what degree do people think what she did was?
Is that what Jason Black is doing?
Well, no, Jason Black is calling. Hold on, wait.
He was doing a lot of "I told you so." He was saying a lot of "I told you so" and everything else. Yeah, he was doing a lot of that.
Yeah, but he calling people out for.
No, but is he condemning people for once being associated with somebody who later did something?
Yeah, that is what's happening. That's ultimately what's happening. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, can you get behind that, Psycho?
Say that part again. I missed it. What you say? I was reading the text message. Say that part again.
According to Bernard, no worries. According to Bernard, Jason Black is condemning people for once being associated with Pearl. Before anything came out about her. I mean, do you agree with that?
No, I don't. Well, no, I don't feel like y'all should have. Let's put it this way. I'm not going to.
Time out. He came through on some. I'm not here to show receipts. I'm here to give invoices. I'm showing y'all what y'all owe for the association, bigging her up, backing her up, or whatever you did. You about to read him and weep right now. Like that's essentially what he was doing. So yeah.
I will say this. I'm not going to condemn people for not knowing that she be co-signing all this race stuff. Like I'm not to a certain degree or whatever, but I am going to say now this is just my personal opinion. I don't feel like any women should be running y'all spaces. I don't even know what happened to the manosphere. Like when I first came around and discovered this space, I gotta keep it a buck.
Bernard about to go off because it just keeps on happening like in a circular fashion. They want to use these words like running, control, the power base, and all this other stuff. And it's like they just can't just have the honest conversation.
I'm having an honest conversation. I'm trying to tell you, and you ain't gonna be able to dispute this, SKC, because you was one of them. When I first came around and discovered this whole manosphere thing, and I would go over to I'm gonna use Obsidian Space for an example, because that's where SKC I first discovered him at over there. When I first went over there, man, y'all motherfuckers wouldn't even let a woman comment in the live chat. Let's keep it a buck. If a woman even came up in this is facts. This is facts. SKC, if you tell me I'm lying, I'm calling bullshit.
I was around in 2018, and I remember I was around 2019. Hold on, wait. I didn't make myself known until probably about 2019, but I was like in the clouds listening late 2017, early 2018. I remember the first time I ever saw Minister Jap is when he was in a back and forth in debate with the on camera debate with the I think her name was Ashley W or some. Never mind the name, but chicks been coming in as detractors. Now
but they would just come in and just say hello. They would just come in and chat, say hello, boop, get them out of here. Get them out, block. Like they wasn't even allowed in the chat. And I'm not even tripping over that. I'm not even saying this. I'm not even saying this because I'm tripping over it. I'm just saying it just blows my mind to see y'all go from that to seeing all these women being supported. And I ain't just talking about Pearly things. There's a bunch of women.
This is the fake news on that. One, going back to what you said, ever since I remember when I've been here, chicks been able to come through and they can talk. Some of them can talk their shit in the chat room. The links been getting dropped in the chat. People been arguing and debating. Debating have always been going on. Eventually, somewhere along the way, a lot of chicks either they lost the debate or chicks basically said, you can't beat them, join them. And then so some chicks start parroting the talking points. I can only name a few that actually came up through the ranks of the Black manosphere and actually made it big and successful. The other ones, this is where y'all get on some bullshit because y'all letting these chicks run or manage or do this. Like, for example, they'll use Melanie King as example. Listen, that's another one I didn't know about until she had 100K subs. You go to her audience, look at that shit. You do not see the manosphere in there. These chicks are on general Black YouTube using Black manosphere talking points and taking them to a larger audience somewhere else in another algorithm. And so I don't, it's fake news to basically try to say that they're lifted up, like they're leading us. They're doing this because they're working the YouTube algorithm with cleavage and manosphere talking points. Like, no, we don't control how big their channel grows. We don't control how many people that YouTube show their thumbnail to. That is out of our control. We can sit here and hate on it. We can hate on it all they want. Me personally, and I don't even like to say this because I don't like to come up like a hater, but I think it's stupid when men go to like what I'll just be looking at like, okay, is y'all sitting Indian style learning at the feet of a woman? Like, what the fuck? That shit is weird to me. But at the end of the day, they did their content, they put it out there, it hit the algorithm, and enough general public of men, the general public of men wanted to see a woman look pretty and say some shit that they agree with.
Yes.
And they signed up. Y'all cannot blame the Black manosphere for that.
Exactly.
That is fake fucking news.
Thank you. And let me say this, man. Again, man, you horny, thirsty niggas, that's y'all fault. Okay. I directly have been accused of this and blamed because y'all niggas see a pretty face or whatever, and y'all want to watch them say the same shit men say. That is not on us. I do not control no grown ass man.
When it's a thick red bone, nigga, you be Indian style listening. Don't lie.
No, nigga, the thick red bones come to me. You know what I'm saying? You won't even see me liking no pictures, bro. I don't even like a bitch pictures. Listen, bro. The same thing that everybody, again, I don't know how you can, a small contingent of men, bro, control, the hundreds of thousands of men that this space is. Listen, like Bernard says, everybody else says, bro, the Black manosphere is the smallest of all the niches that everybody gets brought up. Maybe, well, no, I mean, we big, that's bigger than the whole Peep thing or whatever in them. They're not that big, but even still from a viewership standpoint, they bigger. So this is what I'm saying, bro. Why is it that the Black manosphere name gets brought up and that gets put on, oh, y'all the women, y'all the women, when literally still we have the least amount of women than anybody else.
Because you have to push down others to make yourself look better instead of just forming better ideas.
So that's
Bingo.
So what I'm saying. Yeah. So what I'm saying, man. Again, it's easy for Jason Black to.
Hold on, wait. Jason Black actually says that. He says if it's the Black manosphere, they should only talk about man stuff. They shouldn't say anything about women. They should only talk about what the men are supposed to do. But his whole shit, what is he talking about?
Yeah,
women.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like
and telling Black, hold on, wait, and still telling Black men they should get married, even though he's not married him damn self. He's on the Passport Bros nuts every other fucking chance he gets to talk about the Passport Bros. He's a Black man that can't stop talking shit about other Black men, yet he won't even collab with or debate with a Black man actually. And then he fucking comes back again and y'all this white woman, y'all praise bro. Nobody.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Let me finish up, Psycho. I got you. I'm almost done. Listen, bro. Nobody even bro. Pearl is just that. She's a content creator. She's a fucking point of reference for content, dog. You don't even see. And I've literally done this on purpose, bro. Nobody's even over there in Pearl's chat for the most part. The first time I ever even been in Pearl's chat for real was when she had the lion ass 7 baby daddies and 7 different seven different baby mamas, nigga, because he was just lying and she did that fucking interview. Okay. Other than that, bro, you will not see regular people, be it content creators or even supporters, over there in Pearl's chat like that. Bro, it's two totally different lanes. It's two totally different things.
I can't accuse anybody individually of supporting her because I don't know. Because I don't watch her, so I ain't like I can say I got screenshots
Right.
of y'all.
And we
don't like that.
If any men support her anywhere, let's blame that on the manosphere. If any man does anything negative anywhere, let's blame it on the manosphere. Like that's the strategy. That's the
Let me ask y'all a question before I get out of here.
Real quick, because I'm half-assing on the super chats. Number 6 in the building. He says, "Make your own website. Cool. Still using white infrastructure, internet payment system, servers, etc. So what is the point of the argument? You would shift to those next if a website is built." Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. I think I understand what he's.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
I forgot all about the drops. We ain't been playing the drops, but it's been too busy and yeah. But shout out to everybody who's supporting the stream. I will at the end of the stream try to will read and acknowledge all the super chats. Shout out to all the people, all the Patreons. Do appreciate everybody who's a Patreon. I've been putting Patreon only content over there. Go check it out. But go ahead, Fantastic. What you got going on?
I had a question real quick. I wanted to ask, and it's just out of curiosity because I just want to know what y'all opinion is. I have mine, but I just want to know. Like, I'm not here to shit on the passport bros. Whatever y'all doing over there, y'all do. I don't grasp it, but whatever floats y'all boat. My question is this though: do y'all see a contradiction within a certain segment of passport bros? Not all, a certain segment of passport bros who claim to be FBA. Do y'all kind of see? Do y'all see a contradiction or hypocrisy there? I'm just curious to know what y'all opinion is.
Okay. I'll say this if I can. So if FDA is what you are, and passport broing is something you do, I don't see the contradiction at all.
Well, I was talking about like, okay, I'm not talking about like what you would fall under as far as like what FBA actually is. I'm talking about somebody who actually reps FBA, like, you know, like adamant about, you know, it's all about Black Americans. I don't mess with foreigners and.
I think I know what he's getting at. I think I know what he's getting at. I think he's calling out basically what I call like the dashiki wearing swirlers. Like something like there's like if you pro Black but you passporting and swirling and the whole works like that. That's kind of what you're getting at, Psychopatheist.
They don't have to be pro Black per se, but the premise, yes. Well, if you want these FDA.
Hold on, no, bro. Listen, you are a man, okay, and this is the problem and the issue we're having. A man, a heterosexual Black man, bro, has the freedom to do whatever he wants to do with his own dick.
Yeah, but you can't. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I got you. Like,
there's no hypocrisy. He's a man.
Hold on, but no, you can call out a contradiction in somebody's ideology if they're claiming to be on some lightweight pro Black type stuff. You can see if it's potential contradictions in the ideology, but he would have to find somebody who really be talking some pro Black, blackity black shit.
Tariq Nasheed's wife is half white, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, she's biracial. Yeah,
it's over with. Done. Get him out of here. I want to hear.
But I was talking about like the whole ideology of FBA is, you know, it's all about Black Americans and we don't mess with no foreigners.
It's not even 5 years old, Psycho.
I'm just explaining what the ideology is so you can understand what hypocrisy is.
You're calling out hypocrisy, but you're not a hypocrite though. Like, I mean, who is doing this? Like, I don't know of a person who is both, you know, staunch, you know, I only mess with Black Americans.
I can't give you no content creator. I can't give you no content creator. I've had people hit my link who was talking this nonsense before. So
hold on. FBA was made by who again?
Tariq Nasheed, who only did it because he didn't want to get a lawsuit from Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks for trying to fucking.
Like I said, it's not even an attack on the manosphere. I'm not even banging on the manosphere.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, Psychopath, because a little bit earlier, you and Patriarchy were going back and forth, and you were saying one of the things that you throwed out was, "Hey, are your parents even Black?"
Yeah.
And yet we're talking about something that was created by a guy who has a non-Black wife. And you don't see the irony in that?
I'm not one of these FBA dudes. So I'm actually
so
y'all
doesn't that just wipe whatever that is completely off the board? As for your logic,
I argue with these FBA dudes. I'm Pan African. I argue with these dudes. So like you get wrong person.
That's what he's saying.
Wait, what's the difference between? What's the difference? I'm curious.
It's a big difference. FBA people don't believe we should. That's what I was trying to say before. FBA people don't believe they should support any black people outside the black people in this country. That's it. I'm Pan African. I believe we all the same. We all the same within the black diaspora, no matter what country we in. They don't believe that.
So Pan Africans support passport bros as long as they go to countries where there are black people.
And that's what this is. No, this is a contradiction that I was talking about. Like, because like I said, I have people hit my link who claim to be FBA. Who claim to be FBA. No, well, I'm Pan African. They're FBA. They don't believe.
No. I'm asking. Do Pan Africans support passport bros as long as they go to countries with black people? Is my question.
Oh well, they're not going. Pan Africans ain't going to trip on you if you go overseas to go find you a black woman. No, they're not going to trip on you on that. That ain't
it's black women in Brazil too. Now you know that, right?
Some. A lot of them are mixed down. A lot of them are mixed down, but
you know, largest population of black.
They more mixed. They more mixed than anything
in the Western Hemisphere, brother.
Yeah, I know, but that's because they counting all those mixed down people. But yeah, I got you,
brother. Hold on, brother. Are you African? Hold on. Are you African?
I'm of African descent. Yeah.
No. Are you African?
So are they?
So I'm American, but I'm of African descent.
Exactly. So, brother, you mixed too.
So
that's the whole thing of us. We mixed, brother. We ain't 100%. We ain't 100%.
Nah, but I ain't mixed down like that though. I ain't mixed down like that.
Like that.
Like them and down in Brazil. People in Brazil, people in Brazil is very racially ambiguous. They had a whole movement out there to whitewash all Brazil. A whole movement.
They tried, and it still didn't
from
work,
Spain.
Brother.
From Spain,
and it still didn't work.
Well, they got them. They got a lot of mixed people down there from trying.
Oh, you mixed too.
I'm talking about no. I'm listen. When I say mixed, when I say mixed, I mean closer to 50-50.
No, okay. So there is a mestizo population there, granted, but still there is a large, like pitch black African population.
Yeah, they still got black people. Yeah, they got black people. That's why I said some.
And it's more than 13%, which is here.
Yeah,
so
definitely
if a
way
person
more than 13%.
leaves
I'll give you that.
13% country and goes to a 30% country, the Pan Africans shouldn't have shit to say about that, right?
No, they get them a black woman. No, they ain't tripping. I told you,
right?
Pan Africans ain't tripping.
Not to mention they're actually closer to Africa.
The Clue Channel in the building says FBA ADOS. FBA and ADOS is YouTubian language. Nobody in real life uses these terms. That is actually a that might be a really good point.
And Psychopathist, when I was saying I'm not just talking about by miles or location.
That's not
like
true.
a lot of their customs and things are much closer to Africa than the people here in America.
I would agree with you there. They less westernized. I would agree with you there.
Yeah. Soldier Boy TD in the building. So Soldier Boy TD /tall definition in $5 super chat. He says psycho. I think he was trying to say psychopatheists, FBA only have problems with those who oppose reparations.
Well, that's some FBA. That's some. Now, some I would say some are like that, but I won't say that's the majority. The majority of them has smoke for farmers.
Yeah, the majority of FBA premise is if you're not born of slave descent, well, most of these niggas can't prove anyway. They don't know shit about this. They ain't took the time. They ain't no motherfucking Dane Calloway Juniors. If you are quote unquote, as they call them, a tether, they got smoke for them off top, off rip, just off GP.
What is a tether?
They call
second generation foreigner, somebody who came over, somebody whose parents wasn't born here, but they was born here.
Yeah, they call anybody that's not of FBA ADOS descent tethers, like African people and everybody else, pretty much.
All right, y'all. Real quick, before I pass it to Edward Anderson, I just want to say that my subscriber count went down while doing this stream. So apparently I said something wrong today. But if you're in the building, we got 432 people in here. If you're listening and you're unsubscribed, go ahead and you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. If you've already unsubscribed,
You hurt
was
Jason
nice.
Black supporters' feelings, man. That's what
Yeah,
happened.
yeah. But for those of you that are in the building who enjoy the content, who enjoy the perspective, the argument, the debate, and all of the stuff that's going on here, by all means, please subscribe. I definitely appreciate you. Definitely.
Hold on, before you go, Bernard. Let's do this. Bernard. Hey, all you Jason Black supporters, how about y'all tell y'all daddy to actually have a real debate? Stop talking at and so much about the Black Manosphere, but too scared to even talk to the Black Manosphere.
No, he has a show. He has a show all the time. Y'all can call in. Y'all can call in.
Wait, hold on. Wait, fantastic. Go ahead and tell him.
He hung up like a bitch. I called in. He hung up like a bitch. All that quote unquote.
How long did you get in? How long did you get in?
Bro, I waited. I literally waited on it for over an hour. And
I'm talking about how long before you had hung up on you? You get a chance to go back and forth.
Not even a full minute. His hang up was, we're not going to play this game. You don't acknowledge white supremacy. Well, brother, it's a debate. I don't have to acknowledge white supremacy. So again, Jason Black. Hold on, SKC. Jason Black has fake debaters. Everybody that comes on this thing, man, I'm trying to see what you're talking about. I understand, Jason. It always ends up in the same thing. Well, Jason, you right, brother. These brothers are lost and they can't do this and they can't do that. Jason Black, get some nuts, nigga.
I've heard that. I ain't trying to shit on the program, on his program. Look, his stuff is entertaining, it's informative. He do a good job. He go far with some stuff that I'm like, nah, I ain't going with that one. But overall, it is generally true when he brings somebody on, he does manipulate, control the conversation. But if somebody is doing like what Fantastic did and just reject his premises outright, and we about to have the debate on these grounds, he'll kick you off the show.
Exactly.
Especially if you sound like you could possibly beat him.
He know that.
But
too.
if you come in and you taking the position Fantastic was taking, but you coming in let you be on there for 30 minutes if you wanted them niggas that disagree with him, you'll be on there forever. So he runs his show. He stays in control of the conversation.
One question.
I've never seen him in the conversation.
Just one question real quick before you go, Ed.
Hold on. Goddamn.
Ed,
all I was about to say, I haven't seen him really in a conversation that he couldn't fully control. I'll just say that. But other than that, he real good at what he do. He hella smart and intelligent, and I think he's a good debater. So I don't think he would even lose in a conversation that he couldn't control. But he only has conversations that he can control.
Bernard, why hasn't he done at least what Pearl has done in going on other people's platforms and accepting having pushback?
Well, let me state this before Edward, right quick, please. It does, and this is the psychopathist. It does seem as though the pro-black community in general has more divisions than they have unity. They're dividing themselves between Pan-African ADOS and, for and against reparations, against other black men groups like the Manosphere and stuff. It seems like it's more full of division. It's more dividing the black community than it is uniting.
It's always been division within the pro-black spaces. Even in the civil rights movement days.
No, it hasn't. They're coming up, according to you, they're coming up with new names to categorize different type of blacks.
Right. You can make the argument that there's more divisions now than before, but let's not pretend like it wasn't always pro-black. There was always divisions within pro-black spaces ever since the 60s, even before that. But
so isn't that an extreme flaw in the whole ideology of it?
That depends on. I'll throw it to you 1 second. I'll throw you 1 second. That depends on how you look at it. Me myself, I don't hold on to the myth of black unity. I understand that's a myth. That's a fantasy. There is no such thing as black unity. You find like-minded people that's looking to advance the same way you are, and you build with them. That's my premise. So I don't hold on to the whole idea of black unity. We all need to be united because we all not going to agree.
All right, Ed, you sound kind of muffled when you was talking, but I'm gonna pass it to you.
So all right, can you hear me better now?
I can hear you. It still sound like you're driving.
Yeah, I am driving. So can you hear me better now, or you just can't hear me?
We can hear you. It don't sound the best.
All right, I won't be like long and forever. I mean, the first thing I wanted to jump on, what actually triggered me to jump on, is the situation, well, what's called we're talking about with Brazil, and they're watered down. So 100 million of them as black is Bernard. If we're gonna consider, like, just to give you a point of reference, 100 million. The watered down part gets you to 80% of the population qualifies. So half of them are as black as Bernard. So they're black. And they're black. They're as black as us, if not actually blacker. Basically, they did the quote unquote, they were one of the least successful in the whiting of their nation, because unlike of the other populations, they have a large population versus Argentina, which didn't. So they were able to be, and plus the other countries had like Germans, Nazis running down there after World War II and stuff. So they were already coming to some of these other countries heavy before they even implemented that policy. Not to mention some of these countries decided to do what America did with us and kind of, even though that didn't really work, send a lot of them into wars in order to minimize their population, which is something Brazil just never had a reason to do. So just FYI, Brazil is 50% black if you take the one drop rule out of the equation. I just want to be clear about that, because there's this argument that the only black people are in the United States of America outside of Africa, and that's not true. And I'm not saying this to beat up on nobody. Everybody don't know everything. I don't know everything. I don't even know what Pearl said for everybody to be wilding the fuck out like they are. Ain't nobody to send me a clip. So anyway, I just want to say that because when we had these arguments, it's the people. When we had these arguments about stuff, Jason Black will take advantage of people not knowing shit. And because he's very good at articulating stuff and debating stuff, he's very good at controlling the narrative. And the reason why Kevin pissed him off so much is because he couldn't do that anymore, and his own audience was not going to leave Kevin alone. Jason went from hating on Tommy, which he used to be a part of his show, and I don't like Tommy. But he went from hating on Tommy to hating on Kevin. The reality is Jason Black does not like the Black Manosphere because he sees us as an offshoot of Tommy Sotomayor. So there's nothing you're ever going to say you're an enemy, period. Now, the other part, and I've listened I got more hours clocked in listening to Jason than any of y'all. Okay. And I understand Jason's information, and it is good. But the reality is Jason Black is becoming the old nigga he used to talk about. At the end of the, go ahead.
No. How is he becoming the old nigga you used to talk about?
Well, because number one, like, he's a fucking hater. Number one, he's poo-pooing a lot of younger dudes. That's number one. Like, he poo-pooed. I know Fantastic had his run in with him. He said that everybody got reverence for their parents for the most part. He said Austin Hollerman's parents were basically bad parents. He said it in a lot more egregious way. Just because he said he caught some Brazilian porn when he was young. He basically compared Austin Hollerman's parents to R. Kelly while he was on the phone. So
that was ridiculous. I saw that. That was ridiculous.
So,
we all didn't go steal a VHS from under our uncle's mattress or some shit. Like,
his parents cohabitated. He grew up with his parents in the same household. Say what you want to about them being married, but I mean that's the closest doing it right without putting it on paper. I mean, especially where we going. So my point is that Jason, nothing is if you're a guy where you know how to chew the meat and spit out the bones and you think for yourself, then you can listen to Jason Black and get some good information from it. I'm not going to deny that. His Patreon is pretty good. But if you're one of these people, you can be wooed by somebody's mouthpiece. Unless you you approach it like Fantastic or Conservative, where you reject some of the premises outright he's saying. Like, if you believe in pro-blackism, you shouldn't be listening to him if you can't chew the meat, spit out the bones. Because what's going to happen is he's going to tell you the world is flat, and you're going to start to fucking believe it. Now, I've always been a chew the meat and spit out the bone type of person. I could call you on bullshit even if I fuck with you. But most of his audience cannot do that. Most of his audience, if he told them the rapture was coming, they would believe it. Now, these guys, now another dude that I rock with, now all this bullshit about, they really pissed me off about Jason, talk about YouTube gave Jason an advantage. That's a lie. Kevin Samuels did something Jason Black has never been able to do with the millions of dollars that he has advertised. Kevin Samuels don't listen to YouTube to listen to YouTube to listen to his show. Anybody knows if you can do that, the algorithm will basically push you hard.
If you
because
can do
that
what?
is one of
Say
the
that, hold on,
biggest
say that
things that
again.
they look for.
Wait a minute. You went out when you said that thing that
If
Kevin
you
Samuels
can
did.
pull people that don't listen to YouTube to listen to YouTube, the algorithm will push you hard because that is bringing business to their stuff. That is bringing eyeballs to them to sell ads to. Very few people can do that. And everybody knows that a lot of people found Kevin through people talking about Kevin offline. They would say it. I was told who this dude is, they're saying this stuff. Women would share it with dudes would share it with their friends. And you saw it reflected in how Kevin was moving in Atlanta. Remember, YouTube sells ads first and foremost. And so Jason has never been able to do that. Not that. And most people have it, to be fair. So this idea that he was given an advantage, it's a lie. And really, he's upset because he used to be one of the only, he's upset the same reason Tommy is. They used to be the only people in the yard, and now there's other people that have blown up. And just like how Tommy's fading the black, Jason feels that can happen to him. So he's doing all this bullshit, these false flag arguments. Nobody wasn't really talking about Pearl like that until he did this video. Anyway, what y'all say?
The Tommy thing isn't fair because nobody's tried to take down like 37,000 of Jason Black's channels. So you can't. That's unfair. And that's an unfair.
No, but even though I get that, but what I'm saying, yes, that is correct. And Minister Jap is probably the second in channels been taken out most, although Tommy is far ahead of him. But Minister Jap is probably far ahead of everybody else. You know what's actually true, and I'm glad you said that. There's another guy that actually stays on mission called Professor Black Truth, who everybody tries to play games like they're the same people. They're not. And Professor Black Truth doesn't show his face either. Professor Black Truth has lost 2 channels. You know how many subs Professor Black Truth has? It's about 115 now. And that was after a year and some change of him growing his channel back. So and Jason Black fucks with him as well. They are right there. He fucks with PBT probably more than Tariq. But so the point is, if you talk about the pro-black stuff and stay on mission and get away from the throwing shots, you can grow, even if you don't show your face. And their channels are very similar. He can debate, but he typically sticks to just doing the video essays thing. Shout out to Tyree Rain that does fuck with our space. That is at 60,000, even though he lost. He'd be a good interview, by the way. Even though he lost the channel. And even the chicks fuck with Tyreen Rain as well, although Tyreen will keep it 100%. So anyway, I'll say this to say that to say this. Ultimately, what it is Jason Black this is what hating looks like without hate. He creates this buffer to say, I'm not hating. I'm just talking about white supremacy and how y'all push Pearl. Mathematically, it is impossible that we pushed her.
Thank you.
It is impossible with the numbers here. And another person, and I say this and I am done. Angry Man. We're not responsible for Angry Man's growth. Angry Man's a part of the space, but the reality is YouTube Shorts is almost like a different social media network than YouTube. His stuff, he does well on his normal videos, but where his growth has come from is YouTube Shorts. Dudes then all of a sudden they knew who Angry Man was, and shout out to him. All of a sudden talk about, oh, well, now I'm going to listen to him to the point where he went from 50K to 375, and he's lost a lot of channels too, by the way, on some BS. And so my point is, that's a whole new audience. And by the way, his YouTube Shorts are not of the same quality that his live streams are. And nobody would debate that. All he does is play a clip and show his face. And I'm good. It works. He's worked hard. My point is, that's a different audience. That's why I'm saying that. So when people do this, and by the way, Dennis did that. Talking about, oh, y'all built up the white girl, but y'all hating on Kevin. If you don't like Kevin, you don't like Pearl. So I'm tired of the fucking lying. Now, that being said, thank you for you having a 500 viewer show. And then, Fantastic gets some exposure. I get a little bit of exposure. So, we'll do the silver lining with that. But I'm just tired of motherfuckers with these straw man arguments, man. Yeah. Show your shit. And everybody talking. Again, let me ask y'all this. What did Pearl actually say?
She
because I had to go on mute most of the video.
Okay, I'll say this because I didn't even get all the way to the video. She gave him a friendly interview. She acknowledged that she knew who Ben Shapiro was. She only thing she said is that that this is probably the biggest thing that she said. Well, no, she said Africans Africans tend to work harder than Americans, because she said she hire a lot of Africans. They tend to work harder than Americans, and that she said
So
that.
did she say Black Americans, or did she say Americans?
She was referencing them. She didn't say Black Americans, but she was referencing them though.
But she did. Hold on, she didn't say that. But that's what Jason
Black
read. Jason Black read that in there.
Because immigrants typically do work harder than Americans in general.
They do.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Well, okay.
Why does Africa?
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
I didn't say Africa. I said immigrants.
She
Don't
said
get
Africa.
triggered.
She said Africa.
She said African immigrants that work for her. Like I ain't trying to go down the rabbit hole. We had that debate earlier.
They already
That's
talked
off
about
subject. I like what Ed cooking on. I want to stay kind of on this subject here. But as far as what she said,
Africa don't look that great either.
She said thing about immigrants working harder. She said immigrants working harder than Americans. The other thing that she said that people would find most egregious, she said some
the slavery embellishment one is the one that I've been hit.
Some aspects of slavery is, she acknowledged it was bad, but she said some aspects of it is exaggerated and trumped up, and she said, and that could be used as a way. She said the guy who wrote Roots, Alex Haley, said that he wants to sell it that way so he could use it to control white people into doing.
Okay, so that's some goofy shit, but I just want to make it very clear.
That's something that he said.
Did he say that?
Yes, he said it. It's written down on paper. What she quoted, that's an Alex Haley quote.
Yeah, so I just want to make it very clear that slavery, if anything, is very much underrepresented as far as what happened. And so now, as far as what the dude actually said, okay, if he said it and then she's responding to that, that's on his goofy ass for saying it. But what I would want to know from Pearl is, I would want to get more specific in what part of slavery do you think was embellished?
Bro, no,
and that's what I would want to know.
But that's the trap. No, and that's the fucking trap. Why are we worried about?
I want to know what she means when she says that.
Fam, that's the trap. Again, why she that's a lose. If she ever goes.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because she's a white woman. First off, okay, that's why you're even.
So let me ask you, as a black man, what do you think was embellished?
Hold on, real quick. Let's let Fantastic explain why that's a trap. And she said something about Karen. She said she liked Karens, but she said we'll explain that. She said lighthearted shit that I think he really trumped up. But go ahead, Fantastic.
It is true to the fact of the matter that, again, that slavery is embellished. That's why you niggas are still obsessed with it in 2023. And what y'all missing is he compared the same thing for the thing that happened over in Germany to people from Israel. That's what y'all are missing. He's saying both situations were embellished to a point. What do you mean what? The H word, bro.
No, I got to disagree.
No, you actually kind of cut out. So I didn't hear you said with Israel.
I'm telling you what he said.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, but my thing is, if you make so you're
all right.
I get you're saying it was embellished.
Brother, that's it. They didn't go into deep details. They said it was embellished, which is true. Like, if you listen to there are black people, and there are from now and from history, bro, and from the past. Ivan Van Sertima said there were black people here before slavery. Did he not? Wrote a book. Say he had.
Did be started on
scholar, all this stuff. Psycho. Wait. There are people that have evidence, archaeological evidence that shows Africans being all over the planet, like well before they're documented actually being there. Okay.
That has nothing to do with the actual slave trade.
Brother. Dane Calloway says the same thing. Okay, and he has.
This is you controlling argument.
Bro, Psycho, bam. Just
my
like
bad,
you
fantastic. But go ahead.
Damn, I've been shutting the fuck up while I ain't said shit the whole time, bro. Now, this is the problem with niggas. When somebody comes up and they actually provide documentation, proof, even with Ivan Van Sertima, archaeological proof before any of us were even fucking living on the planet. What do niggas say? Oh man, that's some bullshit. That's a lot. And all you got is your motherfucking feelings and what you've been told from some other nigga that tell you to be scared of white folks. That's the fucking problem.
I didn't know that's you projecting. That's not even how I was gonna go about it. Like, number one, there's 5 crimes against humanity that black people could legitimately put up. Number one is a slave trade. Okay, you want to say that was embellished. Number 2 is Jim Crow. That's a lot.
Everybody's been enslaved.
That's a lot. You cut me off.
Fantastic.
What are we even talking about right now?
Number one. No, I'm responding to what you saying. Number one is slavery, the slave trade. So we talk about before we got to the fucking country, like, let alone slavery as long as it happened, because there's a whole bunch of bodies that didn't make it. Number 2, which, by the way, that shit that you said is designed to really say we were already here, so slavery never happened. So that's pretty much slavery. That's what that argument is designed to do. But whatever.
I'm not gonna let you misrepresent, bro. You're not gonna misrepresent what the fuck I'm saying. That's not what it's designed to say.
Okay, say it. Okay, say it. Fantastic. Just say it.
Dude,
all right,
not
saying that's not.
It was that we were already here. I don't just like how you don't believe in white supremacy.
If you knew, and again, that's your problem. See, you're proving my point, my nigga. You believe.
So now it's I don't know, but you get to say racism never happened.
I'm gonna say it again.
That's not what he said.
You're talking about what you fucking believe. Ivan Van Sertima did fucking worldwide fucking research, archaeological proven research, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? You talking about?
Nigga, I know black people were everywhere, but that's not again. No, hold on. Did the slave? Okay, let's start here. Did the slave trade happen? Yes or no? Let's start there.
Again, we never said that the fucking slave trade never happened.
Okay, so we can have a start to jerk. What you're doing is you're trying to unwrite. Dude, you're sidestepping the argument.
You
misrepresented. Hold on, Ed. I'm about to mute. Fantastic. About to mute both of y'all. Okay, we are going far upfield. If y'all was talking about what the hell they talked about in the interview, when she talked about it was embellished or exaggerated, she was talking about how Alex Haley wanted to depict it as bad as possible to make white people react to it emotionally and use it as a tool, basically. That's all they were talking about. Whether or not black people was already here, whether or not we the lost tribe of Israelites or we whatever the hell, that wasn't part of their damn discussion, and that's a whole separate debate that I don't even like to get into because niggas.
Okay, so that being fine, cool. That being said, I still want to say this quick part. The way just so you understand where I'm coming from with this, because the truth is, I can this you want to talk about a trap? I can let people play that game on whether they want to embellish that shit or not, and say, fine, we'll take slavery off the game board. Now you got Jim Crow. Now you got because people would say, oh, that was niggers selling it to other black people, even though the CIA crap has been pretty much proven. Then you got the police brutality. Well, of course, black people do crime, even though black men are the most exonerated, which so in the same legal system they got put in, which look, if you do crime, you need to be locked up. But we also know that fentanyl is now it's a health crisis, even though it's white boys selling that to other white boys, but they don't get locked up like that. So my point is, but anyway, I'm not going to get into all that. I'm not going to get into all that. Jim Crow, hold on. Jim Crow was almost as bad, if not worse, than slavery in a lot of ways. And that can be much more, that can be much more legally, foundationally proven. And even the state absolutely admits to that. So
you got a problem with black people supporting black businesses.
That was state terrorism.
You got a problem with black people supporting black businesses. That's what Jim Crow was, right?
Hold on. Y'all keep on trying to overwrite me. So my point is, whenever somebody wants to say that, and yeah, you're correct, Bernard, about if that's where she was going with it and she was only talking about that, then yeah, asking that question would not be warranted in that context. So I'll admit that. And so if I heard it that way, I wouldn't have asked it that question. So let me give you that, because that's really where all this started off. But understand that Jim Crow was pretty much on the same level as slavery.
Was
so people, what white people tend to do, what white people tend to do is they tend to focus on slavery because that's what's been hit up on. So no longer Jim Crow wasn't taught in school in the same way, quote unquote, slavery was. So this is how you can always tell.
Listen to what you
Hold
saying,
on,
bro.
Ed, did you say Jim Crow was as bad as slavery?
Yeah, he said that.
Jim Crow is up, yes, in its intensity.
You way out of line.
Well, let him explain.
Exactly.
Let him explain. Hold on a second. But the thing is this: let him explain, right? Because hold on, you're not even hearing him out. He could say that he could bring up lynchings.
Patriarch,
right?
he already said it. That happened during slavery.
No, but but first off,
that happened during slavery.
No,
are you going to let him explain it? Or are you going to let him explain it?
Over.
Are you going to let him explain it?
He
like you're
already explained it, Patriarch.
Okay, so he went in.
Hold on, wait. Time out.
Why he thought it was? You just said.
Yeah, I don't think he laid out his case as to why.
Number one, I'm not the only. Number one, I'm not the only one that says that.
Please,
no, I'm just using this to understand why you say what you're saying.
Everybody, we only hold on. Stop, please. We only need one person to speak right now. The person who said that Jim Crow was just as worse as slavery. If everybody disagrees with that, let's let the one person who's made that statement make his argument. Go ahead.
Number one, I'm not the only one that says that. Number two, when you look at, because the difference between slavery, they had you under slavery lasted a longer, obviously. Really, Jim Crow officially kind of ended in really 1964, if you want to say that, when we got the right ratified the vote after we got the right to vote. But you have to understand that Jim Crow was an effort by the states. They would say it's not, it technically was state sanctioned, an effort in order to keep us under control. So it was an effort of terrorism. They had you under control under slavery. They didn't have you under control in Jim Crow. So they had to do extraordinary features with violent crime, bombing of whole towns that were built. None of that crap was going on unless you were trying to do a rebellion.
I will. Can I say this real quick? I will make a quick argument that it was more lynchings going on during Jim Crow than during slavery, because during slavery, the black people were property.
Telling me what a lot of y'all think
that was a last resort when it came to lynching a slave. They really didn't want to do that. They much rather
value as a slave. You didn't have value. It's a difference between. Hold on, it's a big difference between you are a free labor force. Isolated, and then you turn around and you become a competitor. Like as a labor force, that's a completely different situation. And by the way, a lot of y'all, the way y'all are responding, y'all just proving me a lot about what y'all know and don't know.
So go again, brother.
All right, Ed, you said it. You laid out your argument. Psycho laid out some stuff to it. All right, we're gonna let Fantastic rebut. Hopefully, as uninterrupted as possible.
Yeah, all this stuff you're going is being told to you by who? The white man and the white man's books, and to tell you that the white man, your whole existence began with slavery, brother. Began with slavery. That's why.
My God, please. I rarely read white motherfuckers' books on this shit. Are you serious?
All right,
y'all gotta stop that projection bullshit.
Are you done? Are you done? Okay, cool.
Well, stop talking to me like I'm the typical pro-black insert talking point
here.
You're
not done. You're still
fucking
over talking me.
I mean, sorry. Go ahead, Fantastic. Go ahead, Fantastic.
So again, nigga, you showed your hand when you said what you said about Ivan Van Sertima. That wasn't the purpose of it at all, to discount or disregard slavery. The book literally says we were here before Columbus and before slavery. Not that slavery never happened, my nigga. All right, but because you were so
I'm talking about people that use those arguments.
Because you're so obsessed with white supremacy and slavery, your mind, you Freudian slipped and admitted that fucking fault. Brother,
I am not like, first of all, I'm tired of that shit. Y'all got I'm like, these like, oh man,
this is why Jim Crow was bad. This proves why Jim Crow was bad.
Oh my God! Like, get the fuck out of here with that stupid shit.
Bro, will you shut the fuck up?
The freedom was worse than being
enslaved. Let me talk. Whatever.
Nigga, you talk more than anybody up here, and you been up here the shortest. So anyway, like I'm saying, bro, listen, You out of your fucking mouth just said that fucking Jim Crow was worse than slavery, my nigga. Even though you just pointed out and kicked your own fucking shit down, it was way shorter than what slavery was. You see the fucking atrocity is just what you claim yourself, and you shooting your own self in the foot again. Oh, the transatlantic slave trade and the people that were lost even on the boats on the way over here, which is immeasurable.
It was intense.
Brother, can you shut the hell up and let me finish? Because you already shot yourself in the foot. I'm trying to fucking capitalize on it. Okay?
No, fuck that. You're not going, no. What you not going to do? Because when I was talking to you, hold on, when I was talking to your ass, I didn't disrespect you. So all these little bitch, no, for real. You want me to point your fucking, you want me to do your fucking foot? You really want me to do your fucking foot? No, man. Why don't you tell me?
This is black unity.
Real quick. All right, I just dropped y'all real quick. About to bring all y'all right back up. Let's keep it cool. Let's have passionate debate. Let's keep the disrespect and the jabs out of it. Like, yeah, like Fantastic Ed, like all us, we've been around here in this space years. Like, y'all cool with each other.
Y'all want to stop fucking slick dissing.
I know. That's what I just asked him. I said, let's keep
then tell him to stop.
I know.
Fuck that. I didn't give him one jab when I was doing my argument.
All right. That's why I stopped everybody, and then I said, let's not do that. Let's not go forward. Let's not take shots.
What jab? What jab did I give, brother? I was talking about your argument. I ain't saying nothing about you personally. But anyway,
no, dude, stop.
Yeah,
you know what a jab is. That's why you know what a jab is. That's why you get Artie off your panel when he started jabbing you about the military. You couldn't handle that shit. Just like how Jason kicked your ass off. So you can't even take the bullshit you put out.
All right.
Are you done?
Exactly. Soon as you start talking about the military, these white boys, you start crying. So you pop them off. So stop. You can't take the same shit you did.
Now, Ed, this is what we can do. Ed, now I know you trying to build up some nobody ass nigga again. You know,
I ain't trying to get up. Like, my point is that when you get thrown jabs, you can't take it. So stop. Make your argument without slick dissing.
I throw knockout punches.
Make your argument without slick dissing.
Don't come up here putting motherfuckers.
Every time I'm saying something, you throwing like 3 or 4 shots.
Bruh, I'm talking about your argument. I said nothing personal, nigga. Get out your feelings. Take the maxi pad off.
So every time you say something personal, I repeat it back to you so you can comprehend that shit. Go ahead.
What I said about you personal. Answer the question. What did I say about you personally? Oh, I didn't.
Dude, you're taking little girl, man. You fucking pro-black. You fucked up your argument. You little da-da-da-da-da.
I didn't say pro-black one time.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Again.
You don't know. That's who you are. Fine. Go ahead. My bad. I thought you were more intelligent than that. See, that's a shot.
I'm 10 times more intelligent than ever be on my worst day, and you know that. So whenever you're ready and want to pull up, bro, pull up. It is what it is. I'm not even going to do this over here. You're not built like that.
I ain't pulling up on your fucking stuff, so you can kick me off too.
Anyway, no, I'm not gonna kick. I have no reason to. All you gonna do is bitch and whine like a hoe, like you always do. But anyway, like I'm trying to say, bro.
Oh my God, that's not how we talk about the military. We don't talk about our armed services. Boop, you're gone. Like, stop. You got buttons like everybody else. Stop acting like you above it.
Why are you bringing up something that like nobody even remembers?
No, I'm bringing it up because you keep doing it, and everybody lets that slide.
That's the one time I've done it. That's
like
the only one time I did
literally,
it.
it's so baked in the bullshit you talk about. You don't even know you doing it.
That's the one time
fella,
I did it.
old nigga, everybody calling you some fucking cornbread ass thing and shot motherfucker.
That's your pet project, dog. That's gonna fail.
You're the one that are insecure. It ain't a pet. You ain't just did it to him.
Make your man's catch a stray.
That's the point. Whenever somebody talk about the military, you get in your feelings.
Ed, you're a DoorDasher.
Make your fucking point.
You DoorDash.
Make your fucking point.
You're a DoorDasher. Ed, let's not do this. Again, I try to keep it from being personal, but if
like I'm doing what?
You know you're gonna lose this now. Let's not do it, Ed. Come on. Let's leave it alone.
Dude, make your point. Like I said, make your fucking point.
I'm glad you keep jumping in. So like I'm saying, brother, the whole point and premise of it is this. You said that fucking the most outrageous shit ever. So you're even worse than Pearl. Because you're claiming that somehow that fucking Jim Crow was worse than slavery. You know where they use fucking actual babies for gator bait and all these different shits and all kinds of crazy, butt breaking. I mean, because I'm pretty sure you're not a bigger. Hold on, you're not a bigger slavery fucking historian than Tariq Nasheed. You know, Tariq Nasheed made a whole movie about just the act of straight black men being,
Bruh, I'd rather not even hear that.
I'm not.
I question the legitimacy of that whole.
But
that
still, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And Bernard, that brings up another point. Now, did it happen to some degree? Yeah, but did it happen to the degree for Tariq Nasheed to make a whole movie about it? And that's all everybody says, bro. When you say, hey, it was embellished. Okay, do you believe that buck breaking happened? Yes, I believe buck breaking did happen. But did it happen to the point where fucking Tariq Nasheed would have a 2-hour thing about it? Where like every slave master was like, hey, yeah, bring him over here, put him over the stump. And that's all the embellishment is, brother. You saying, did something happen? Yes. But did it happen to the degree of where people are talking about it? Come on. And again, it's plenty of black people who have said the same thing. Now, some people go too far and say slavery never happened. I don't agree with that premise. I don't agree with the premise, and I'm not supporting the premise that slavery never, ever happened. No. But again, when you have people that have actual documentation and archaeological proof, okay, of African people being here and being incorporated into this nation before slavery happened, okay, and a lot of the things that we're being taught, if you understand propaganda, you understand the importance of the psyche and having control over that psyche by telling a whole group of people that your ending and beginning started with the white man bringing you over here, that is a level of power that we still get to see today. Because now if you say anything about slavery, niggas get in their feelings, get mad, and start talking about shit that has nothing to do with nothing. Because you're simply challenging the ideology of it not being exactly what you were taught by the same white man you say you should hate. I'm done.
All right, real quick. Thanks, Aaron, for clicking on that. That I don't even know if I'm gonna make it to a Wednesday show, but the night show schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8:00. This flyer is not exactly right, but that's the night show schedule. So I might be back on late tonight at 8:00, tentatively, possibly. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do it, even though I do a short ass stream. I don't even know what's gonna happen. Normally that's when we do the show. Game Changer. That's normally when we do the show with me, Game Changer, Man Bun, Mike, and LAR Movement. Bring on the chicks, and we be debating and arguing and shit like that. But anyway. All right, let's get back into it.
None of that. Slavery is the most popular thing to talk about, but Jim Crow, you still got sundown towns till this day, really. But the idea, number one, all that says, all the shit that I heard was slavery was bad. It wasn't as bad as people said it was, but nothing about Jim Crow. There is no comparison. So what that tells me is you must not know a lot about Jim Crow.
I'm from Georgia, bro.
And Jim Crow is not taught in school like that. So it's not taught by the white man like that, which is why black people. So this idea that I'm just dead. See, the problem is you have these people have these cookie cutter arguments that it has to apply. Everybody has to fit in this box for it to work. Now I've been up here long enough to where I don't go along with all that the way these motherfuckers go. I've listened to Jason Black longer than a lot of most of y'all. And so I know when he's embellishing, quote unquote, embellishing certain aspects of certain things and when he's not. And yeah, Tariq Nasheed would tell you too that Jim Crow was, because the intensity of Jim Crow was on another level. And so people look at slavery and they skip from slavery to now. There's a lot of stuff that happened in between that. You got whole towns that black, and I'm not talking about no fucking one in Tulsa. Like I can literally, you want to talk about these fucking private? I can literally show you the stars right now. I can literally drive to that bitch right now where I can show you one side of the town is nothing but old black people dying out. I'm talking about a zone, and the other zone is Raleigh Research Triangle Park. And they ran a split. Yeah. So a lot of y'all think y'all know what y'all know, and I get it. Y'all got y'all heroes. But understand that every number one is not over slave. Hold on, the white man just told you what?
Let me say this, Ed. I don't think nobody is saying that is denying what was going on during Jim Crow. I know you said there's people who try to make the argument like slavery happened and after 1865 then been a clean slate. I think most people generally agree. Oh shit, my TV behind me came on. But no, I think most people know and understand that you kind of got to start counting on some stuff from the civil rights movement. That's what we typically consider. Most people consider the modern era of Black America. That's when things changed. There's clearly a dividing line between there was slavery, there was Jim Crow, then there's post-civil rights. I think most people view it like that. I think the only argument is that when you say Jim Crow was worse than slavery, where it's like you're free, but there's some fucked up rules against you, versus you are owned as property. Being owned as property will always be worse. So that, I think that's the core of the argument. But as part, you being alive and you being fucking dead.
But hold on,
real quick. And apart from that, it is worth pointing out, and this is one thing that Fantastic was saying. And like I said, I haven't done all the full research on that, but there is evidence that there was more black people here and more free black people walking around during the time of slavery than what we realize. However, I don't think it's good evidence for anybody to sit here and say
I'm gonna tell you,
hold on, wait, real quick, Ed. I don't think there's no evidence for anybody. There's no strong evidence for anybody to say that there was no transatlantic slave trade. I don't.
Yeah, nobody's saying that.
You're tripping.
Okay, no, that tells me y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Because you ain't no. The question is, you just hearing what I'm saying and like, oh my God, I can't handle what's being said. Y'all really don't got a point of reference while y'all living on slavery. Understand that when I say that shit, I understand very much about Jim Crow. Again, it's a time factor. Y'all really hold on. Most of our case against reparations, other than the fact that we were labor, is really baked in what happened in Jim Crow, because that was actually the wealth that was taken from us that we built after slavery.
Agreed.
Let me ask you this.
Okay, so and then so it wasn't. We didn't just give it to these. Hold on, we didn't just give it to them.
Let me ask this question.
Right. So again, y'all don't know.
I'm not hearing a disagreement. Real quick, game changer. Ed, you rebutted. It sounded like you was rebutting what I said, but I didn't hear a disagreement with what I said.
No, I wasn't. I'm not. I know it's kind of like coming off like that with the tonality, so cool. But what I'm adding onto it is this ain't just some shit I pulled out my ass. And as far as the well, go ahead. What's the question you want to ask, game changer?
Okay, here's the question, Ed. Would you rather be a slave or would you rather live in segregation?
Would I rather be a slave or would I rather be in segregation?
Would you rather live?
I would rather live in segregation. However, that ain't the only thing that happened. See, that's a misnomer in it of itself. It wasn't just segregation.
Everybody understands that.
Like it's called. Hold on. It's called. Hold on. Let me tell you the segregation. Let me tell you. And look, I'm not a military dude, and no, I'm not about to talk shit about the military. But I'm gonna say. So would you rather be in a so you go overseas, you fight the wars that ain't your wars at the end of the day, even though you're in the country and you're a citizen, so whatever, and you come back, you win, save these motherfuckers that don't look like you. Did they tell you shoot and you save, and then you come back and you're getting killed? Dude, there is literally a situation, by the way. I'm gonna give you a quick story, 30 seconds.
That did happen.
If it was just that we were separated and cool.
Bro, you gotta stop talking at some point so somebody can ask a question and interject or something.
Okay, whatever. Go ahead.
Shit. Now, bro, again, did it happen? Yes. Should it have happened? No. But at what percentage did it happen? Did y'all act like niggas act like everything happened at a 100% rate or 99% rate or 75% rate? Bruh, that shit wasn't common like that. Until everybody, bruh,
what wasn't common?
Hold on, fam. Stop. I'm from Georgia, nigga. All right? I'm almost 40 years old. What that mean? My mama went to a fucking segregated school. My nigga, you not as old as me. I highly doubt you fucking even have, bruh. I have fucking family that's like a generation removed that dealt directly with fucking Jim Crow, dog. You can't tell me shit about it. I know the fucking, I have a person that was on this earth and living and told me about how they could only go to school for a certain period that was not during the fucking sharecropping season, nigga. Not what I read, not what I was told, word fucking directly from their mouth.
So what is the sun downtown? What is the sun downtown then?
Stop fucking talking, nigga. Stop talking. Again, like I said,
what is the sun downtown?
I'm still more authorizing you on that topic, nigga. Because again, like I said, I know about it. I can touch it. Okay, heard the actual motherfucking shit from the horse's mouth. People who experienced it. Okay. Now again, Jim Crow, was it fucked up? Yes. Okay, did some shit happen? Yes, it did. It was tragic. Should have never happened. German shepherds, water hoses, all that shit. But again, how many black people were killed out of the shit, bro? That's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas act like 50% of niggas
My
died.
family is from Missouri. You ain't saying shit. You ain't the only motherfucker from that got
you heard or you read.
And
I'm telling you, nigga, I fucking had word of mouth directly from the fucking source.
I did too. I did too. You not the only. You ain't special. You're not a special little snowflake.
Nigga, you didn't say that not one time. Fuck you talking
Say what? I didn't have to.
You did.
My family moved to Chicago by way of Missouri. My grandfather. So, and what are you talking about?
Okay, so
you ain't got no special information.
Go to a segregated
you
school?
know what the fuck they told you. And black people got a really bad habit of holding secrets.
Did your mom or dad go to a segregated school?
Did my mom or my dad
go to a segregated school?
Man, yes. Chicago. Yes.
Nigga, stop.
Chicago is one of the most segregated cities today.
I'm not even doing this, bro. Segregation,
ain't nothing to do. Chicago is one of the most segregated cities in the United States today. What are you talking about?
We're not talking. We are talking by law as to where you cannot sit down and go to school with white people.
My grandfather did. My mom.
I said your
I'm
mom
not
or
sure.
your dad.
My dad is from California.
Okay, so no. Your mom?
And my mom, like I said, just because it ain't on paper, Chicago is segregated
You're
today.
not authorized to even have this conversation. Stop doing it, Ed.
But nigga, you didn't go to no sec. That don't mean shit. You saying, hold on. No, the argument, see, and that's the bullshit I'm talking about, dude.
I agree with that.
First of all, yeah, so it's got to be legally on paper for you to say that, nigga. What city? What you from? Macon, Georgia? So you telling me Macon, Georgia? Man, get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Well, hold on, fantastic. Let me say this.
You talking out your ass, man?
Macon has
more history. Let me say this. Let me say this, fantastic. My people.
I know the history of my city alone. If you know what the fuck my city is, nigga.
Both my parents.
I promise you, my city be short.
Oh, God damn. Hold on. Both my parents are from California, but I do have a right to speak on the subject. Now, I do agree with Fantastic on the subject, but I don't agree with him saying that he has more of a claim to it because he's from the South. So, but I do agree that slavery by far is worse than Jim Crow. Like
anybody would say that
from a way out of line for that.
Yeah, from a period standpoint, bro, from a time period to the amount of people affected. Again, the Jim Crow was the South.
I stand on my argument.
Even that in
I
itself,
stand on my shit.
Jim Crow was only a region, brother. It wasn't the entire country.
You disrespect.
That's not true.
You made it. You made a horrible argument. That's
you talk about disrespecting. You talking about disrespecting black men that fight. There's nothing worse. There's nothing more disrespectful than to the fighting black men than to talk about the ones who fought for freedom and to say that their efforts were worthless because their people wound up in a worse situation. Like, that's some dumb shit right there.
Okay, I mean, that's your opinion. Whatever.
No,
that's not about to take me off my fucking argument. I understand. I say shit is way ahead of y'all. So whatever.
We have freedom because black men fought for that shit. And you talking about, oh yeah, fuck that freedom.
No, you had freedom because it stopped being economically viable to hold your ass. There's a difference.
Black men, there isn't shit more disrespectful than that. Know this, Edward. Jim Crow is a system of laws. The shit that you're talking about that happened was illegal. Okay, the Tulsa City, like all that shit, Rosewood, that was illegal. It was legal during slavery. So you can't blame Jim Crow for what a bunch of racist ass crackers did. Okay, that is not Jim Crow. What they did was illegal because slavery was over. Period. So no, it's not.
No, there was state sanctioned, dude. That's not the same. Whatever, man. I'll be perfectly happy to have this argument and more in depth. Because clearly, y'all, this is a little bit more further ahead of y'all.
In the Jim Crow laws that make lynching legal, your whole premise is flawed, Ed. If you could say white people were more assholes,
dude, it's just like when you dude. That's not how. That is a mischaracterization of what the fuck happened. You know what? Fuck it. I'll have that conversation later because clearly y'all can't handle it. Because y'all are telling me platitudes and idealistic scenario.
was well fought.
So
and
wait,
well
okay,
received.
cool.
And
Game
it was a
change.
stepping
Game
stone to
change.
the freedom
Okay,
that we
if
have
it was
now.
so illegal, where you really, if it's so illegal, where are the people that got prosecuted for it?
Listen, just because it wasn't enforced, that doesn't mean it was illegal. But that's not Jim Crow's fault.
Nigga, get the fuck out of here. All right, I'm done. Like I said, idealistic.
You are.
Like, well, yeah. So where it never was. So on the books, that don't mean shit.
It's the books that you're saying is
no
bad.
argument is dead.
It's the books that you're saying is bad. You're attacking the laws. Not the
No,
way
what I'm saying is it's irrelevant at that point. Your whole argument is, well, it was legal and then it wasn't. That's bullshit. And clearly, like you were still
murdering blacks illegal.
just like how you were out on paper.
Listen. They fought for the rights to make murdering blacks illegal. The civil rights movement fought to assure that they were enforced. How about that? Nevertheless, it was a step in that direction, and it's a step.
Look, man, you keep the way you're holding it is we went backward. That's not what I'm saying. But if y'all want to finagle what I'm saying, you can. Like I said, I'll be happy to go deeper.
Call it what you
want. We don't went back and forth on this like we are. I'm not coming off my fucking argument. You can fucking go and make a video about it. I'll talk about it later.
How is everybody hearing this if it's not what you're saying, bro? How is everybody hearing this but you? You saying it,
dude, this is not the first time I've said some shit that y'all need to catch up on. So, cool. Marinate on what the fuck I said. I said what I said. I stand on what I say. If y'all want to make a whole bunch of videos like, oh, did he really say that? Go the fuck ahead.
It's not that important, bro.
No, we don't do that over here. That's the
well,
hater
whatever.
spirit.
So y'all, all the motherfuckers is like, well, slavery was an embellishment. It's crazy how y'all want to clutch your pearls now. No pun intended.
Shout out to Platinum again. It's right here again, and he's actually got sued for that too. Did you know that, nigga? One of the biggest like foundations for slavery and the story of slavery being told, which we were told was what's name? It was plagiarized, nigga. So again, what Pearl referenced
the story, the aspects of the story in Roots was plagiarized. But I don't think
I already said that motherfucker. We don't disagree there. I said he was goofy.
I don't think
I'm not talking about some fiction is based on something. So we all agree that he's goofy. And if that was what she was talking about, I ain't got no problem with that. And Jason Black a fuck nigga for blowing that up.
Find that out though, Ed, you didn't know that. Listen, Ed. You didn't know this.
Nigga, you want to know something? I've never seen Group. Oh, shit.
Brother, no one knew this until years upon years upon years after the book was written.
I've never seen Roots before.
All that shit. Okay?
All right. Goddamn. Okay, let me just give my final.
Understand? So I got it. I get that. Fine for everyone else. I've never seen Roots before. Oh shit, that's another strike against my black card. Oh shit. So I don't. That's not my. What I'm telling you ain't based on that. Clearly, if I'm saying Jim Crow is worse, that should prove that off tape.
All right, here's the deal. Like to me,
no one agrees with you, Ed.
This is no. Chill. This is the debate it's like it. To me, this debate is pointless. It's like it's a debate where nobody wins. I mean, we could
basically all, niggas talking.
We could all agree. Okay, slavery was bad. Jim Crow was also bad. Like nobody is saying that it was just a walk through the park. But even though the mere fact that the reason where people lose you, like the mere fact that on Jim Crow it was possible, at least for some black people, to own property, build businesses, and you got a shotgun and your own guns, and if they come to your house, you can at least try to stand your ground.
You had black millionaires during slavery too, and
versus being in chains. That's where
John Baptiste Point du Sablo was black during slavery.
I'm actually in agreement with Ed. And there's a lot of economic analysis.
Real quick. Let me do this real quick because Fantasy Island Girl who met on Fight Club then came through and dropped the biggest super chat of the day.
Hey, fuckers for kicking you off of that shit too.
All right, you got to come on the night show. Hit my email. I think I already told you. I told you that in the damn comment section. Hit my email. You got to come on the night show. I might do one tonight. Definitely doing one Friday. She says, fantastic. My mom went to Calhoun County High School in Georgia. Her prom was segregated. The school was still race tracking in 1995. This is documented. People still shut you up when you talk about it. Slavery was still worse, Ed. Yeah, I think everybody can generally agree that slavery was worse. But Christian,
Bernard, just let me say this again.
All right.
Y'all are still missing it, bro. I'm talking about legalized segregation. There are places to this Western. Hold on. I'm talking about legalized segregation. There are plenty of places now to where it's unofficially segregated, like you said, sundown towns. Sundown towns still fucking exist. Certain sides of town exist to where you know you're not gonna take your black ass over there. Fuck all, but forget all that. Shout out to her. I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm talking about actual legal. You will not sit your little butt in that seat with my white children. Okay, it's totally different. Okay, something that's done in practice versus something that's put in law. I'm telling you that I have a mother who started out in school in a segregated fucking system, okay? All right? She told me stories. My grandma told me stories. My great uncles and all of those people. Again, look up the history of Georgia and Macon specifically, bro. Again, you're not going to tell me stuff that you heard from whatever else or you read a book and so on and so forth and challenge what I know about something when I'm directly linked to it. Like my mom, my biological mom that had me, brought me to this earth, okay? Is not the same as somebody's mama who wasn't born into it and they had to go through just like, you know, we don't mess with white people like that. Legal and fucking actual is two different things, bro. Or legal and practice is two different things.
It was all right. So believe it or not, I agree with Ed because so as my credentials, my family's from St. Louis. Both my parents, they went to segregated schools up until they were in high school. First thing. Second thing, my dad's side of the family is from Charleston, South Carolina. Look it up. That's the ground zero of the slave trade in Jim Crow when you get down to it.
Okay.
So now that we cleared the air, this is why Jim Crow and segregation was worse than slavery. During the time that Jim Crow and segregation was taking place in the United States, there was a massive economic expansion going on. And because black people could not get recognition of property rights, the government can come and take your land, your capital, your labor, or your freedom at any point because it was not recognized, okay, because of the laws. That made it worse. When you were in slavery, you were infantilized. When you're infantilized, all that happens is you cannot do anything, and someone else is responsible for taking care of you. Imagine you're allowed to build something up, and then at any point, someone comes and take it. And so that way, property rights and rule of law are suspended. Anyone who understands the Western system understands those are the two most important tenets of the system.
All right, Christian, real quick, if I could just interrupt briefly and thank you for your perspective on that. But I still hear you saying that they can infringe upon your property rights versus you being the fucking property. That's where it's a disconnect there. It's a disconnect there.
If you can come and take something, okay.
Can I interject for a second, fellas?
Go ahead, Mike. Big Mike, you're up.
So here's the deal. If you're somebody's property, people tend to take care of their property. So the reason to have a slave was to have the slave do the work so you could capitalize off the work. Once you were no longer property, see, a lot of lynchings and things didn't happen during slavery. People weren't killing off their property. People were killing black people off after we stopped being property.
Jesus so that's give me freedom or give me death. I mean, y'all about to make me scream.
You having this argument?
You just gave the argument. The United States broke away from the British because essentially we were tributes because we were paying up all of our productivity and all of our capital and labor to the crown back in
Britain. That's what slaves do.
No taxation without representation.
They were taxed a percentage. Slavery means that they take all the shit.
All the cotton.
They take all the shit. They take all the sugar. Slavery is when they take all your shit. Being taxed is what we have now. Is when you go to the store, you buy a bag of chips and they take 8 cents.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what the fuck it is now. Slavery is them taking all your shit.
Okay, let's be clear.
Wife,
And when you talk about
right,
fantastic, when you talk about your parents, growing up in segregated things, and that's worse than slavery. You want to know the fact that you're free means that it wasn't worse. Okay, if your parents were slaves, your ass would be a slave too. So tell me which is worse: them growing up in Jim Crow and you walking around free as hell with the Asian wife, or being a slave and growing up having to pick tobacco. What the fuck?
What I'm saying,
in one place you have no.
Y'all got a real kindergarten view of it, and that's the
All
problem.
I'm trying to do is just add a little. I'm trying to add a layer of thought to this, man. Now I don't.
I appreciate it, bro. I said that actually before in the arguing, but the thing is, you got folks that they're looking at this like a kindergartner, and that's what called taking a shot at.
Wasn't a fucking slave.
How about that?
Because there's even number one, there was even different types of slavery in the United States. There were different types of slavery in the United States. So, for instance, hold on, time out. You want to talk about taking people's shit in the French style of slavery that was in the Louisiana Quarter and in the Midwest? You know that Louisiana Purchase bullshit? Guess what? Women can inherit wealth. That's why a lot of the black women have money when that stuff ended. Not a lot of them, but there was a good amount, which influenced that history. That's not true how the French did it. So all of that is not the same. You all are looking at this rudimentary.
Miss me with all the other stuff. Yeah, we are talking about
again the kindergarten shit.
Hey man,
I'm not gonna bring up foreign slavery, just like I'm not gonna bring up Chinese motherfuckers building the wall. Okay, we talking about U.S. slavery. Deal with it. It was more fucked up, and it was more fucked up than U.S. Jim Crow.
And then hold on,
but we're making a comparison.
Hold on, and I gotta say this. Listen, even the process. Wait. If you you got the only thing reference you have is what you've been told, nigga. You weren't there. You don't got no fucking time machine. So the same argument you making makes no sense. Even I got a degree, brother. Hold on. Even in the fucking case of them transferring the slaves from motherfucking Africa to America or to the Caribbean, then America, how many were lost? How many died? How many were great? How many were fucking just thrown over the side? Hold on, bro.
How many came?
Bro, that's what I'm trying to. You don't know, so you cannot even quantify.
Bro, I told you I got a degree in history,
brother. So this is what I want you to tell me. Then hold on. So hold on, wait. I'm glad you said that. I got a PhD, brother. Tell me how many people were killed in the process of the transatlantic slave trade.
How many people came in?
How many people came? No, brother. Answer a simple question, please.
You want to learn something?
Brother, respectfully. Brother, I'm trying to ask, I want to learn the question I'm about to ask you. I'm going to ask it again. Brother, tell me how many slaves died on the trip from Africa to here. Go.
Nobody knows.
All right, nigga. Thank you.
Time out. 20%. It was like 20%.
How many black people had a degree in history during segregation?
Time out. Damn, good question. Okay, here's the deal. Fantastic. Why is that such a significant question? I guess I'm confused about that. How many died on the way here? Why is that such a significant question?
20% died on the way here.
I'll tell you why. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why, Bernard. They're saying that Jim Crow is worse than slavery because so much violence happened and so many things happening or whatever. Speculated, right? And you could possibly put some type of
that's not speculative, bro.
Let him lay it out.
I'm talking about speculative from a numbers perspective. You get an approximation of how many lynches, how many bombings, how many whatever, and the bodies that were lost in the process of Jim Crow, which is a very, very short time in comparison to hundreds of at least 100 years of slavery. Now, the slavery process doesn't just start in America. It starts from the transatlantic. The process of taking them from Africa and then bringing them over here to get to America. Being that you cannot quantify how many people, what happened to them, killings, like I say, rapings, all these different things and whatnot, what have you, okay? There's no way for you to say indefinitely or for certain that it was worse because you don't even know from where it began to the end result. What happened?
Really quick. Hold on. Time out. All right, Big Mike drop got next. Big Mike drop got next. But real quick. Says shout out to Lionel Player One with the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. He says, I find it scary how people that look like us want to scale down the extent of slavery. Well, it's slavery and Jim Crow. That's not what's happening here. It's a debate over which one was worse, which I still kind of think is a weird debate. I mean, one would look anyway. He says only because they feel it was embellished and don't want it used against their argument. Do we say this to the who?
The small hat.
Yeah, the small hats. Yeah, got it. Understand your point. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. All right, appreciate you coming through, dropping something on it. Hold on, real quick. Got a programming thing. Something didn't look right about that. Hold on, wait. Time out. This ain't got nothing to do with y'all. This is just me playing around with controls in the back. Hold on. Hold up. Okay. All right. I just had to check something. All right. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Do appreciate that. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Do appreciate that. All right. Go ahead, Big Mike drop. Then we're gonna go to Patriarchy Strikes Back.
Let me rock for a sec without being interrupted so I can complete the thought. What I'm saying is the brother was asking, and like I said, when you start studying things like this, you got to find out how many people came to the United States from Africa that were transported across the Atlantic from Africa to the United States. So between 1619, which is the record year of slavery starting, it was actually people that were brought over here before then, but 377,000 people were brought from Africa to the United States of America. So if you take that and you divide it by 20 or multiply it by 20%, that'll get your number as to how many people died.
You
see what I'm saying? So
the working number is like 20% of people didn't survive the Middle Passage. That's the working number.
So working number. So we take 377,000 and we multiply it by 20%. That gives you your number. That's how we study history. That's research and methodology.
Did you multiply it yet?
He's not even citing it.
Did you multiply it?
Oh,
yet?
you can get it on slavevoyages.com.
Slavevoyages.com. And where did they get it from?
I don't know where they got it from. I'm sure
Okay,
they went through that, but they have footnotes. They have footnotes.
They got it from people with history degrees.
Footnotes, so you can get into the footnotes, but I'm sure they compiled it from thousands of sources. How many thousands of slave ships have to travel for 25 million people to get over? That shit don't even make sense.
No, I agree.
Right. So once you start doing the math and realize the math don't math on that, most of these black people here, we were already here.
I don't know about that in America.
In America, yes. Every other continent on the fucking planet besides Europe, indigenous people are brown.
Okay,
Every other country on the planet.
What do you mean they're brown? But there's a difference in brown. Excuse me. There's a difference between brown people and black people. There's a difference in texture of hair. There's a difference of what are you saying? They're brown.
No, what you're doing, Aaron. I'm not trying to talk down on you. But the biggest mistake we make talking about history is using today's mind and terminology to talk about yesterday. There was no such thing as color back in those days. There was not a race or racial factor back in those days when this started. It had nothing to do with race because it didn't exist as a concept. So you're talking about Mexican brown.
No,
I'm talking about complexion.
Okay, so you're just going strictly based on. So if you're going strictly based upon complexion, right?
Complexion.
Okay, yeah. So are you telling me that what people identify as in terms of being black here? Are you telling me they look the same as?
Wait, hold on, real quick. Fantastic. Did you mean to be dropped down? Like, look up and give me a thumbs up. I was about to bring you back up, and I didn't know if you ready? Thumbs up. Is that a 1 or a thumb up?
Look.
Okay. Oh, put you up. He's putting up. Okay, you up. Okay. Last thing I want to do is.
I'm good.
Yeah, no. I didn't want to bring you up if you thought you was down, and then you go to surfing Pornhub, and we could. No. I ain't want to put you out there. All right, cool.
No, I got live Pornhub.
Okay, got you.
Oh,
all right.
Goodness. All right. Pearly things on there.
This one time
I ain't trying to see Larry Bird in naked, nigga.
Yeah, I don't think that's a woman.
Aaron, that's what I was saying.
You can call me my real name, not the name I go by on the Star Report.
That's why I know
you can call me Eric. So
Eric, okay, he called you Aaron.
Yeah.
All right.
He got it the wrong way, but go ahead.
Okay, but yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. I'm down to have the conversation, and we can have hard discussions. But we have to start backing these discussions up with known facts that we know of. Now, something may be discovered in the future that may overturn all of this shit that we think right now. But you have to keep the open mind, and we can't take today's mind and look at yesterday. You can't do it. You're going to automatically be biased, which automatically is going to be flawed. So that's all. That's all I'm saying from the, as far as from a research and methodology standpoint.
Okay. The thing that
numbers. Go ahead.
The thing I'm going to tell you is this: phenotypes are different, genetics are different, right?
Absolutely.
Which is why Ethiopians and people from Somalia don't look like people from Ghana or people from Nigeria. Those are two completely different people. And if what you're trying to do, but if you're just saying brown, that like encompasses a lot of people, right? That it's just the only people that wouldn't be included in that is Asian and white people. And so that's just what people have a tendency to do. But I want to go to the guy from the one that says St. Louis. So one of the things that we're going to have to establish a point of what is it that you're saying is bad if we're going from Jim Crow to slavery? Because when we look at franchisement, right, the point after slavery was Reconstruction. And Reconstruction is when white people basically built a lot of things for black people in terms of schools and communities and boosted the black literacy rate. Black people could hold public office, which they did after slavery, right? Black people could businesses, which they did after slavery. So what I'm trying to figure out is how are you equating a point in time where people were largely denied the right to live, right? Independently, denied the right to read versus a time where people could hold public office and start a business. How are we attributing those two things together? I'm just curious.
Okay, so again, we talk about the concept of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay, if you are a slave, you have no option. You have no ability to do anything, and so you're in your place. You have no ability to move around. When you start talking about the basis of Western civilization, property rights and rule of law, when they can be arbitrarily enforced and you have different systems of operation where people can do and apply things as they wish, that is actually more devastating. And that's the same stuff that we complain about even outside of the black community. We start talking about things like crony capitalism, or you start talking about insider, all these sorts of ways that people closest to the money printer manipulate society, or they have inside knowledge and how they manipulate things. It's the same concept. Okay.
Those things were worse during slavery.
Huh? No,
those things were worse during slavery.
No, but again, when we start talking about when you have slavery and you have no option, and when you're a slave, everything is provisioned for you by someone else. When you can go out and get no.
Yeah,
listen,
of the worst.
No, I'm
that
not.
Sounds so bad.
But you don't know it's bad unless you weren't born in it.
Okay, I agree. I agree with that.
It's like you almost saying the white man was taking better care of us.
You don't even hear what they saying, Bernard.
He was taking better care of us.
That's what was good to us. Massa did us real good. Massa gave us clothes. Massa gave us food. Massa was good.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead, Chris. All right, let's not hold on. Go ahead. I want Chris to finish his thought. I want Chris to finish his thought. Go ahead, Chris. Kristen, you there?
He froze.
Hello?
Oh, damn. You he froze up.
Back now.
All right, now you back.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay, go ahead. You got it.
When you are able to come and take people's production, their property, meaning their money, their capital, their intellectual property, without legal recourse, that is actually more devastating. Because what happens is you're no longer able to build anything. That's why theft is build something. No, that's why theft is so. That's why theft is considered such a bad thing. Because if just think about it like this, Bernard, you build this channel up, and then what happens is I just show up and one day say, "Hey, Bernard, that's mine," and you say, "Well, no, I built this up." I said, "No, well, my name's Christian Hutchinson. I get to have it just because." And you go down to the court. They agree. I'm Christian Hutchinson. He gets to have it.
Okay. Let me ask Bernard this. Bernard, if they take your YouTube channel and say, this is now the, not Bernard Riley show, after that, would you say, damn, I wish I was a slave?
No.
Okay. When YouTube took my channel, I didn't say, "Damn, I wish I was a slave." Like, and you know,
but what you're engaging in, bro,
when
is
they
you're
get their
taking
houses
today's
foreclosed
thoughts
on,
and
or they
applying it to yesterday.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
their houses foreclosed on, or they get fired, or they lose jobs because somebody else knows the CEO. I don't think that they say, "Damn it, I wish I was a slave." Maybe you say that shit.
But you see,
I don't know anybody like that.
But do you see why I say you can't take today's mindset and talk about yesterday?
No, I'm gonna tell you.
I'm not. But I'm telling you.
Okay, but then why complain about slavery then? You kind of kill your argument about slavery. If you're saying
you were never allowed to have a YouTube, you were never allowed to have a YouTube channel, so you were never even able to be in a position to benefit from having a YouTube channel.
Okay, so then what's the issue with slavery then?
Hold on, wait, time out. Here's the deal. I would rather be in the I would rather be in the position where I could build something and somebody might take it, and then we could have a standoff. I would rather have that than that person owns me from birth.
So
that's why I don't understand how are we having this conversation.
Exactly. Thank you. Why? What are we talking about here? And again, brother,
we can't have either conversation.
Listen, brother, hold on, brother. Again, brother, y'all, this don't even make sense from like just a basic motherfucking argument standpoint, bro. There is no Jim Crow without slavery. What the fuck are y'all talking about? You can't even get. Hold on, wait. You can't even get
what's Jim Crow? What's Jim Crow?
To that point without the beginning.
Hold up, bro. I got a question for you. What is Jim Crow?
Jim Crow is a system of laws.
I'm asking the brother in the Lakers hat. What's Jim
Crow is a system of laws.
It was legalized. It was legalized discrimination. It's legalized discrimination, brother. Legalized discrimination.
No.
Oh, so what is
it? Complete. Jim Crow was completely legal disenfranchisement.
Nigga, I said discrimination. You gonna fucking really play with me like that?
Disenfranchisement ain't discrimination, fam.
Yeah, it's
how's it not?
Different. Because he's talking about segregation, right?
Look
Segregation.
It up on the dictionary.
Yeah. So
okay,
I looked it up.
No, that was only determined after Brown versus Ford. Before it was separate but equal. Plessy versus Ferguson was separate but equal.
Wait. I looked it up. I looked it up. History. Degree holder. I looked it up. It says Jim Crow laws were a collection of state and local statutes that legalized racial segregation.
And segregation is a form of discrimination.
Yeah.
How? No.
What do you mean?
No.
How's it not?
It's racial segregation.
Segregation is a form of discrimination.
And look up segregation.
Segregation is a form of discrimination.
You have to discriminate to know who you're segregating against.
You goddamn idiots. What do y'all talk about? What do y'all do?
He has a history degree. Fantastic.
You crazy.
The point that he's making, hold on a second. The point that he's making, right? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. The point.
Stop and realize that this man
like
has
an Alabama nigga. Shut your lame man.
Hold on a second. But I get. Hold on a second. I get. Oh God, here we go. Here comes the black unity again. All right, this is what segregation got to do.
Tomorrow, what's popping?
Hold on a second, yo, Mike. Hold on a second. Calm down. Calm down. Oh God, here we go.
We don't do that here.
You better eat your chitlins, nigga, and your hog balls, nigga.
We can leave for coffee.
Eat your chitlins.
We ain't. Hold on. Time out.
Eat your chitlins and hog balls and stay on the internet, bro. You don't want that. You don't want that, bro.
Okay, so what he's saying. Hold on a second. The original argument of segregation was separate.
Real quick, no flights will be caught.
Discrimination.
It was only okay. It was only. Let me finish this. Right. What he's saying is this: is segregation in its purest sense. It's not supposed to be discrimination, but it was only argued that it was discrimination by like the black radicals of the NAACP because the whole point was separate but equal. That was the whole point of Plessy versus Ferguson.
You're segregating.
Okay, and again, exactly. You have.
But that are we talking state sanctioned segregation or personal segregation? Because then it became.
It was state sanctioned. It was state sanctioned. So real quick, it was state sanctioned. Hold on. This is a perfect example. Perfect example. So you have everyone lives. So you have,
hold on, wait, real quick. Hold your thought, Christian. I promise I got you right back. I do gotta acknowledge Platinum, who came through and put something on it. If you could bring that Platinum super chat up, I can't find it. I don't know what it said.
I think I have it here. Hold on.
Wait, no. RM could click on it. There it is right there. Shout out to Platinum Elite dropping $20 super chat on it. He says slaves were livestock. They had no rights, and free blacks were also sold back into slavery. Just Pearl compared a movie to slavery. Insane. Thank you. Appreciate you, Platinum. Appreciate you,
Platinum. It was a book. It was a book before it was a movie. Platinum. So and then again, she was still writing what she said because the author came out and said exactly. She quoted the author of the book, and also it was come to find out that author again plagiarized it from somewhere else. It wasn't even his original work. So no, again, I don't understand how y'all mad at Pearl for being right in everything
she's ugly.
she said.
Yeah, she's an ugly bitch.
Well,
yeah,
okay,
she is
well,
ugly.
Very ugly.
She's too ugly to be on the internet.
And you know what's crazy? That helps even
and she
more
has long feet.
Well, she is like 6'7".
Yeah,
but hold on.
Broad shoulders. She got them broad ass shoulders too.
Makes it more, bro. Nobody's dealing with Pearl because she has a vagina or dudes want to
want a
get
buck
with her.
breaker? Fantastic.
No, definitely don't. No chance. Listen.
Shout out to content strategies.
But this is exactly, bro. Again, the whole thing started because Jason Black, a person that all of a sudden white supremacy this, white supremacy that, used this white woman for clout. Okay, the same white supremacy and shit he talking about, and somehow he putting a black manosphere's name attached to it. Y'all let her. He just got probably one of his bigger things or whatever, what have you, for talking about this white woman for however many hours he talked about it. Okay. Again, if you didn't pay attention to her, you didn't fucking care about her or whatever, and you weren't hating because she's outperformed you in a much shorter time, we wouldn't be here today somehow fucking arguing slavery is fucking, how
this is a good conversation though.
This is a good combo.
It's a good combo. Like
this
segregation.
Is embarrassing.
Why?
Hey, let me ask a question.
It's not about discrimination. It's not supposed to be about discrimination at all.
Again, yes, it is. And patriarchy. Hold on, bro.
You can't have segregation without discrimination.
I get what you're saying. You have to identify. Go ahead.
So hold on. Go ahead.
You can voluntarily segregate yourself.
Exactly. And those people voted for their representatives.
But they didn't.
Laws.
But they did not. Hold on. They lost the case and it wasn't. And listen, what I'm trying to tell you. This is the thing. If you're talking, we're not talking about fucking the premise. We're talking about practice.
Okay,
so practice, no AI. We're talking practice. How was it actually done? Okay. The way it was actually done, and the reason why Jim Crow motherfucking exists, the whole thing is the discrimination that happened during it. You had the point of where you had the rights to vote, but what? They discriminated against the black people and put in things to where they couldn't vote.
But not all people.
The worst part about
white people didn't have the right to vote at one point in time. I get what you're saying.
The worst part about Jim Crow was that people literally got away with murdering people, bro. We talking about discrimination.
That's discrimination. Right. That is discrimination.
The worst thing.
That was
hey, so is anybody here? Is there anybody? Real quick, fantastic. Is there anybody here that would say they would rather live in slavery times than in Jim Crow?
I already asked Ed that.
Yeah, he already asked it.
Nobody's gonna say yes.
And anybody else? Oh, okay. So then your historical meanings and all your research means absolutely nothing. It don't mean shit because if you're practically saying
your opinion is what don't mean nothing.
No. If you're arguing, real quick.
Wait. Everybody chill. Let Free Zone Lou have
real
it.
quick.
Asking a good question. Let him go.
If you're making all of these arguments for Jim Crow being better than slavery, but you would rather live in Jim Crow, then I don't give a fuck what your research and your historical anything is. Your point makes no sense and it's mute. You're arguing from a disingenuous position. Because you're saying you would rather be. Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. No, I just asked you. So you're saying you'd rather be a slave? You're saying you would rather be a slave? Okay, cool. We got one that would rather be a slave.
Hold on, wait, time out.
Hey, Big Mike, can I own you then?
Time out. Let's get that.
Can I own you?
Time out, please. Everybody, please stop talking. So Big Mike drop. I want to get it officially on record. It was kind of it was a lot of noisy. Hold on, wait. Come on. Wait, whoa. Would y'all please shut everybody? I almost said that. Okay, all right. Listen, please. I want to get Big Mike drop officially on record. Maybe y'all heard it. I didn't quite hear it all the way. Are you saying Big Mike drop, that you would rather be a slave than live in Jim Crow.
Yes, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Damn, you was low. You was low when I think you was
I'll
low.
co-sign that. I'm going to co-sign that.
Listen, man.
Hold on.
Listen,
Touch my car.
in all fairness,
And I don't want
in
any
all
pebbles in
fairness,
the tire tread neither, nigga.
Hey man, listen.
Each and every single day, take care
Let
of
him
this shit.
make his
Raw motherfucker.
Hey man,
Let
look,
him
shut the
point.
fuck up, Aaron.
No, I'm telling him to let you make your point.
See, the Alabama nigga not even smart enough to know you helping him, patriarchy.
Everybody,
that's Alabama nigga.
Why?
Man, I'm
still get my name
right
wrong.
now, bro. Where you at? Riverside?
Why?
Where
Why
you at?
is so many
Zebulon,
people
where you at?
talking when a man just said he would rather be a slave?
I got
and then-
chores. I got chores that slave nigga needs doing.
Listen, and guess what you gonna do though? Let me go ahead and jump in, Bernard. Guess what you gonna do if you got those chores? You taking care of my dental, you taking care of my health, you taking care of my food, you taking care of everything. Can we get this childish ass nigga off of here?
My dental. Listen here, bro.
No,
you said you was going. Hold on.
Bro, just tell me where you at.
You are the dumbest nigga on the panel. You are the dumbest nigga on the panel.
Taken care of.
Bro, you is not finna hop on that mule and come see me, nigga. Stop acting like you finna hop on your Alabama mule, nigga.
Whoever wins the fight gets to own the other one.
Okay? You not finna do that, brother. So please stop acting like you want any of this action. You're not finna hop on that Alabama mule, nigga, just to get your ass toe the fuck up. Okay? So please stop that, brother. Stop sitting in here, man.
I'm going to co-sign. I'm going to co-sign. I'd rather be a slave than live in an unequal society.
Understand that?
Oh my God.
Slavery is unequal.
No. The whole concept again.
Jobs, bro. If your job took it away from you today, y'all be on here crying. What the fuck is y'all talking about?
Oh, Bernard, hold on, Bernard.
Yeah, so he's talking wage slavery.
Hold on, Bernard. This is very, very important.
What are you talking about?
Bernard. You can't hear me, Bernard?
Why are you talking so much, bro?
Bernard, can you hear me?
Shit.
Bernard, can you hear me?
Look,
Bernard, I have to say this. Hold on, Bernard. You gotta let me say this, brother. On the behalf of Bernard Riley, the individuals saying that they want to be slaves are not Manosphere. They're not Manosphere affiliates. These are just participants because Jason Black is gonna love this shit, nigga.
Hey,
niggas up here saying they will be slaves. Jason Black is gonna clip the shit out of this. You got niggas in 2023. I'd love to be a slave. I'd love for master to give me some food to eat and give me clothes on my body.
I'm saying
do I at least
to have if you
hold
talk
on,
about
man,
self-determination. No, the option is self-determination or subjugation. I rather have self-determination.
Of the two, hold on, stop. Of the two, stop it. Come on, I know y'all can hear me. Of the two, Christian, which one is self-determination and which one is subjugation?
What we have now is self-determination.
No. That's a spin move. We talking about slavery versus Jim Crow. So to say you'd rather have self-determination or subjugation, we'll obviously rather have what the fuck we got right now. It's about the slavery and the Jim Crow. Like y'all jumped off that cliff. Now y'all can pull the string and get a parachute and safe landing and say, yeah, we kind of jumped the gun on that one. But you can't bring self-determination into it. With Jim Crow and slavery, one of them Jim Crow was subjugation and also slavery was subjugation. So where's self-determination coming to the argument from?
But the difference was with Jim Crow, it was you had rights when they decided you had to. So here's a perfect example. I was going to, before you said to wait. So here's a perfect example. So Thurgood Thomas was the first Black Supreme Court justice, right? How did he become a lawyer? Okay,
brother, hold on, brother.
Let's see where he's going.
No. This nigga is disqualified. Thurgood Marshall, my brother. You said Thurgood Thomas. Who the fuck is that?
I said Thurgood Marshall.
He's a player. No, he said Thurgood Marshall.
I said
Thurgood Marshall. I heard him. He said Thurgood Marshall.
He said Thurgood Marshall.
That nigga said Thomas, bro.
Your slave value just went down. You got one good ear.
That nigga said Thomas.
All right.
No, he didn't say that. He said Thurgood Marshall.
That's fine. Okay. All right. Thurgood Marshall.
I said Thurgood Marshall.
They said in the chat.
Hold on a second. Did he? My ear must be messed up.
He said Thomas. Look in the chat. The nigga said
wow. My ear's messed up.
Then I apologize. Look.
You got your coons confused.
Okay.
And you shut your ass up, patriarchy. That's your granddaddy, nigga. He was a half nigga too.
Yes, right. We always freeing y'all. I'm tired of freeing y'all.
Thurgood Marshall wanted to be an attorney. He could not, because of the laws in the state that he lived in Maryland. He was not allowed to be an attorney because only the University of Maryland law students could sit for the bar. And so what happens is when you have a system,
You went to a better school after that.
Let him.
When they were the only, because of when you have Jim Crow set up, what happens is they are effectively able to isolate you and cut you out of society from unless you're saying, if your argument is that you have to pick up and move somewhere else. Okay, I get that.
Here's my counter. Okay, you talked about the barriers and roadblocks that prevented him from being a lawyer during Jim Crow. Okay, what were those barriers and roadblocks that prevented him from being a lawyer during slavery? It was slavery.
They were the same. They were the same actually.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were. They were. They still were.
End, it's roadblocks. On the other end, it's like you're underneath the ground.
There was black people attending places when slavery was going on. See, the thing
they
is,
were free.
You don't have. See,
they were free.
You don't have full. The issue is, if you do not have full rights in society, do you actually have a chance to compete? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right, good.
Rights are arbitrary.
Hold on, wait, time out.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wait a minute. If we would have started right there and said that Jim Crow prevented black people from having true freedom and being able to compete, and so we should really look at when black people truly became free is after Jim Crow, nobody would give you pushback. It's just saying that having the pseudo freedom of Jim Crow was worse than the actual non-freedom of slavery. That's where y'all jumped off the cliff.
Because
wait a minute. There is something to be said to the accuracy of that if you are weighing it within the measurement of humanity. If you're weighing it in the measurement of citizenry, then
who's the speaking?
Black people don't weigh humanity and citizenry at the exact. This is Roger's son.
Yeah, I get the citizenry part. He's right, because there's a standard for that. He's right.
It's been some years since I've been on one of your panels, cuz so I'm out Auburn.
Cool.
You know what I'm saying, back in them times. The thing is, there's a difference between citizenry and humanity. But for black people, they tend to weigh or place them parallel of one another. And one is actually objective, and one is, I guess you could say, is socially subjective. Because the whole civil rights thing,
the humanitarian thing, you're right. There's no standard for that, but yet with the Constitution, there is a standard for that.
Let me say this. I think that there's something to be said about a person or people who would rather be a slave for free food than to adult. What it means is, that they hate being an adult so much that they would rather go back to a state where somebody else feeds them.
All right,
but let me tell you where you're wrong.
Come on now.
Let me tell you where you're wrong.
Come on, you're misconstruing
what
the argument
is.
Yeah.
Let me tell you where you're wrong.
Hold on.
Hold
Before you go, brother, you got it. I gotta say this, brother, just real quick. You got it, brother. I promise. And Game Changer and be broken, because that was part of the package, man.
Bruh.
Yeah, you volunteered
exactly
for that book breaking,
bruh.
Exactly. Hey, I mean, some people would rather, shuck and jive. I'm just saying, it really says something about the man. I prefer freedom at all costs.
The thing,
I understand keeping a job is, basically what he's saying is you can't get fired from slavery.
But Game Changer, what they're arguing
is essentially what you're saying.
There wasn't a standard there, though. That's what they're arguing. They're arguing that there was a standard with the Constitution, and they're violating that standard after Jim Crow. That's what they're arguing. But I get what you're saying. That's what they're arguing. They're saying that during slavery there was no standard because we were 3/5. But once we became a full person, they were violating those standards at that point.
Yeah,
that's all they're arguing.
Thank you.
I get it. Nevertheless,
we agree, but that still don't prove their initial point.
No, I get what you're saying. I would still rather not be a slave. Do you get that part?
Listen, what's the difference between standards and permission?
Can I respond to Game Changer? You just gonna let me talk about me and not let me respond?
Go ahead. You got it. You got it.
That type of time.
I said you got it. You got it, bro.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you. Game Changer. I'm about to sign 7 checks that I sign every week for my fucking employees. What are you doing?
Hey, sign it to me, slave nigger. So because I mean, you obviously don't appreciate freedom, you know, like
what you saying? Rip them checks
all
up,
the rest of
nigga.
this shit.
Rip them checks up, put some chains on.
You fucking slave.
Rip up them checks and put on some fucking chains. You
Big Mike drop.
Jigaboo.
Just for
He
reference,
dropped the mic on you on that one, Big Mike.
There were black people during Jim Crow who also had employees that signed checks and everything too. Like just throwing that out there.
Look, I get that because my grandparents were 4 of them. So I get it. I understand.
Oh damn, you gonna disrespect Granny Grand and Pop?
My grandparents were 4 business owners that signed checks. Is what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought you were talking about slaves.
No, both sides
y'all
of my
got a little
family own gas stations. Both sides of my family own gas stations.
Okay, you was in Alabama. So y'all got the word late.
Look, this side of my family own you slave nigga.
So my God. But I tell you this though. Go on, send me your social. Let me go and get you a W-2. I'll get you on. I'll send you a check. Send me your address.
You ain't sending me shit. You choose.
You
want
to check, right?
You ain't sending me shit.
No, dude,
brother, that's a horrible attempt as a comeback, brother. He bodied you. He bodied you, brother. He bodied you.
Bro, I ain't worried about that, bro. I'm 44. I ain't
okay.
45.
And what that mean? You a 44-year-old? Hey, you a 44 wannabe slave nigga? Yeah, you're right. That's 44-year-old. Master. Yes, sir, boss. We sick.
Comeback from a nigga.
A 44-year-old nigga, bro. Yeah, just be quiet, brother.
But my reality is,
I want to be a slave.
Hey, fantastic! You need to respect your elders before I enslave you.
Shit, stop that.
But I'm 44-year-old business owner.
I'm telling Massa. I'm going in the house and telling Massa.
Massa know not to come around here.
Nigga.
Better get away from around here.
That's a business owner that signs checks and helps people make a living. What are you doing?
Well, hold up.
What are you doing,
favor, brother? Let them know that their check signer wants to be a slave and see how they feel about that, brother. See if you don't get some resignations, nigga, in Alabama.
I'm not in Alabama, bro. I told you I was in Georgia. I told you I could come to I'm being Macon tomorrow, bro. I'm dead serious. I'm not.
What's up?
About what?
I'm being Macon handling business, nigga. I'm a business owner.
Okay, good.
That's why
Young Jeezy's
from. Georgia don't mind being slaves.
Jeezy
from me. Niggas in Georgia don't fuck with
no
I
thought he was from Macon. My bad.
They know what's funny? Nigga in Georgia is dousing fucking slavery.
Funny? Rights niggas came from Georgia to Alabama. That should get something done for y'all.
Say about him so hard, man.
I'm sorry. Are you all right?
You sorry? I'm gonna show you sorry, man. I'm gonna show you sorry, bro.
Hey, listen, I know this might be crazy. I'm the only one that gets what he's saying. Like, he's talking about the constitutionality and how it applied to people, but I got you. I'm the only one. But I don't want to be
there's I'm perfectly fine with, from an academic standpoint, having a nuanced conversation about all the intricacies of Jim Crow. I like history. But so it's nothing. So what they're saying is not wrong when they're breaking down the levels and degrees in which it was messed up. But it's still one of them. You were free, but free-ish, but oppressed.
No, one of them you weren't even a person.
But oppressed.
In the other one, though, bro.
In the other one, you were literally owned as property. Like, we're talking about obstacles and barriers to Thurgood Marshall getting his law degree versus Thurgood Marshall literally being forced to pick cotton forever.
Is he
until
black?
He die.
In the words of Patrice O'Neal, it was conjecture. This is the thing. This is why people are not understanding that to participate as an American within the United States, it's more of a sub-tribalship. Because this was supposed to be entirely a white class society, not a multi-class society, a white class society in its exclusivity. But it had to make, I guess, space for another class. We preferred it to be a black class as far as it goes with maybe a cultural perspective or cultural dynamic, but it was merely a non-white class that it opened up to be some objective vehicle for everybody else in the world to partake of this sub-Americanism, you know what I'm saying, that it was shopping out to the motherfucking world. And so niggas is the batteries. But the thing is, niggas don't want to admit that they the fucking batteries of this hoe. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why they won't let anything coagulate within us of being the people within the
Fantastic
people.
as a Duracell.
Well, if blacks weren't supposed to be here, then who the hell left the gate open?
And one that we weren't supposed to be here, we weren't supposed to be operating outside of the capacity of a battery.
That's what I'm saying. So who the hell left the gate open?
We Pinocchian, though. We be Pinocchian this whole. You know what I'm saying? We was only supposed to be somewhat of a straw class of an entirety of a people or 10 man of a people. But, you know.
Yeah, and post-slavery, Reconstruction, and then Jim Crow, those were the initial first steps of, you know, leaving the battery behind. Like, they're not being the battery anymore. So that's clearly it was a
battery.
Yeah, okay. I was about to wrap it up, but Hood Servative wanted to link. I will see what Hood Servative got to say on this. I'm pretty much tapped out at this point.
I actually wouldn't mind talking about Reconstruction, though. That's actually a pretty good topic.
It is.
Yeah, people don't talk about that as
Eric,
much.
come over to my channel. I'm about to go live, bro.
Oh God! No threats. No threats.
On the Reconstruction argument, that's a perfect example
bro.
of
I said we
the
can
laws.
meet for coffee, bro. I'll be down there tomorrow.
The laws.
Is it gonna be black coffee?
I don't drink coffee with no niggas, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I like cream in mine.
I was just about to say, Hood Servative, you got 10 seconds, or I'm hitting in stream.
Let me
Wait,
ask
that ain't even him.
Let me ask the history degree something, if I may. In the history of slavery, did any of the Africans volunteer to get on the boat?
How many?
Actually, you want to hear something crazy?
Well, no, hold on. Let the brother answer.
Some of them did. I'm sure some of them did, bro. But I don't just
okay.
Hey,
well,
game changer. Actually, you want to hear something crazy? No. Actually,
let me finish, Christian. Hold on, because I was going somewhere with this.
Y'all just gotta talk, bro.
Okay, some of them did.
Sure, go ahead.
Are they your ancestors?
Right. No, I'm from here.
Huh?
I'm from Alabama. My folks from here.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about like the African slaves that volunteered to get on the ship.
We ain't got none, bro. I don't know.
Are you descended from the volunteer slaves? Are you descended from volunteer African slaves? Is what I'm asking.
Bro, I'm from here.
All right.
Now you take that and do
So game changer. Believe it or not, in my side of family, on my dad's side of family, we immigrated from Cuba into Florida by there was a plantation. That's how we got our last name. The plantation there in Florida was actually advertising that they were teaching their slaves how to read, and so they got up there in the late 1850s and they learned how to read, and that's how my family became merchants when the war was over. And then my grandfather, then my great grandfather, my grandfather were lawyers because they knew how to read coming out of slavery.
Wait, you're saying that they volunteered to be slaves?
Well, they were already
to get an education.
They were already in slavery in Cuba, and then when like somehow there was some trades going on, and they're like, "Hey, we'll go up to Florida to learn how to read." So they went up there to learn how to read, and then slavery ended shortly after.
No, they were born into it. I'm talking about people who actually choose to be slaves. I'm talking about were there Africans?
No, you can't do that. That's a disingenuous argument.
It's not an argument.
Argument, bro.
We do have examples that we have indentured servitude, which essentially was indentured servitude was the fact of slavery.
It was temporary, and they got paid.
Yeah.
All right,
well,
they
didn't get paid.
They
earned a skill for 7, and then like 5-7 years, they got to have a skill or a job or something like that.
Yeah, they got paid. So I'm talking about people who volunteer for slavery indefinitely. That's I'm not talking about people who indentured servants or anything like that. I'm talking about, because I'm trying to like pick apart the mindset of volunteer slaves. I'm curious about it.
All right.
Let me know when you meet one.
I just did, nigga. You.
We do have volunteer slaves.
You are a volunteer slave, nigga. No. You are a business owner because nobody wants to be your master. Stupid bastard. You are a volunteer slave.
Which white man dreams are you building every day, nigga? Shut the fuck up, computer programmer. Weird ass.
All right. We rounding out the show. I'm about to get Hood Conservative's take on this. We're not going to do around the world. Everybody get say something before we go. Shout out to everybody. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. We about to wrap this up. I am curious what Hood Conservative got to say about this, but shout out to Pablo Fresco Bar. Shout out to Pablo Fresco Bar for where the hell is it? Where the hell is it? I just had it. You got to pull it. Wait, did I click on it? Did I start myself? Oh, shit. 1 second. There it is. Shout out to Pablo Fresco Bar. Thank you for putting $20 on the super chat. He says, for my freedom papers. Shout out to Pablo. Dropping $20 on it. Where the fuck is it? All right, where the hell did Hood Conservative go? I dropped everybody down to get people to shut up so I can just hear his opinion on this bullshit, and then we can get the hell up out of here. But damn. Okay, so Hood Conservative is gone. I'm giving them 10 seconds. But look, thank you everybody for coming on through. This was a lively show. Appreciate everybody for coming on through, and special thanks and shout out to Jason Black. And just Pearly Things for the algorithm kickstart today. I do appreciate it. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. Okay, wait, no, we not. Okay, Hood Conservative, go ahead. What's your opinion on this shit? And then I'm getting the hell up out of here. Hood, mic check 1 2 on Hood Conservative. Mic check 1 2 on Hood Conservative.
Yeah, mic check. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. You got it. Okay, no, we can't hear you. All right, yeah. If you're on the road and you driving, and I don't think it's.
No, I was just saying that this whole conversation is weird. I was almost having a similar conversation. I was on a.
It ain't happening. Bro. It sounds like you getting mugged or something. All right. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. Peace. We gone.